Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I'm Mythica Hawk, and you're here in GT44 with me, with Blackbart Pirate, and with Mystical Might. Hello, how are you guys doing today?
Oh, I'm doing super great. I'm so excited. We're about to see a bunch of people get kicked out of the tournament, which is always my favorite part. That's why I love the days after the first day. So I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we actually saw three teams get kicked out of the tournament yesterday, going 0-2 in a double elimination format. That means they are gonzoed. The next 5 matches that we're going to have for you today are all elimination matches. So these are teams in the elimination bracket. If they lose these matches, they are gone from the tournament. That's it. They go home. They get nothing. They get no prize ships. There's valued prize pool contributors. So these teams are going to want to try and pull everything they can out of the bag. If they have their flagship remaining, if they've got some secret comp, this is going to be the time to use it. And on that, let's discuss the first match. So it's going to be Darkside versus Electus Matari. So let's have a look at the bans for this match coming up in just a few minutes. Okay, so the red team banning nothing and the blue team also banning nothing, which is a controversial decision. I personally, as a captain in a team, I would like to ban multiple ships, up to 3 if I could. Bart?
Yeah, I think so. Even maybe potentially more, depending on if you're able to get a few duplicates. But it turns out we did not actually have duplicate bans. So
Exactly. So Darkside banning Nighthawk, Loki, Gila. Relatively standard from what we saw yesterday. Quite a few teams banning those ships. And Electus Matari banning out the Curse Armageddon and the Armageddon Navy issue. So saying we don't want to see those long-range newts. We don't want to see those bonus tracking disruptors or guidance disruptors. Mystical Might, what does this kind of telegraph to you?
I mean, again, these are pretty standard bans. It looks like Darkside doesn't want to have to deal with that Nighthawk Loki rush that we've seen quite commonly yesterday. I think we were having a conversation afterwards where we were talking about the prevalence, or rather lack of prevalence, for the Mimitar rush. Because Mimitar rush is what we're all kind of fairly used to, but it seems like people have opted for Caldari rush a lot more now, and it seems like Darkside just doesn't want to have to deal with that. Whereas for Lexus Matari, they saw newts, they saw tracking disruptors, they saw the Geddon buff, or Navy Geddon buff, and they went, no thank you. And they don't want to have to deal with that either. I don't think Navy Geddon's actually as good as we think it might be, given that a lot of teams have brought it, shoehorned it into a bunch of comps, and then lost with it so far. It's perhaps not performing as well as we thought it would.
Yeah, it's always super interesting when teams bring ships that have just been buffed. The teams haven't really had time. Like sometimes people have maybe like a year to figure out metas. But then if a ship is buffed like 2 weeks before, everyone has to just think on the fly. But speaking of thinking on the fly, let's go to the arena and find out who's going to win between Darkside and Electus Matari.
All right, welcome to the arena with me, Wingner, and Zoo, and we've got Darksides versus Electus Matari, and we have a very interesting comp at the moment. We have full, Orthrus spam, to be honest, triple Orthrus Bargus with the Scimitar. That is kiting monstrosities from Darkside. Meanwhile, Electus Matari are going for a triple battleship with an Ishimu, so honestly, a lot of control on the Electus Matari team, but a lot of range control, as far as I'm concerned, from Darkside.
Well, if I'm looking at these Typhoons right, these are actually torpedo Typhoons that we're seeing here from EM right now. So this is going to be interesting. I'm not too sure that they're going to be really happy about choosing torpedoes going up against like full Kaiti offers comp here right now. So good luck chasing down some boys.
Exactly, torpedo Typhoons against, well, what is a very, very incredibly kitey and hard to catch comp. That is probably not the best, of course. Just double checking those are definitely indeed torpedoes. So they're going to have to rely on their support wing for sure. Maybe have the Sentinel ruin some of these ships' days, but this is going to be a game of cat and mouse, and it's kind of a Darkside's match to lose as far as I see.
I mean, their only long-range webs ready here being the Ashimu to help those torpedoes. Opted for a Vigil Fleet issue. Vigil Fleet issue still has a roll bonus for that web, so I think it can get about 15 to 20, depending on heat and links. But nothing like a Hino or Rapier or Yugen to really have those super long-range webs to just reach out and grab something. And I don't think they really have any bonus paints on their comp as well. I'm not too sure if the Vigil Fleet issue has the paint bonus. We'll confirm that.
Not either way, the match is about to be underway, and I suspect all the support wing, the Sentinel, the Vigil, and even maybe the Deacon and Thalia are going to suffer under rapid lights from the Orthruses as the match goes now.
Yeah, confirming there's no paint bonus on the Vigil Fleet, so nothing like the awesome Hyena to support these torpedoes. But they're on the way, particularly that we've seen the Orthruses just running away for freedom. And let's see that going for the Sentinel, making sure that they're going to keep this rain advantage in every single way that they can. Probably going to be looking off to kill the tackle off after this, but making sure that all their missiles can hit fully on everything that they choose.
There's a bit of split damage, man. They're hitting the Sentinel and hitting the Vigil Fleet. Honestly, oh, there we go. There's some actual damage. I say they were not doing all that much, but now they're starting to hurt him. But now he's actually, again, not dying. Never mind. I've called things too early there. Oh, look at the Thalia.
What we're also seeing right now, these Jackdaws on Darkside doing an absolutely killer job right now. I mean, we've seen these torpedoes come in. We already have our doubts about these torpedoes, but you've seen the absolute utility that these Jackdaws bring in their mids, just spreading guidance disruptors all over this battleship core of Electus and Matari right now.
Yep, it's basically a game at the moment of what is Electus Matari going to be able to do here? What's their strategy? Because at the moment, they're kind of just getting killed. They need to basically catch something, but how? Have you got the tools to make it work? I'm going to have to wait and see. At the moment, they're kind of... Are they even moving?
Well, it looks like there's some long-range things going onto the Bargas there of Skykiller. I'm not sure if that's a grapple going off on and off right now. No, the battleships are closing down on him. The 2 Typhoons bearing down on the Bargas of Skykiller right now. Hopefully they can just show if there's actually any bite behind that bark of the torpedoes that we've been talking about.
Yeah, well, if they get onto the battleship, the torpedoes will definitely kill it. But at the moment, by the time they finally get it, they're going to lose their entire support wing if they can even catch something. I'm looking. I think the Typhoon has got some newts out on the bar. I think a Bargas actually is double webbed down. He's grappled and webbed, so they've definitely got a close to a catch. So maybe they can get rid of this Skykiller bug and then go from there. But losing your support wing in a triple torpedo comp is not the thing you want to be doing right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, I feel a bit too little too late, losing majority of the support, especially once the Ashima goes down with the Vigil Fleet going down soon. They're not going to have any real webs to especially catch something like Orthruses and Jackdaws. So they're just going to be chasing some Kitey boys for the rest of the game, even if they manage to kill this Bargas right now. But even that, I mean, we're getting their entire core of their DPS onto this Bargas, and it's not really showing that this investment of the torpedoes was actually a good choice right now.
I'm just trying to see where the other Bargas currently is. I think he's... Actually, the other Bargas is too far away. I think the Stormbringer has actually perma-held him down. Yeah, the opposing Stormbringer just held this guy down, so he can't even get over to the fight. See the Bargas of our team now breaking free, I believe, of the Stormbringer. Finally able to shoot at the other Bargas.
Luckily, Bargas has a bit more of a range and range bonus with its ridiculous velocity bonus of this Murderous Legion. But still, close trade on the Bargas, but not close in any other ways right now, we're going to say.
Yep, well, as I said, our team, the Barg, has now got onto the Barg of Skykiller, and you can see, actually, he's dying so much quicker now that you've got 3 torpedo battleships right on top of his face. It's just a lot of damage to go through.
Oh, it's absolutely sad to see. I mean, I love to see torpedoes show up. Torpedoes can always be such an exciting game, but I mean, hey, looks like Darkside's just going to lose a Bargas for this, and they're just going to enjoy a comfortable kitey comp, just, swagging over there. Must say, really good choice on those Jackdaws. Jackdaws just bringing an absolutely ridiculous amount of versatility. One thing people generally don't realize about the Jackdaw is in sharpshooter mode, it gets a bonus to E-War resistance, range, sensor strength. So, ironically enough, if it were to get into an E-War fight with a carries, it both fit dams on top.
Yep, and it looks like the Stormbringer held down one of the battleships, so they have to pick on him next. And honestly, that's a really tough target to pick when everything else is around it. He is incredibly tanky. Like, it's one of the few ships, I don't think there's many others that get a 6% resist bonus per level rather than a 4% or 3%. So that's honestly just kind of crazy how much resist that thing can have, as the Scimitar will probably have to keep him up pretty much forever, I think, unless this Typhoon doesn't go down quickly enough.
Like you say, Edencom sporting those nice bonuses. Sporting the victory skin as well in the Stormbringer there. So bringing a bit of swag. So victory for the team, but not for the Stormbringer, as he should hopefully be going down there. I say hopefully, just so that EM can have a bit more kills in their pocket here if they're torpedoes. But Stormbringer might just be being a bit spiteful here.
Yeah. I think he's going to tank now because that's a lot of DPS removed from the Typhoon being gone. If they get one lucky volley, he'll probably rip him right through structure. But at the moment, he is actually gaining shield. The Scimitar is doing amazing work of Ricarus. He's doing beautiful work keeping him alive. So I suspect this Stormbringer may just stay alive. So hold on a minute, where are the battleships going?
Both teams again opting for a full spread of damage drones, seeing some more heavy drones that was coming from the EM side here right now. Not really Logi drones, something you would maybe expect to support something like a solo Logi, like a Scimitar, but it looks like Darkside was quite confident in their hiding skills here, opting in more for the damage and just helping secure those low-end kills pretty quickly with the combination of the rapid fights, the Jackdaws also just being absolutely awesome, like long-range snipe ships with those light missiles, and then just having all that utility you're getting from all those drones as well. Just target choice, absolutely fantastic here for Darkside. Just be able to shoot at anything they wanted.
I was watching a Typhoon fleet of Debs or Debes or I can't pronounce that name, and they kind of just burnt up to one of these jackdaws, and I don't know if they've even got any real application besides a newt. I see a newt being applied to the jackdaw, but nothing else. So don't know what's going on with that. I think he just tried to solo PvP a jackdaw and found out he didn't have the tools to make that work. But he is now the last member of his team. So unfortunately, Electus Matari kind of I don't know. I think they brought a knife to a gunfight here because Darkside brought the perfect kiting tools to just ruin their triple battleship dreams.
I don't think we actually mentioned it because the chat went a bit quickly, but that was actually a flagship Arkhos we just saw
Wait,
go
what?
down on EM side. That is correct. It was
yes,
confirmed
it was actually.
by,
The Arkhos was a flagship.
yeah. And we just see, Deeps do MJD there, 120 kilometers, still safe within the arena. Just make sure he
No,
turns
he's-
around, or
he's-
is he going to
he's
go for
leaving.
the honor boundary?
He left. Right, thank you very much to Electus Matari. You guys had an amazing fight, but unfortunately, Darkside have come away with the win. And with that, we'll go back to the studio.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad. Actually, very disappointed.
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that campus, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down. I've not been able to look at a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Darkside taking the victory over Electus Matari, and unfortunately, our Minmatar role-playing contingent have now been eliminated from the Minmatar Republic-sponsored Alliance tournament. 0-7 to them. It didn't end well. They lost their flagship Barghest as well, a armor torpedo Barghest. We don't normally see armor Barghest. It can be used, of course. It has plenty of valid use cases. But torpedoes as well. Mystical Might, we were talking about that during the match. Good ship, has a lot of use, but it really needs a strong support wing in order to make most use out of it. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I suppose we don't really see torpedoes too much in the tournament because they are a little bit more difficult to use than your rapid heavy missile launcher systems, which we do see quite commonly due to just the amount of projection and burst damage that you can get out of them. But if you know that you're going into battleship setups, as we've seen commonly within this tournament, or a rush setup where they have to be in range of you, torpedoes can actually be quite effective. The issue that we saw here is that they brought 3 torpedo battleships into a kiting setup and didn't really have the support wing that allowed them to pin down these kiting ships, which meant that their weapon systems were effectively useless, apart from against the Barghest, which they did manage to tackle and pin down. We also saw it took actually quite a while for it to die because they had to get into range of it, and again, that leans on the fact that if you don't have a strong support wing, then you can be screened off and separated quite easily. And that will have, again, an impact on how fast you can actually go through the enemy team when you do manage to pin something down. So I suppose I would have liked to have seen things like perhaps a Hugin or a Hyena. They both have stronger web range bonuses than the Vigil Fleet and the Ashimu. And they're also able to help with application, which is very important for torpedoes, using their target pick bonuses. So I think, yeah, there are a few things they could have done a little bit better to enable their setup a bit more. But, I mean, it was a good attempt. I think it's quite interesting to see torpedoes in that tournament setting.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of them just because like the huge amounts of DPS, and if you get it right, sometimes we see bombers being used in comps because obviously they have torpedo DPS. It's a lot of DPS, but if you have something to help you apply. Now, also, Bart, we saw a whole bunch of guidance disruptors come out across those ships, and that seemed to have a big impact on them as well. Like, why?
Well, we've talked about it a little bit. We talked about it yesterday some, and I think this is maybe one of the first games that we actually saw a lot of guidance disruptor usage, and I believe it was from the Jackdaws and probably the Stormbringer, and putting those on torpedo ships, which already traditionally have such low range and such low application means that their range is even lower and their application is even lower. And I think specifically we saw that the Flag Barghest was guidance disrupted so much that it couldn't apply damage because it got tackled it was pretty close. It was maybe 25 kilometers off, but it was guidance disrupted to the point where its missiles were probably 10 kilometers, 15. And so when it finally got in, Electus Matari was finally able to get a kill on the board, and it was their only kill, and then they were done. So very, very effective module, used very effectively, and it worked. Electus Matari's gone. Very sad.
There you go. It worked. So yeah, 0-7 to Electus Matari. We'll see you next year for Alliance Tournament 19. Confirmed. Now, before we look at our next match, let's talk. Let's just check in with Jin Tan as he takes us through an interview with the captain of Arkhos Core.
Hello and welcome. First of all, can you just introduce yourself to the audience, please?
We are Arkhos Core. I'm Nova, the CEO. I'm joined by Vestian, our captain for the Alliance Tournament team, and Talise, our buddy and the Corp CEO here. We're essentially a small group of nullsecers. Whether or not we are holding SOV, in the past we've lived in non-SOV areas of nullsec as well as SOV nullsec. At the moment, we're kind of space hobos. We exist wherever we can, but in general, we live in the galactic north, and so therefore we have a history of being evicted by groups like Fraternity and whatnot. But yeah, we're mostly small nano gangers, and we filament around. We show up to help buddies around New Eden. We do not have many blues, and we're passionately anti-block, so we typically show up to help groups of buddies who are also like-minded small gang PvPers like ourselves.
If someone was to run into you on Tranquility, what could they expect to happen?
They're probably landing in a bubble.
And what would you normally be fighting them with?
Probably anywhere between 2 to 5 guys. Occasionally a couple more when we have a few buddies around, but it's almost always ships that go above 2K, 2.5K. We like to keep it fast.
And Lokis.
And Lokis, definitely.
So, what's Arkhos Core's competitive history?
Arkhos Core specifically doesn't have any history in the Alliance Tournament. It's something we've always been really keen about getting involved with. We have joined forces somewhat with a couple guys who have been in Alliance Tournaments before, and I can't recall how far they have actually gone themselves, but they have some limited experience more than us. Basically, we're just really excited to cut our teeth on this and see how far we can make it.
What do you think is going to give your team an edge over the rest of the field?
I think we have kind of looked at this with a fresh perspective. We've taken the meta into account, but we've also been trying to come up with our own ideas and tweak existing ideas. So we're not quite as integrated into the existing meta as a lot of other teams. We haven't been doing this for years and just kind of going through the motions. We're really trying to come at this with a fresh set of eyes and see what we can do.
Also, a lot of the people that we're bringing in to help us out for the tournament are people who have many, many years of experience, have been playing for nearly 20 years, know a lot of the other teams. We have some good connections, good information, and some pretty interesting preparation in addition to that fresh perspective that Vestian was mentioning.
Given your MO as an anti-block organization, what are your thoughts on your first round opponents, Pandemic Horde?
I am personally very excited for this, given that they have the second coolest flagship pick in the Paladin. So that's going to be a pretty interesting way to start off the tournament. But again, our whole background is fighting blocks, so I think it's pretty indicative of something at least that we'll be playing them in the first round. I think that will go pretty well for us, and we're hoping on to move our way from there and beat teams that we expect to see in further rounds as well.
All right, do you have any other comments you'd like to make to round out this interview?
Arkhos Core is recruiting.
We most certainly are.
Come join us, fight the blocks, make the life hell, and just have a good time.
Otherwise, I also kind of want to give a shout out. We have multiple members who at the moment, because of internet crackdowns in various countries, are kind of unable to access the game. So I want to give a shout out to people who are hopefully staying safe, otherwise can't be participating in the way that they would like to. Yeah, shout out to those people.
Thanks, Jin Tan, for that interview with the captain of Arkhos Core. Now, that match is just coming up right now. Rote Kapelle versus Arkhos Core. And again, these are elimination matches. So Arkhos Core, they have to win this if they want to stay in. Rote Kapelle, same for them. Rote Kapelle, of course, yesterday had a tough match against WeForm Volta. So, no shame in losing to that team. It's a great team. But let's look at the bans for this match coming up. Rote Kapelle versus Arkhos Core. Okay, so Rote, Kapelle banning out the Scimitar, Blackbird, and Loki, so they don't want to see any ECM here, they don't want to see long-range webs, and they don't want to see that shield, kitey logistics ship. Arkhos core banning out the Curse, the Armageddon Aviation, and the Barghest. Blackbird Pirate, what's your thoughts here?
We're kind of seeing the same like set of bans from some of these teams with this Curse and Armageddon Navy issue set up. So not particularly unique. I almost think it's like kind of to this point of they think that they're very strong ships and therefore they just don't want to see them. The Rote Kapelle team, sort of same situation. You get rid of the Scimitar and you kind of get rid of a lot of these kitey setups. We really haven't seen a lot of Blackbirds yet, so maybe they know something that we don't, that ECM is actually still very much secret sauce in the game. And the Loki ban, I'm still kind of questioning it. We've talked about the Nighthawk Loki rush, but I don't really think that's a thing anymore. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I think Rote doesn't want to be kited and Arkhos doesn't want to be neuted, but beyond that, like, who does want to be kited and neuted, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid point. I just love seeing that Rote Kapelle have had 93 pilots fly with them over the years. There's just been such a long history, like a story history in the Alliance tournament. Like, I remember watching Alliance tournament, 10 years ago, and Rote Kapelle being present and just always being like this consistent team in the Alliance tournament. So I'm always happy to see them. I'm a Mademoiselle spammer in Twitch chat. I will spam that Mademoiselle to support Rote Kapelle. And all of you are supporting Rote Kapelle as well, by the looks of it. 90% of you voting for Rote Kapelle with your channel points. That's a lot of channel points. 1.4 million of them on Rote Kapelle right now. So your return, if you vote for Arkhos core and you win, could be catastrophically huge. Mystical Might, would you be putting your points on Arkhos core here?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like easy points to me, What's the point exchange rate on here at the moment? How many do you get back if you win?
I think, so if you bet on Arkhos core, who currently are going up to 12, so propaganda's working here, then the points on Rote Kapelle are split between all the people who vote for Arkhos core, and it depends how much you vote. So if you put 1,000 channel points and your buddy does 2,000, then he gets twice as much back as you. So you should put all your channel points on at any one time.
I would say don't take my word as any investment advice with your channel points. So for the people that may have, for the 2% that we just saw jump up there, you're probably going to lose those, but, it's worth the risk, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going up. Yeah, 13, lucky number 13. So, yeah, make sure you keep spamming all those points. Win yourself some cool skins. I don't know if there's some more things you can win later on with channel points, but we'll certainly let you know if there are. I think we're almost ready to go to the arena. I'm just waiting to get confirmation that the teams are on grid, and then we'll be able to hand over to that. Mystical Might, although the points say put points on Arkhos core, who do you think is going to win this one?
So, I'm going to lean towards Rote Kapelle simply because of their tournament pedigree, knowing a bit about the actual pilots on the team, knowing how they are, how they fly. I think that they may be able to salvage the fact that they are in the low bracket and make a decent run of it. But having listened to the interview from Arkhos core, hearing about they want to try and bring a new, fresh perspective to the Alliance tournament as a team that hasn't necessarily been going through the motions of just attending each year because it's something that they've done before, the underdog story side of me kind of wants them to do well and surprise us. So I'm going to lean Rote Kapelle with my brain, and I'll lean Arkhos core with my heart.
Okay. Well, it's time to find out if it's the brain or the heart as we go to the arena for Rote Kapelle versus Arkhos core.
And welcome to the arena with Rote Kapelle versus Arkhos core. And my favorite ship is on the grid, and I am sad because it is about to be kited to death by Rote, as we get a Vindicator and Leshak on grid versus Heavy Missile Nighthawk kiting comp, I believe, unless I've missed something. What do you think about this one, Zoo?
Interesting to see Leshak. Leshak's can always be interesting. Leshak tends more an armor control setup, but obviously the Blackbird we saw being banned here, Catline going down. So normally you see Leshak being in the top heavy comp with a lot more control stipulated around it, but we've seen with the Vindicator and the Sacrilege here, not so much of the Muno, but it seems like a weird mix between some kind of rush armor team. Not really sure if there's much direction on that comp, but loving the mono minnow here, Kaldari with the Skybreaker on roadside.
Oh yeah, Kaldari missiles are going to be a hard thing to catch. They're pretty much Arkhos core put all their eggs into the Vindicator Leshak basket. It's usually a very potent combo, but when you can't catch your targets, it becomes almost a liability.
And those are hams we have on the Nighthawks and the Drake Navies.
Are they really?
Yes.
They look like heavies. Okay.
It's all good. They're going right in for that Divinity. So I mean, if those are heavies, they're doing it wrong, but they're doing it right for going for that Divinity. Absolutely smashing in there. Once again, we're seeing just an enormous amount of DPS bots going up. They're splitting the damage onto the Thalia of Mazik right now. So good tactics here coming from Rote. Putting that light drones of the perfect application onto the Frigate while focusing their actual heavy DPS, top end DPS on that Vindicator. Absolutely shredding it. Vindicator's still going to have some hull here, but he's sure to go down.
Yep, he's going to go down quick. My favorite ship, no. Not only is my favorite ship dead, I've made the wrong call. Looks like they're also going for the Caracal Navy with Lashak. Well, Lashak in his own store has a lot of DPS, but now they're kind of on a timer here because they're going to get ripped apart remarkably quickly.
Well, of note, these Caracal Navy issues are also ham-fit. Normally, you would see them going the light missile launcher rapid lights, but the Osprey Navy also ham. So full hams here from Rote Kapelle. They're just all in on that ridiculous amount of damage. They will lose one Caracal Navy issue there, but they're going to be shredding the Shack as well. The Authors as well going in for the hams. Just absolutely shredder damage coming out of here, not giving much chance for Arkhos Core here to actually get anything back.
Yeah, the one thing about ham comps is that there is no stopping it. There is no reloads. There are no breaks. There are no breaks on this train at all, as they just remove the entire top end of Arkhos Core. And at that point, that's game. Like, what can they do now? All their heavy stuff is gone. All they've got a support wing that can't really do anything, has no teeth. So bravo to Rote for the ham rush that I didn't see coming.
Yeah. Normally the downside to something like Nighthawks of being kinetic locked, especially when you're going against an armor team, you always run that risk, especially if reactive armor hardeners just being one of the most common modules when you're running an armor team. And then just having all kinetic, you just end up getting quite a dilemma. Like, do you shift to low air damage? Do you keep that kinetic because you're bonused as the unit goes down there? But with this Drake Navy issue, the Authors, the Osprey, Caracal Navy issues, Rote isn't actually facing that issue. They have all the damage choices in the world to shoot whatever they want and just finding all the holes in this comp right now. And they just keep stabbing at Arkhos Core. Yeah,
this is very unfortunate. It looks like those who bet on Arkhos Core hoping for a big payday are about to be disappointed as they probably expected to be. As, they're just going to pull apart one ship at a time. And look, you see they're even struggling to try and kill his Caracal Navy. I think the Osprey is honestly either not repping everything he's got, or he has got very little reps to begin with, because this Caracal Navy is holding perfectly.
Unfortunately, Arkhos Core really had nothing to really reach out and touch that Osprey right now, with a whole hammer screening you off, making sure that nothing can reach her. The best ship to be in a position to have touched it would have been a Lashak, but that would have just been one DPS. Ridiculous amount of DPS coming through from the Shack, obviously, but Osprey just comfortably. He's not even pulsing his prop mod. He's just drifting around having the time of his life.
Yeah, see what's going to happen now. Obviously, it's just going to be a complete slaughter. But honestly, it's like you bring an armor rush comp, you think, okay, we're going to win this. And you see this comp, and if they had more time than I did to look at it, they would have gone, hey, it's a ham rush too. We can win this. And then you realize, no, you really can't. If you looked at the bar at the start of the match, Rote Kapelle actually had a bigger attack bar than Arkhos Core. And Arkhos Core brought the Vindy. They should win, right? It's Vindicator, right?
I don't know. I feel like there was just a total mismatch coming through an Arkhos Core side, unfortunately. They had the other Shack, cool. A Vindicator Blasters wants to get close. Sacrilege kind of fits into that, but I think the Namunin was actually light missile fit or something like that. Rapid lights. Not too sure. Have to confirm about that. But it just seemed like such a mismatch that we're having there. It seemed more like a kitchen sink armor fleet to me, unfortunately.
Yep, well, Skybrick is now being chased. Also, not being chased, he's actually been tackled, so he's now going to die painfully. But yeah, I think this is going to be a near clean sweep for Rote. They would have, if they didn't lost the Caracal Navy, it would have been a complete clean sweep. But it looks like the Caracal Navy got caught by Lashak of all things.
Clean sweeps are for winners. Rote Kapelle's in the losers bracket, so just showing that they're not perfect.
No one is, and with that last ship destroyed, Rote comes home with a single loss. But with that, we'll head back to studio and see what they think.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Welcome to Eve Pandora. 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 Pandora.
Rote Kapelle there with their take on a Caldari rush, just dunking all over a Vindicator right there and then wiping up the rest of the Arkhos core team. And unfortunately, we do say goodbye to them as this was an elimination match, so they are out of the tournament. For those of you who took your points investment advice from Mystical Might over here, we can only apologize as all your points have now vanished. So perhaps we don't listen to Mystical Might anymore in the future.
True.
Bart, could they have done anything different there? I mean, at first we thought maybe this is going to be a kiting team brought by Rote Kapelle, but then they just barreled in, hams to the face. You know, what could Arkhos have done there?
I feel like there was an opportunity. I think that Vindicator actually dropped maybe a little faster than we usually see, and that's kind of the fault of Frigate Logi, right? Versus using something like kind of Neros. Maybe that would have helped. I do think there was like actually almost zero screening on the Arkhos core side, so like. If they had pushed out and maybe caught some of those, heavy assault missile ships, which have a relatively short range, slowed it down, given that Vindicator time to live, given that Lashak time to ramp up on some targets, because all you really got to do is take like 2 or 3 of those Caldari rush ships down, and now you can actually win. They didn't do that. They took a single Navy Caracal down, which not quite as much as what you want to get done. I mean, you shouldn't trade a Vindicator for Navy Caracal ever, and you shouldn't trade your entire team for a Navy Caracal ever. But it is unfortunate, especially after that like interview where you're kind of like, oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome. You know, they've got a lot of heart. They're gonna get this done. But like Misty said, the heart doesn't beat the brain.
Yeah, I mean, really anyone betting should really follow my brain and not my heart. So
all right,
yeah.
Follow your brain. Cool. So Bart, you touched on a little bit there about production of logistics cruisers versus logistics frigates. Can you just elaborate a little bit on the differences there?
Sure. I mean, besides like the obvious ones, which is that one are frigates and the other is cruisers. In case people are newish to EVE Online.
Factually correct, Bart.
That is correct. There's a whole set of different like little rules in the Alliance tournament. So you can't fit remote reps on any ships besides the logistics ship. On top of that, you can only either have 1 logistics cruiser or 2 logistics frigates. So that's why we don't see like a team bringing 3 Oneroses and several other ships, and it's like, haha, you can't defeat me. Generally, most of the time, depending on weird fits, the Tech 2 logistics cruiser will rep significantly more than 2 Tech 1 logistics frigates. And on top of that, they have a much farther rep range. And that's kind of the big thing, is that anyone who's flown logistics cruisers knows that you have to be like pretty dang close to your target to actually get your full amount of reps on them, especially with rep fall off and such, which puts you in the danger zone. And the zone of danger is not somewhere that you want to have your logistics ever. Everyone who's done any PvP on like just the game knows that. So having 2 logistics frigates in the middle of a rush, not smart. They maybe would have lived with the Neros, but I don't know. I feel like that Vindicator died really fast.
It did. There's a lot of damage coming from those Ham Nighthawks. We also saw Arkhos core fielding, I think it might be the first Munin of Alliance Tournament 18, along with the Sacrilege. Of course, Munin used to be this pretty OP like artillery ship, and now CCP Roar's come in with a very hefty nerf bat, just got it right into the Sacrilege window, and it's now a ham ship, basically. Mystical Might, do you think we'll see a bunch of them this tournament?
Yeah, I think perhaps not necessarily a nerf bat, more like a wood chipper, and then reconstructed it completely differently to what it was before. I think they're not that bad, to be honest. They have the dual tank bonus now, so I think they get 3% per level to both shield and armor resistance, which means that they're fairly flexible in the types of setups you can fit them into. They're decent ham damage, so if you're doing a rush setup, then they're not necessarily a bad choice. I mean, the Cerberus now gets a range bonus to hams, so if you were thinking about which hack to bring to a rush setup, maybe the Cerberus is better. It depends entirely on what you're going for. But I don't think we'll see too many hacks in general in the tournament, simply because of the points that people need to invest into them. Whereas we've seen a lot of the faction cruiser variants coming in because they've been improved, especially the Navy Caracal. Does a lot of damage, and you can bring more of them because they're cheaper. So
Mystical Might there with more advice on how to invest your points. So going to take that with a solid pinch of salt and just ignore everything that you say. Do you know where these ships look best, though? They look best in the new Upwell hangars. So let's check in with CCP Benson and learn some more about that.
We decided to visually update the Upwell hangars because it's a place that players spend a lot of time in. It's also an environment for us to try out new things because they're kind of contained in this hangar environment. So we used it to push a lot of new tech stuff that is giving us a lot of possibilities in the future. The main part also that we wanted to emphasize is the scale of the game. So within the hangars there is this main hall, and in that one, for the first time now, we have multiple placements for ships, which gives players a sense of scale between the ships. Also to be able to, see what ships they have in their hangar inventory.
Before, I would have been like, why would I want to dock in a hangar? Now I'm like, why would I ever want to leave the hangar? It's amazing. It's way more visceral, way more interesting as you're able to swap between ships, and it'll fly through the hangar, get the boosters going up, and then you're actually taking off. If you and there's actually a couple of different ways, or ways for you to play with your ship, kind of. So you can hit cancel, and if you hit cancel in the first second, then the ship will go, and then all the lights and all the stuff is going on, and it's kind of taking off. But if you hit cancel and go back down, ooh. If you cancel just 2 seconds in, then it'll actually take off and it'll do a little fly around the hangar, which is really, really sweet. So you actually get to fly around in hangars a little bit. And if you do cancel after the 3rd second, then you're not canceling, you're taking off. You made the decision, you lost a chance, you're going out.
There you are, the new hangars. They look absolutely incredible. Just so good. When I first saw them, I just was blown away by just the ambience and just being able to switch between ships and having the camera just zoom around. I spent quite a long time just looking at my ships in my hangar, and I assume you guys have done the same thing. It just looks incredible. Yeah, I don't even have words to describe how cool they look. Great job, CCP. Well done. Let's look forward to our next match because it's going to be a very exciting one. It's going to be between two teams with long histories in the Alliance tournament, a long history on TQ as well, doing lots of cool and interesting things. It's going to be a Band Apart versus Pandemic Legion. So let's see what the bans are for this match coming up. Okay, a Band Apart banning out the Nighthawk, the Kieran, and the Curse. Pandemic Legion banning out the Balgorn, the Eos, and the Gila. Blackbart Pirate, interesting sets of bans here. What do you make about this Kieran ban?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that is the first time we've seen a Kieran get banned. Obviously, it is a Shield Logistics frigate. In the Shield side of things, you kind of need a Kieran in most situations for a lot of these sort of modern Caldari rushes and the Minmatar rushes, just because many of the ships that you're rushing with, you're trying to get as much damage in as possible, so you're using a lot of cruisers and battle cruisers. So I think banning both a Nighthawk and a Kieran is a pretty solid way to at least significantly weaken the Caldari rush. Very interesting. I think that it really does say, hey, please don't rush us. And I'm wondering if Pandemic Legion is going to be able to pick up on that.
Well, I mean, if any team can pick up on banning meta being developed, it's probably going to be the Pandemic Legion team. One of the most historic teams in the Alliance tournament, some absolute gigabrains in that team and in that alliance. Incredible amount of wrinkles over there. And look, 108 pilots over the years have flown with Pandemic Legion. Of course, we mentioned yesterday they've not had as much success as maybe they would have hoped to in previous tournaments. But it's it's worth mentioning. This is the most successful team in the history of the Alliance tournament. There's no one else that even has 5. They have 5 wins. I think the next one is 3, perhaps, with Bob, and I think maybe a few other teams have maybe tied on 3. I know Hydra has 2, Vidra has 2. I don't think anyone else has 3.
Technically, that's 4. But
All right, I see.
if we're adding,
Wait a second
it's
there.
a basic edition here.
That
I'm
sounds
joking.
awfully interesting. Okay,
Hmm.
let's not talk about that. Let's look at the Pandemic Legion history in the Alliance tournament in a bit more detail. In fact, see if we can pull that up. Okay, so played a lot of matches over the years. Only 23 losses to what looks like, is that 63 or 69 wins? I can't actually read it from here. There's a lot of wins. So they have a lot of experience in winning and very little experience in losing, which is pretty much what you want to be in the Alliance tournament. You want to be winners more often than losers, and Pandemic Legion certainly are that. They've had some fantastic pilots over the years. Of course, we spoke about them yesterday. Stoya, Dankul, flown in nearly 60 matches. Like, that is just so much experience in this team, and a lot of like institutional knowledge that some of the members in the current team have been involved in for many, many years. And even if they weren't like leaders back then, they've been there for a lot of it, and they'll have picked that up and be able to bring that to the team. So, you know, just huge amounts of experience. Let's take a look as well at a Band Apart's history in the Alliance tournament as a way of comparing these two teams. So 46 people have flown under a Band Apart in the Alliance tournament. Not quite as successful as Pandemic Legion, but about 50% wins is still pretty good. Most teams don't manage that. Most teams don't manage anywhere near that. There's lots of O2 Kings in the Alliance tournament history, coming in, losing twice and going out. Usually we say, in fact, that if you can get at least 1 or 2 wins, like going 2-2, especially in maybe your first year as a new team, is fantastic. A Band Apart have lost a couple of matches against some really solid teams, like Platinum Sensitivity yesterday, Fraternity last year were pretty reasonable, if I remember correctly, as were Test, and of course Castabouts as well. And Brave Collective this year looking dangerous. And I believe Alliance Tournament 15 would have been back when Catalia Mist was their captain as well. So lots and lots of interesting potential for this match. The amount of history between these two teams, just in terms of the quantity of matches played, is phenomenal. Bart, what do you think about this upcoming match?
You know, and I hate to say it, but I think that we've kind of reached a point where like the history of Pandemic Legion has not been really relevant for a while now. Just because if you look at that list of players, none of them showed up yesterday. So, you know, you kind of have to have your cool guys show up to do cool guy stuff. And a Band Apart looks like it's mostly the same team as last year, and like a decent chunk of it is this year. So, you know, I think that this is like a lot more even than you would think. And normally you'd be like, oh yeah, Pandemic Legion, oh, they're so good and amazing and awesome. But I don't know. I feel like they didn't play particularly well. And I think a Band Apart, like, actually did all right yesterday. Like, I feel they played better yesterday than PL did. But at the end of the day, what matters is who wins today.
That is factually correct. Once again, Bart. Mystical Mike, you look like you have something to say.
I just wanted to add, I think it's easy for us to kind of lean on, I suppose, a team's legacy and how they performed and how well they've done historically. We do this quite a bit with PL because they've won so many times. But like was mentioned, you know, a number of the players that were mentioned on the veterans list for PL are no longer with PL. In fact, they're in other teams now. Same thing goes for other well-known groups like Vidra, Hydra, Volta. These are all teams that are Triumvirate as well, who's also done well. These are all teams that have performed well historically. They've placed well, but all of those players have moved on to other teams, and it's difficult for us to necessarily track where these players are going sometimes. Sometimes they'll now not necessarily fly on grid, but they'll be in the backhand helping with theory.
Yes, exactly. That's super important.
Really difficult for us to then figure out, okay, what does this actually mean for the team that we're now talking about? What does the new PL look like in terms of their experience on grid? Theory crafting.
We're going to go find out what the new PL looks like. And I just want to point out that out in Twitch land, you have got 69% of you voting for Pandemic Legion. Nice. So let's go to the arena and find out who's going to win between a Band Apart and Pandemic Legion.
And welcome back to the arena. And it looks like for once the Armageddon Navy was not banned immediately. ABA's like, we want some of that. And they've brought 2 of them. So we have Rapid Heavy Armageddon Navies plus a Fleet Typhoon, who's also Rapid Heavy, versus a Leshak Paladin Corps with a good support wing of DPS and a lot of control from both parties. This is going to be a very interesting match.
I'm super excited to see the Paladin, how that's going to show off, but I'm having more confidence in his Guinness right now. Match will be kicking off soon, but also want to note, normally we've seen Malor here on a Band Apart side. Malor actually has beams fit, it looks like. Dual beams or dual pulse, aren't sure. Normally you see those Malors go full newts in the highs actually and just be a tackled brick ship just to get up there and screen. So opting more for the damage here on the Band Apart side.
Yeah, as you said, that is definitely unusual. We see Maulers being used as utility boats, and we see some damage already being out onto the Magus. I believe it's from the Paladin. So it's going to be curious what these Armageddon navies and the Fleet Typhoon pick first, because of course they're clip-based damage. If they can't rip through the battleship with one clip, they've kind of put themselves in a bad spot. So what are they going to pick?
Well, Damp's going out onto PL's side, stopping the Leshak and the Paladin right now. Guidance Disruptor's going slightly out onto Abandoned side, but Abandoned keeping the range, but not really applying any damage. They look like they're more drifting back to an MJD, so I'm not sure if they're going to try and jump in there or do something, or trying to just get their bearings and think how they're going to crack this nut of the armor core.
I think a bit of that, also kind of hoping for someone to make a mistake, which is always a good thing to do at the start. Wait for someone else to screw up before you do. But at the moment, both teams are playing calm and careful. We're seeing a Stabber fleet of Radicals actually being the first one to move in. I suspect he's going to take a lot of fire in a moment. That could be the idea, though. Oh, never mind.
The teams is kind of also having drones out. We've seen a tiny bit of armor bots coming out from Vanipard side. One of the first teams I've already seen that's been making use of it. But as I said, PL also has armor bots out. So going to be looking to see how these teams micro these bots just to get them onto the right targets where they need to be. That being said, some light DPS going on to Vanipard side now. Some poking happening there onto the Light Core of the Malediction and the Magus. But looks like they're just going to kind of defang some drones that are overextended there.
No, if you can't kill ships, killing apart these repair drones can definitely turn the match later on to your favor. Especially with comps like this, where they've got a lot of spare drone bays that can be used for little bits here and there. So you actually see a big old wave of small drones going after the Ishimu.
It's true. So we do also get a note here that Pandemic Legion's going for the Tech 2 Frigology. Well, Abandoned has gone for the T1 Cruiserology. Ogre being quite a powerful little boat as well, still having those high slots. Just lacking a bit on the utility. That's something that an Execure might bring in the mid slots for injections, though. But being a lovely little ship, the only downside it's going to be normally having here is speed. So if Abandoned goes in for a dive of any MJD kind of play, that Ogre is just going to have to look to keep up with his team and stay in range and relevant.
Yeah, Augur is a ship that needs to be supported basically to make it work to its fullest potential. We see actually damage now going to the Radicos, but I'm waiting to see if PL wants to try and snag the Augur, if they're going to try and pick off small ships or DPS ships. But honestly, at the moment, both teams kind of just posturing and waiting for the either a mistake to happen or the right opportunity, as PL is slowly pressing ABA towards the arena boundary.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think the Paladin mainly taking the most of the pot shots here. It seems not really much happening right now. The Shack, it doesn't seem to be doing any kind of spills. Slowly slow boating up ahead. I'm kind of hoping that Pandemic Legion is going to corner Abandoned because I'm really curious why Abandoned with the range advantage on those rapid clips, but very little E-War being applied to them, isn't testing anything like a Magus or Pontifex or Vexor Navy issue or any of the cruisers.
Well, if they start firing with the rapid heavies and they do not kill, and Pandemic Legion see that, that is the opportunity for PL to strike immediately. And they know this. It is a very risky moment when you choose when to fire. And they either want to save their clip at the right moment or just not make a mistake.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I don't think, PL's waiting to be shot at to shoot first. They're going to see what the opportunity is. But like I say, you're actually making a play for the Ogre here. Going to half armor. We're going to see if they're going to get enough red bots out on the Abandoned side. Get it onto that Ogre. No red bots on him right now. So he's struggling right now.
They're coming right now. There they are.
Going to drift to the MJD beacon there. Maybe he's going to try and make an evacuation play there. But then if that happens, he will be by himself away from the red bots and might be even more easy pickings as he gets even more isolated.
Just checking to see if that's rapid heavies firing at the Paladin, because the Paladin is now taking a little bit of damage. The Ogre is actually taking quite a good chunk. The rep drones are slowly arriving. I see at least one wave of heavies hit there.
Oh,
this is it. No one else is coming.
I'm a bit of bad players here, I think, from the Ogre right now. He's chosen to just keep kiting in a straight line backwards, didn't do any evasive maneuvers, didn't go for the MGD play, didn't do anything at all to just try and mitigate as much damage on top of him, and he just goes down. This is going to leave Abandoned in a really bad position to just, start being picked off and grinded at the Shack and Paladin.
Exactly, and also now PL knows they don't have to push, they don't have to charge. They can play the slow game now, because now ABA has a time limit. They're going to run out of tank at some point. They have to make a move as soon as they can. The longer they take, the more that's going to look bad for them.
It's kind of ironic here. You normally see a Leshak being featured in Armor Control, but Pandemic Legion actually not bringing a lot of E-War here. Maybe just one Guidance Disruptor. We see that on the Navigator right now. But actually, Pandemic Legion is the one suffering, being the target of a lot of damps, some EC drones, newts, all the E-War, but they're the ones thoroughly in control of this match right now.
Yeah, Pandemic Legion definitely got a good chunk of E-War. They're just not currently using it as at the moment. As you see, slowly but surely, a Bandit part's being pulled apart. They got to do something. They can't just stand it. They got to start shooting. I think there actually is some damage coming towards the Paladin now. I'm just checking. Yep, definitely.
And we see these Get Navies
are firing.
diving in now. They're going to try and make use of their newts. Maybe they're going to be hoping to shut down this shack right now. But yeah, it's finally trying to, like, that part finally trying to do some actual damage here, it seems, and realizing, like, hey, these Get-ins are actually good because they have new bonuses as well.
Yeah, but I think, unfortunately, and this is kind of the worry they would have had, which is, can we break this thing with our rapid heavies? And the answer at the moment is looking like a very distinct no. There is a massive wave of rep drones on them. The Paladin's a very tanky ship on its own, without Bastion, of course. That they've gone for it. They've gone, we have to do this, and realized, damn it, we couldn't do this. This is not the ship to go for. But it's too late.
Pandemic Legion's actually doing a wonderful slow retreat here. So just got right up to that edge, poked away, sniped the Ogre, forced a banner part to have to commit. And as you see, as a banner part is forcing that commitment right now, Pandemic Legion just backing away as a core, leaving some screening ships up there like the Shimu, leaving like, sure, you got the shack tackled, but we're just going to make sure there's no follow-up for you. You're going to shoot now what we're going to leave you to shoot, and just making sure that they're also not overextending. Like, even though they secured those comfortable kills, they're making sure that they're just not getting too excited here right now and just keeping cool heads.
Exactly that. And look at the, I just love the wave of E-War being thrown on both sides. Now you see both control bars are getting incredibly full. I see actually Paladin also, not Paladin, Malediction being destroyed. But yeah, honestly, PL is playing this very, very well. Almost shadows of their old days where they were just amazing, amazing comps and amazing flying. They're just sitting in perfect control of this match and not letting a Bandit part have any real leg to stand on.
Absolutely, just haven't lost a single ship yet. This I don't feel this Logi's even being tested in any sense. Thalia and D can just comfortably be repping, even though there's been some split damage happening with the Magus of Turin there and the Paladin of Destroyer. It's just comfortable. That's all I can say. PL is just
note as well.
comfortably taking this.
The Typhon fleet did burn in to try and smart bomb off the rep drones on the Paladin, but unfortunately, that pretty much just did nothing but get him killed. But he did try and remove a few. I think he got at least like maybe 3 or 4 rep drones, but the Paladin managed to pull away, save the rep drones as well, and kill the Typhon fleet. So again, well done. It was a good attempt from Rick Javix there, but fortunately, I think PL was ready for that.
Yeah, PL just obviously showing a bit of pedigree here, just experience. I have been excited to see these Armageddons, but I'm not too sure if they've been really delivering right now. A lot of teams have been banning them, and then from the few games that I've been seeing when they've actually been showing on grid, just a bit of an underwhelming performance. I'm not sure how you've been feeling about this update that the Armageddon Navy issue has received.
I'm gonna use one of my favorite quotes from a movie.
Mediocre. Okay, I have no idea what movie that is.
Oh my god, you absolute heretic. All right, I'm just going to move on from that. But yeah, Armageddon Navy is now being destroyed as well. Paladin is now sitting very comfortably. So
I
at this
mean,
point,
it's still a Marauder. It is going to just be having the time of its life, having those resistance, having a local rep, having a Frig Logi on grid. Stabber fleet issues, probably also just having a man. It must be pretty fun being on the cruiser side here of Pandemic Legion right now. A Shimu, Execure Navy issue, Vexor Navy issue, Stabber fleet issue. Man, these guys are just probably having a ball. Cruisers are one of the most fun ships to actually fly, I feel.
Actually, one of my favorite ships, which isn't a Vindicator, is actually on that grid there. Stabber fleet. It has been a ship that has a lot of DPS and people underestimate it. But when you leave it alone at the right times, that thing can be disgusting. It is fast. It is high damage. It doesn't tank too badly, and it gets a tracking bonus to make sure you can focus on survival more than accuracy, which is honestly just a beautiful thing to have in that kind of ship.
Oh no, we saw Nialis there in the Mather. It looked like he was going for beeline for MJD Beacon for Boundary with a Shimu of Chris in hot pursuit, but looks like he's changed course and I don't know, just going to try and fly out and not do the MJD play. Very unsure there. I thought he was going for glory.
I'm sorry, you guys can't see the talks going on in local, but these guys are just having good fun, saying stuff like "Edge of Glory," "Please not the Boundary, don't do it. You have so much to live for."
And the Magus now here of Turin is also coming in. Looks like they're going to try and be on suicide watch here to make sure that the Mallard does not end his life of his own volition.
Uh-oh, hold on. I'm just watching how fast that Magus is coming in. I hope he slows down in time because he might just Boundary himself.
The classic bait Boundary. But it looks like they're getting a Smelly grab now. Sure.
PL does have a history of boundarying themselves while chasing an opponent down, so this is not a crazy strategy. But yeah, the Mauler slow boating out there. Again, well done to PL. A clean sweep, 100-0 if this Mauler dies, which he will not actually. So yeah, congratulations to PL there. And with that, we'll head back to the studio to see what they think.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Anyway, Pandemic Legion there, taking that win 96-0 over Stay Frosty and a Band Apart. Mystical Might, what could a Band Apart have done differently there?
I think it just comes down to the way that they decided to construct their comp. So I mentioned at the beginning of the day that maybe the Navigeddon isn't actually as good as we think it is, just based on the stats, but then also the number of times that it's been brought and then it's lost. And we saw here 2 Navigeddons brought for the Band Apart team. The issue, I think, for the Band Apart team was that they relied heavily on drone damage, and that meant that they weren't really able to support their Augurer when it began to take damage from the Paladin of the Pandemic Legion team. I checked on the screen, and I saw that there was a single set of heavy armor rep bots on the Augurer, which means that, effectively, it was just left alone to die in the backline. And when the Augurer dies, the rest of the team falls apart. So I think, really, they needed to commit to the fight a bit more, because they were being outprojected. And they needed to defend their Augurer a bit more by perhaps fitting their Navigeddons a bit differently so that they could actually have rep bots to ensure that they could actually continue to survive in that match.
Bart, Misty mentions rep bots. We sometimes see teams bringing a lot of those rep bots. Like, what's the kind of pros and cons? Like, why would you choose to not bring rep bots and why would you choose to bring rep bots?
Oh, in all honesty, in an armor setup, unless you're specifically flying like a drone damage, so you're doing like an actual like Ishtars and Eoses as a drone DPS setup, you should pretty much always bring rep drones. It's one of those weird things that you almost never see them on TQ, but they are so like ridiculously strong compared to what you would think they are, because we're kind of used to things like, oh yes, there's like target painting drones and webbing drones and stuff, and they all kind of suck. But the rep drones are actually very, very powerful. I heard that. You're sitting there like, well, actually, yes, yeah. Most of the time.
Soon.
Yes, yeah, soon. Spoiler alert, AT ships. But yes, rep drones are very, very, very powerful because you can just kind of put them on a ship, and especially the heavy rep drones actually rep, like, I think it's about maybe 10 to 15% as much as a logistics cruiser with a single flight of heavy rep drones. They had 3 battleships. That's like almost 3 full sets. So they could have probably saved them, but I think what Misty said about people are kind of falling into this trap, like a similar trap of maybe the Navy Dominics, where they look at the Geddon and they're like, the Navy Geddon, and they're like, oh, it can newt and shoot missiles and do drones. It's like, it does everything so well, and maybe it doesn't actually do everything so well. So we'll see as this tournament goes on in that case, but that time it did not do that great.
Do you think that match could have gone differently if they had brought rep drones in those battleships there?
I think it would have. I don't think that Augur dies with 3 sets of heavies on it. I do have to say, Pandemic Legion not committing and basically flying around and taking out. I'm guessing every rep drone that got popped out, the Paladin just sniped immediately, made it very difficult. Like, again, like Misty said, they needed to commit in. Band Apart needed to commit in fast, and they kind of tried to have like this sniping war with rapid heavy ships versus laser boat. And your rapid heavy ships, like, you shoot a couple missiles and then you have to reload. Well, what if they decide to push in on your reload?
Yeah, and to add to that, we had Navigeddons, which have a newt bonus, and we saw that they stayed outside of their newt range the entirety of the match, which means that you are just effectively ignoring one of the bonuses of your ship. So I think committing there would have definitely benefited them.
Cool. I think that's one of those things where, like, just the experience of the PL team being able to, be mature, be responsible, move around, and wait for the time to be right to strike, basically, rather than just rush in. It can be very easy to spaghetti when you warp into these Alliance tournament matches and you see something you just don't know what to do. Bunch of pilots there from PL we were talking about during the match, been there for a very long time, so clearly calm, collected, and experienced pilots. A band apart we do say goodbye to, as that was an elimination match. Rix and crew, of course, great on TQ. Rix likes to do a lot of pirate stuff, some frigate free-for-alls, potentially maybe, if the structures stop dying. Great group of guys, and we hope to see them again next year and in the next tournament. Now let's look forward to our next match, which is Exodus versus Castabouts, and see what the bans are for this. Exodus banning out Armageddon, Curse, and Barghest. Castabouts banning out Balgorn, Gila, and Jackdaw. Mystical Might, I see you smiling over in the corner.
I just wonder if the Jackdaw ban's like we had a poor experience with this at some point in our last match. It's like, I don't want to see this ship ever again. Yeah, that may be a slightly emotional ban. I think Jackdaws are fairly easy to counter, especially if they're armor fit, which is where you'll see them in some of the setups having lots of E-War in their mids. They are not known for their tank. I don't believe the defensive role on the Jackdaw gives them any armor tank bonuses at all. So they do just die. The trick is shooting them, which I don't think some teams have done when they've been going up against armor Jackdaws here. I mean, the rest of the bans are all pretty standard. I don't think there's anything too out of the ordinary. The Jackdaw is the only ban that's coming in. That is the odd one out here. But yeah, just wanting to remove some of that control, wanting to remove some of that kite. Yeah, just standard.
Bart?
Yeah, I do have one very important thing to note is that Exodus has always brought kiting setups for years and years and years and is known for doing it. And even if they don't do it, they always have that in the back pocket. And Castabouts didn't ban anything that can be a kiting setup. So, predictions...
They banned the Gila.
Okay. Yeah, the Gila is a kiting ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Gila fits into some kiting setups that we've seen in the tournament
with the Jackdaw
so far.
too.
The Jackdaw kind of does, yeah.
Oh, well, if you think about it, yeah, maybe they're just bigger brain than us.
That's not difficult.
Or they're traumatized.
That's easy. Yeah, it was just like...
desk full of small brains, smooth brainers, especially when it comes to points investment. Speaking of that, I'm going to check the points investment because this is a very interesting match. I want to see what you guys out there in Twitch land are saying. Oh my goodness, you overwhelmingly, I believe in Exodus here. Just 8% of you voting for Castabouts. 92% of you putting 1.6 million channel points. That's a lot of Galnet skins on Exodus. So our 339, 340. Oh god, they're all voting for Castabouts now. Stop. Are all of you going to win lots of points? Well, we'll find out as we go to the arena for Castabouts versus Exodus.
And welcome back to the arena. And we have, again, Nighthawks and Drake Navies versus another Vindicator. So I'm very excited. But this is going to be very interesting because I think X is going to cut. But again, is that hams or heavies? I haven't had a chance to quick check.
Well, Wingnut, I'm a bit excited here for you because that is actually a flagship Vindicator we're seeing featuring from Castabouts side. So they're also bringing the Cheeses. We haven't seen too much of the Cheeses or Razu side. So with them being strong this year, I'm going to be interested to see how they play out. But the Hurricane also on Castabouts side is artillery. So we're going to see that battle cruiser comp being like more long range. Going to be interesting how that comes in with the Daredevil, another ship we normally don't see featuring that much, having the ridiculous bonuses like the Vindicator does as well with those 90% webs.
Okay, random artillery hurricane, I am all for. I don't think it's a good idea, but again, I am all for it. This is going to be a very interesting match because, yeah, again, Flag Vindy can project a lot of damage and tank very well, which might maybe survive longer than the last Vindicator we saw. I don't know, I'm hopeful.
Absolutely hopeful. I just want to confirm what weapons we are seeing on that Vindicator right now because I'm wondering if he's rails. No, he is not. Those are blasters.
That hasn't been seen since the 5v5s, and it never will be seen again.
You never know what teams are going to bring on these flagships, though. If they've seen the Armored Torp Barghast dying earlier this year, although that is more reasonable, but we do have the match underway. Going to be interested. I kind of seen how Exodus is going to handle this one. But T1 battle cruisers, unfortunately, those are not the Navy battle cruisers. Normally, the Navy battle cruisers have those awesome tracking bonuses on them, but the normal T1 battle cruisers, less HP, less fitting, not really the best bonuses. So kind of really weak targets, weak ships to bring in this case.
Yep, Onyx has gone in and long scrammed the Vindicator. Onyx has got the getting long scram that Hicks do. Can mean he can sit outside of the Vindicator's web and even blaster range. As the rest of the team actually is coming in now to put the damage in. So it looks like they're going to go all in on the Vindy again. So this Augur is going to have to be Johnny on the spot and keep this Vindy alive. If the Vindy survives, this will go Castabouts away. If it doesn't, well, this is going to be a very quick match from Exodus, who for once are not doing Exodus things, and they're actually brawling.
Well, yeah, brawling is successfully as the Vindicator's getting shredded. Even with all the web bonuses they have from the Daredevil and the Vindicator, not much is getting slapped on the Exodus side here right now. Only a bit of tickle damage coming through on the Flycatcher and the Sci-Fleet issue on the Exodus side. Flycatcher looking a bit of a risky business there with half shield right now. But Exodus comfortably smashing into the Vindy.
The amount of rep drones and rep from the Org Navy is just keeping this Vindy alive. He's scratched a little bit of hull, but so far they are getting him just keeping him alive. But there's another bit of hull. It's incredibly close. Incredibly close.
Incredibly close. That's unfortunately a downside of going these ham rushes with, as we see, actually the bursts go down on the exit side. Nice shot there from, I'm going to assume with just all those webs and the Vindicator. There's some good pot shots. Flycatcher killed as well. Some good trades happening there, I think. Taking advantage of those web bonuses with the Daredevil and the Vindicator. But what I was going to say is with these battle cruisers, you don't always have those smart bombs that you normally see on battleships to clear something like a rep cloud like this.
Vindy will go down. I think the Augur is probably heating as long as he can, but he's been losing hull hand over fist, and he's about to pop. At that point, that's a lot of damage removed, but they still have a good chunk of battle cruisers here. This could still go their way, but now they need to keep away from the Loki. That's going to give the webs that they need to keep away from these Nighthawks.
Augur of Unifan absolutely did a fantastic job just keeping that Vindicator in the game. Daredevil and the Vindy did their best to just combo off a bit of a light support on the Exodus side. The Exodus is still sitting quite strong. They have unfortunately lost all their Logic core now, but still 2 Nighthawks and a Loki and
the
Drake
Augur's
Navy.
Run for his life.
That is some chunky hit points there that they got, and I finally get this Augur, and they'll be getting rid of the Logi on the Castabout sides as well soon.
It's just great. I saw the Augur running for his life and like a trail of missiles following it. He doesn't need to buy as much time as he can. He will go down, but maybe they can get rid of this Caracal Navy and start working on maybe the Sci-Fleet or even the Loki. They can pull this back around for their team. Org goes down, the Caracal Navy is in low shields. Can they maybe push him through?
So what we're seeing happening here on the Castabouts side is a bit of, not fully starburstings, but some kiting coming to play. The Hurricane splitting up, Lachesis splitting up, Rudik splitting up. So they're trying to make sure that they're just not all going to be in the same place where there is death right now, but trying to just use that advantage of the range, taking care of the Caracal Navy issue there, seeing what kind of pickups they can do. So at least with Logi off the field here right now, Castabouts can at least still do quite a bit of damage, just taking advantage of these long-range weapon systems that they decide to fit on the Battlecruiser core.
Yeah, the hard bit for them is going to be avoiding the Loki and the Onyx. Onyx gets that long scram, which is very potent. Now, the Loki, of course, getting the long web, which is also very potent. They're going to lose their support wing, I think. The Pontifex and the Visual Fleet were both tackled, but it looks like they might have just broken away. But
and we see the
support wing
Daredevil
is basically
here,
worthless now.
Aben Farrell, he's just living to win right now, sitting on an MJD beacon by himself. So he's probably just going to be there to being a bit of a pirate not a pirate battleship, but pirate frigate, worth a decent chunk of points. Oh, he's actually MJing into the fray there right now. It looks like he's going for the cruiser core there with the Onyx and the Loki.
I think he's trying to maybe tackle something off for a bit longer to buy his battlecruiser some more time.
Yeah, he's set up there for the intercept. He might be able to stop the Drake Navy issue getting onto into the fray. That's exactly what he's going for. Nice MJD play there by Aben.
I think he actually just went straight past it.
Well, we'll see what
I
he's
don't actually know
on
where
his
he's
mind
going
then.
now. I'm very confused. I thought he was going for two different ships, and he went past both of them. Meanwhile, it looks like the Hurricane, I believe, just got tackled down. Yep, Hurricane's been fully tackled down. So he got caught by both the Onyx and the Loki, by the way. So he got tackled by both their tackle ships, so he's gone.
Vigil Fleet just got down for Castabouts as well. That's the only thing they already had for any long in terms of long-term screening, long-range screening. The Daredevil going down soon. That's more screening being removed. The Molus, unfortunately, doesn't have the scram bonus that it carries its T2 brethren would have. As the Hurricane does go down, the Brutix getting to low armor. It will at least have some bit more structure, but not looking too good. We're just going to probably see a Harbinger and the Jesus being left here on the Castabout side.
I think that unfortunately is it. The Brutix is already hard tackled. The Hurricane went down. They're losing DPS and not really getting anything for it. Even if they kill the Loki, the Onyx can still provide the hard tackle they need. At this point, Castabouts are going to start falling apart, and they honestly made it a good fight the whole way through. Flag,
Good
Windy
fight.
is big ball plays.
What do you feel about the Lachesis here, Wingnut? Because I kind of feel like maybe you would have been better off just going with a Celestis if you really wanted that cruiser E-War platform, and maybe spending a bit more points that you saved on not taking a recon and just upgrading those battle cruisers to maybe faction battle cruisers instead.
I pretty much agree with you there, to be honest. I think Lachesis was a very big points investment. It does provide some benefits, but I feel like at that point you've kind of gone really deep into this, and then you brought a flag Vindicator trying to do all the work with that.
Oh, that's right. Another flagship going down here, and the losers brackets. I mean, kudos to Castabouts just putting all their cards on the table in the elimination match here. But that's a double loss on the ISK and their position here in the tournament. Unfortunately, another MGD play coming up by Aben there in Daredevil. So he's having fun maneuvering around the arena here, just flying around pretty much.
Hold on a minute. Where did he just burn to?
I just pretty much went to the other side of the arena. No boundaries here just yet.
I thought he lay next to a wreck, so I thought he was going to try and like blow up like the Vindicator wreck or something. But no, he's not doing that. He's not pure evil.
Well, the teams have pretty much said GF. Just some wrap-ups to happen here. We're going to see if people are going to be going out with honor on the boundaries. I think we're going to be seeing the Jesus of K. He looks like he's burning for the edge there. Oh, and he does boundary. I think that was about 190-something kilometers.
Nowhere near the wreck, and unfortunately, actually, I'm just watching the Sci fleet going over to the Vindicator wreck. I'm not even bothering watching these two ships die. I'm watching to make sure they get that shiny loot from a Vindicator.
And we've seen the Molus of Elistan also going for a boundary here. We're going to see how far he gets right now when he gets that MGD spool off. Then we're just going to have the Daredevil left on the Castabout side. And let's see where he ends up. 212.
I think the record's like 220, isn't it? So I don't think he's there yet.
And Castabouts just seen their kill mail for their Vindicator pop up on my kill feed. Thank you, Ezekiel. And Castabouts, let's see where your Daredevil can end. Look, he's also lining up for a fantastic MJD run here. Let's see if he can beat any record that we have here on TQ for boundary violations.
We can all hope and dream, but I think he's just burning straight to the boundary on his own. Oh no, he is pushing. You can do it.
Whoa, it's gonna be a close one. Looks like he turned off his MJD and he boundary 216 kilometers. Well, fantastic show here by Castabouts. Having some stylish finishes here to the end of the match. Unfortunately, I don't think any records broken. Just some skulls broken with that ham rush from Exodus here. But well done for Exodus on taking the win here. And with that, we'll be sending it back to the studio.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm going to go join.
Welcome to Eve Pandora. 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 Pandora.
Welcome back. Exodus taking that victory over Castabouts, who unfortunately exit Alliance Tournament 18, and they exit without the survival of their flagship Vindicator. A 12.8 billion is loss for them in a somewhat interesting comp. I'm joined on the desk by some new faces, CCP Swift and Jin Tan. CCP Swift, Lachesis. What's your thoughts on the Lachesis here?
Yes, Pandemic Legion are in a fantastic... No, the Lachesis is an interesting choice. We were talking about it. It's a lot of points. It has very strong dams. It's got scrams that can kind of screen off incoming DPS. I feel like this wasn't their main choice. Something that must have gotten banned in their comp, where they just took a Lachesis as a replacement, because it didn't really seem to synergize too much with the rest of their team. But props to Castabouts for taking their flagship, right? Your back's up against the wall. You're up against an incredibly good team, probably the best individually skilled pilot in the tournament in Wasa QC on the Exodus side. Just take your best ship and hope for the best.
Awesome. And they went up against this Nighthawk Ham Rush. Jintan, you had some thoughts on that.
Yeah, so this is the Ham Rush is the second most common comp that we've seen come out so far, and it's now sitting at 5 wins and 3 losses. It's only beaten in terms of winningness by the 2 battleship control comps that we've seen. A ton of teams bring their own little flavour of over the course of this tournament. And I think what this is really taking advantage of more than anything is the buff to the Navy Caracal and the Navy Osprey, which makes them way more survivable as a ham cruiser. It means for 7 points you can get, nearly kind of low-end battleship levels of DPS. You're looking at 700, 800 DPS off those vessels if you don't fit a damage control, and that just allows you to blow through your opponents so quickly.
Do you think in this case Castabouts could have done anything different to prevent themselves from being, quote, blown through so quickly, end quote?
Yeah, they could have picked better ships and, ships that would actually synergize with each other, rather than bringing a ship that is designed to stop your opponents from being able to project onto you with a ship that needs to be within docking range to do DPS in the Vindicator.
Yeah, we did see a Daredevil as well, CCP Swift. Not the most common Alliance Tournament ship, to be fair. What's your thoughts on the Daredevil here?
So the Daredevil's fairly expensive for a frigate for what it does. It does have a very, very strong web, which is probably what they were thinking about doing. I can imagine a scenario where the Daredevil goes up, grabs the opponent Logi, and just pins it down for a short period of time, enough for the rest of the support team to crush in on it. But it is at 4 points quite expensive for what you get. It's a very, very thin platform, moderate amount of DPS. You're just really just picking it for that 90% web.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool ship. I like the Daredevil. I've fed a few of them in my time.
It looks really zoomy as well, which is really fun.
And it does have nice pointy bits, and that's more important. Aesthetics is super important. I mean, this is a very aesthetic game. It's a wallpaper generator, I've been told by some people, especially with the new hangars. Now, let's look forward to our next match. And I've been told by the production team that we have some hard-hitting statistical analysis of this upcoming match between Hidden Leaf Ninja, Village Assassin Esports Squad, and Fancypants Alliance. So we can see here the Alliance logo coolness meter. I'm not sure what the scale is, but I can see that Fancypants are taking up there's lots of girth, lots of vertical girth here in these pants compared to Hidden Leaf Ninja, Village Assassin Esports Squad. CSP Swift, you agree with this analysis?
So Hidden Leaf, their logo is like normal pants, but the fancy pants, they're like the fancy pants. They're way up there.
They are quite fancy. They also seem to be quite tall for this individual here. Jin Tan, I've got some interesting fashion choices yourself here. Your pants are quite fancy. What do you think of this logo?
I think it represents what Fancypants is, which is 3 small people stacked on top of one another to give the impression of being a real adult.
Well, let's take a quick look at the bands here as they're already on the screen. So, Hidden Leaf, Ninja, Village, Assassin, Squad, Esports, Team, and the team is silent, banning out the Loki, Curse, Armageddon, Navy issue. Fancypants banning out Scimitar, Hyena, and Typhoon fleet issue. So they're seeing all those Mimitar ships in the Mimitar-sponsored tournament, and they're saying no thank you. CSB Swift, what does this say to you here?
I think they're making their bans because these ships currently don't have emblems on them yet, or at least they're not unlockable. So they're like, hey, we want to show our emblem in space, so let's just make sure we can. But no, for Fancypants, like you mentioned, the Mimitar ships are much cheaper. They want to make sure that those particular vessels are out of contention. or at least not nearly as versatile as the rest. And banning Navy-Geddon Curse, I think it's very smart to ban the Navy-Geddon. Right, you see a lot of teams practicing with it. These guys, these theory crafters, have only had really a week to play with it, so you're not really exactly sure what the capabilities are. So just get it out of that place. Just get it out. You don't want to see it, and it kind of screams to me that you want to do some sort of ham rush or a battlecruiser kind of rush, and you don't really want that control against you.
And what about yourself, Jintan? You've been looking through some of the stats so far for teams, what they've been fielding and so on. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious about this, about these bans from Fancypants. Scimitar is normally something that is aimed at the shield missile kite comp that has not really seen a great deal of success or even presence in this tournament. Obviously, the nerfs to the Cerberus and a few of the other hacks really taking it out of contention. The only thing you can do is maybe bring a Munit in instead, and that's not really going to do the job even close to as well. The Hyena and the Typhoon Fleet issue bans are very, very aimed towards Kingslayer, which is something that we have seen brought by a few relatively good teams, especially in this lower bracket, that got knocked down early into this lower bracket. I think they just don't want to see that, and we're probably going to see them bring some sort of T2 logistics, backing up something control-orientated. Both teams here, they're fighting for their tournament survival, and they're both teams that we think were relatively good coming into this.
Yeah, I think importantly as well, the Hidden Leaf team have lost their flagship. They lost to Bargas yesterday. Basilisk was very, very broken up about this immediately after the broadcast, cursing the loss of all of his virtual space money. CSP Swift, do you think it's going to be a really big deal not having that flagship here?
No, I think the Bargas flagship was a little bit of a bait anyways. So now that they've got it out of the way, you can't even bring it if you wanted to. So, it also has like a horrible win rate, right? So
that is true. It has
now
been
you can't lose with it, so you have to win without it. I think that's how logic works, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? I'm learning something new every day here with CCB Swift on the desk. Let's take a look at the team history actually for Hidden Leaf. God, I can't remember their name. It's so long. Okay, we'll look at the bands as well. And then, yeah, there we go. So we can see that they've played 5 matches in the Alliance tournament. 1 win, 4 losses. They did pretty well in the feeders, though, coming through the feeders to get into the tournament in the first place. And that was an absolute gauntlet. Those matches aren't included because they don't count because they're feeders. They're on Thunderdome. They are not real matches. The last time they had a win against Laserhawks and losing matches against Big Yikes yesterday when they lost their flagship, Localist Primary, Forsaken Empire, and Entropic Thunder. So some pretty reasonable teams in there. And of course, Baltrom, very experienced pilot on TQ and in Alliance tournaments. Meanwhile, let's look over at Fancypants and have a look at them. So Fancypants, 2 for 2. They've played 4 matches, 1-2, lost 2. 2-2 is usually a pretty good showing for a lot of teams. Many teams should be proud of that fact. They're hoping to see if they can make it 3-2 in this upcoming match. The last times they picked a couple of wins, it was against the Network, and what could possibly go wrong, which in that case was they lost. Last time they lost was against Brave yesterday. Brave, sneaky good perhaps this year, and Boundary Experts. Again, 2 very solid teams. Both teams are now in the arena, and we're just about ready to go over to them. CC Swift, who do you think is going to take this? Will the pants be fancy enough, or will the ninjas hide?
I usually don't like going with weebs, but I will go with Hidden Leaf crew. They've been hanging around Amawaki quite a bit in the faction warfare zone, so I think they're primed and ready to go.
And Jintan?
Fancypants were kind enough to let me scrim with them a couple of times over the run-up to this tournament, so I've got to tell them that they're definitely going to win, and if they don't, I'll be disappointed in them.
There you are. So, will Jintan be disappointed, or will CCP Swift's faith in the weebs prevail? Let's go to the arena and find out as we go to Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Esports Squad versus Fancypants Alliance.
And welcome back to the arena with Fancypants versus Hidden Leaf, bloody Scooty Squad, whatever, I don't know. But I must have done something good in the previous life because we have another Vindicator on grid versus a Sleipnir Hurricane Nighthawk comp. Really
People
good.
absolutely loving this Vendine Leshak combo right now. But we're seeing Hidden Leaf taking a lovely Griffin there. So the Griffin obviously going to be sporting the ECM and just flying around and being a little annoying little hassle there for the opposition here of Fancypants. But combination of the Jackdaw, we're going to obviously be seeing some E-War mids being used on that Jackdaw, I predict here. Most likely Sensor Dams being a lovely combination, just be together with ECM and Sensor Dams. So even if they are able to lock you, well, you know, they're not jammed, they might not be in range to lock you that time.
Indeed, it's going to be a very interesting match for sure. We've got Autocannon, Sleipnir, and Hurricane Fleet, and I can't tell they're the hams or heavies. Please double check for me.
We'll
But
indeed
either
take
way,
a look here, but
their
I am
entire
going to,
comp is
those
using it.
are
They've never done that.
hams that we have on the Nighthawk
Again,
right now.
Again! That's ham everything, by the way. It's ham Ultras, ham Caracal Navy. I mean, next they're going to be bringing a ham sandwich in. This is ridiculous.
I can confirm that. We have a full hammer setup here, with, well, except the Sleipnir, obviously, right now, with just having the lovely ACs there. And the Basilisk. I think this is the one, a few times we've seen a Basilisk being fielded here. People normally opting for a Simi, or even with the Rush, they normally coming with the Friglogy as well, or just cheap out on like an Osprey right now. So a very interesting choice that they've decided to sink these points into a T2 logistics cruiser, and it's the Basilisk at that. But the match is now underway.
I feel like we're going to see a repeat the last few times the Vindicator's been shown where it gets rushed down by a ham rush and removed in seconds. This time the team only has a Thalia and a Deacon to rep it. I get the feeling it's not going to be long for this world. As you can see, the team already burning in. What are they going for? Yep, Vindicator.
Vindicator and the Basilisk also getting a lot of pressure here on the Hidden Leaf side. Wondering what's really reaching out and touching it there. I think it's these Ogres right now, probably Beam Ogres that are harassing it right now. So he just needs to watch his transfers. So can't risk to really, you know, tunnel vision off on his reps. Needs to pay attention to where he is flying to just minimize his potential of getting hit by these turrets at long range.
Interesting, I think at the Sleipnir, and I think maybe one of the actually got kept off of the Vindicator, but the Vindicator is still dying remarkably fast. It does like a lot of DPS, even without the Sleipnir at 0. I think he's probably still in range to fire his regular ammo. So he's still going to be doing damage. And the Vindicator going down quick, as always now. My favorite ship is just getting removed from Eve at this point. This is sad. It's no longer Vindicator, it's Dead Decator, because it just keeps dying.
The Vindicator goes down. It is the punching bag of this Alliance tournament, folks. We just see it getting beaten time after time. The carrier is getting a bit of harassment there. I'm assuming the Jackdaw's applying some missiles there coming from Hidden Leaf onto that carries of Fancypants right now. Ogres, like you said, we're doing a good job of actually being screening ships on the same time, getting that Sleipnir. But the Sleipnir being ACs as well, and just Matari having a nice bonus to this fall of being able to reload into a varying array of ammo here. And we just see them just, even while it's being screened, just pumping into that Leshak and just shredding it into half armor right now.
Yeah, I feel like the Leshak, like, while it's a good ship, it needs a match to go longer, and it's just not happening for these things. They just keep getting ripped apart by ham rushes. I thought we were expecting to see ham rushes die off. They're getting stronger. They're multiplying.
I'm a bit wondering what the Sashimu of Katrina here on Fancypants doing. He looks like he's can't make his mind up if he wants to go for the Basilisk or if he wants to help with the Sleipnir, because it seems like he was trying to scare off that Basilisk for a while and then just kind of gave up and started coming back, and now he's changed his mind again and suddenly decided that the Basilisk is maybe a good idea, so he'll be going for that now.
I think he's as confused as the rest of this team. Like, their pants are great and all, but it's just not winning the match. If it was a fashion match, I think Jintan would probably win first, but I think Fancypants would have been second.
Well, we see that Shimo and the Orc Navy here going in. The second Orc Navy also coming in. They're going full in on that Basilisk now. So finally deciding to shut down this T2 Logi Cruiser. Basilisk having a ridiculous amount of high slots just for all those reps to just pump out. But he has all the damage on him right now. Having a few XLSB charges, but there is not a lot in the terms of rep drones to keep this Bassi alive.
Yeah, the Bassie's on a time limit. He will die reasonably soon, but he has done an incredible job for his team. He's kept all the DPS core alive while they've been destroying Fancypants' core. So at this point, he can die knowing he's done his job.
Fantastic job here. So, I mean, if this Bassi goes down, do you think Fancypants is going to be in a position to claw this back? They do still have a Nighthawk and a Sleipnir to contend with.
No. They get a Sleipnir or a Hurricane, or even like two of them could be dead, and they'd still be able to win this match, unfortunately. They just don't have the DPS required to break through this team.
I mean, this Bassi is doing a fantastic job of staying alive right now. It will be going down soon, unfortunately. That will mean Hidden Leaf, unfortunately, will be losing his ship, not having a clean sweep. But just once again, this just absolutely killer performance by this all-ham rush on ships you wouldn't normally expect them to be. Normally, we see things like the Orthurs, Osprey, Caracals, even in their faction variants, is going more for the rapid lights, as the Bassi finally does go down. But nice, refreshing rush, refresh to see this rush of the hams just all in.
It's making me hungry now. I want a ham sandwich. But looks like the Basilisk did go down, but the Augur has paid the price for that one. And yeah, the Ishimi and the Augur will die soon. And yeah, it's just not going well for this team.
Unfortunately not. Fancypants looks like they are on their way out the door. No one likes to wear pants when you're playing games at home, it seems. So say no to the pants. But I also just love seeing things like the Jaguar. That's normally something we don't see that much. Teams opting for more of the interdictors or the T3Ds, the tactical destroyers, on that kind of like light tackle screening side of things we see. But seeing assault frigates, we rarely see them these days. What are you feeling? Do assault frigates actually still have a place here right now, Wingnut?
You can never beat a Ram Jag. Ram Jags are disgustingly strong. And if you fit them for full tank and utility, they can just be near impossible to kill unless you fully focus them down. So the Jag's doing a great job here. It actually works very well with the team as well. He's fast, very tanky tackle. With the Basilisk, it's actually quite strong. So I actually quite like that pick, to be honest. It's very good. They've got a very good comp here. There's a lot of damage, some support mixed in. They've got really great tank with the Bassi, and even the E-War with the Griffin, and potentially the mids of the Jackdaw. It is a very strong comp.
I'm gonna say it probably was a bit annoying going up against that Griffin. You never know what happens with RNG, unfortunately. We can just watch the control bars and try and think what's happening, but I'm gonna assume some people were probably smashing a bit of keyboards here, unfortunately. We do see the Pontifex of I was trying to go for the boundary right now. The Ram Jag is coming on him. Looks like he'll be tackling him, denying him the honor boundary. Oh, no, he does actually get the boundary. Maybe the Jag follows. Maybe the Orthros does. We'll see, but that will actually be the end of this match of Hidden Leaf taking a comfortable win here right now over Fancypants Alliance, only losing the Basilisk in the mix here. And with that, we'll be sending it back to the studio.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crash. I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that canvas, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down. I've not been able to look at single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Hidden Leaf taking that victory there over Fancypants Alliance, who sadly crash out of Alliance Tournament 18. They are no more in the tournament. That's a bit unfortunate for them. CCP Swift, how was that match for you?
It was pretty much what we expected when we saw the ships land on grid. That really strong battlecruiser rush comp going up against the Fancypants team. I think it's one of those matches where Hidden Leaf were just very, very confident in their comp, and their execution just looked really, really smooth. They played everything perfectly. Everyone was always in the right positions, made the right target calls, melted that first ship really fast, and then it was just smooth sailing.
And Jintan, what about you? Any reflections on that last match there?
Yeah, just it's another thing we're actually seeing quite a lot of, which is Vindicators coming in. You know, you expect a Vindicator to do really well in a close range fight where your opponents aren't going to be running away from you, and then it just completely eating it within the first 30 to 60 seconds of a match. It absolutely got, you know, taken to Pound Town by that ham sandwich comp from Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports
team. The team is silent technically. CCP Swift, during that match, you actually started talking to me about win conditions. What is a win condition? What do we mean when we talk about that?
So a win condition is essentially like when you have two comps on field, the one thing you can do to get yourself back in the game. And Fancypants, they identified, hey, if we've got a chance in this, we've got to kill that Basilisk. We've got to kill the Hidden Leaf logistics, and then we can start working down the bottom end. And maybe that's our way to keep it alive. And that's exactly what they did. Unfortunately, Hidden Leaf were just way too composed, and they were actually very good at keeping their Bassi alive. The positioning of the pilot himself, just the comp being able to support the Basilisk, all worked in their favor.
How easy is it to determine these win conditions when you warp in and you see what's on grid? Like, is that discussion has to happen really quickly? Like, sometimes is it like not obvious? Like, how does it go?
Against a good comp, it's not obvious. That's when you're designing a team, you don't want your like linchpin weak point to be very obvious. So this all comes down to practice. I'm sure these teams have practiced and skirmed against these types of setups, so they knew instantly which one to go for. They didn't have to debate it. They didn't have to hold like a small council and like, you know, do a straw poll or something like that. No, they knew like, oh, we got to kill this thing. Let's go. And that's why the practice. That's why these teams practice for like hundreds of hours.
I'd love to see like Twitch does Alliance tournament, like pick comp by Twitch voting. I'm sure it would be absolute garbage, and probably would lose, but it'd be fun. Jintan, you were speaking during that match about the damp war between the carries and the jackdaw that we saw. Explain that to me, please.
So the damp war is something that's going to be very important, especially as we get into later matches where we're going to see teams go up against one another that are both using comps which have a heavy amount of damp ships. And what we mean by the damp war is, as damps are something that, unlike ECM, where if you jam someone, you can counter jam them back, and then you're just locked into, you know, both running all your RNG on one another. Damps can lock out your opponent from being able to damp you back. So if you're able to get lock first, or you have some form of resistance against damps, you can stop your opponents from being able to apply them back to you and force them onto a bad target. And that's something we saw really have a massive impact in that game. The Jackdaw from Hidden Leaf Village was able to damp out their opponents. Was it the carries or a Maulus? I can't quite remember right now.
I think it was the carries.
Thank you. And because of its E-Wall resistance, it wasn't able to damp it back, and as such, it was forced to damp the Sleipnir, which was in the middle of the comp, and therefore those damps did absolutely nothing to impact what the Sleipnir was doing, effectively making those 5 points of the carries completely useless in the match.
Yeah, CCP Swift, we saw a lot of different effects on the UI, all on top of that Sleipnir. When the team warps in, does everyone just go for the primary, or like how does that kind of all work?
They shouldn't. But sometimes you do need to have a lot of effects on your primary. Like the worst thing you can do is like that cool guy doesn't look at explosions type thing. We're like, oh, this guy's dead. I'm going to swap over to the other guy. And then he lives. And so all that work was for nothing. So sometimes overcommitting is much better than undercommitting.
Yeah, getting that level of commitment just right can be very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And it could be the thing that separates like the good teams and the less good teams. I know a lot of the teams that I've experienced over the years, they will have someone whose job is to call out like assigning damps, and that can take quite a long time for some teams to sit there and assign the damps on every single match for every single team that they're flying against. Other teams are much snappier getting things done, but that person assigning damps might not be the primary target caller or shot caller because they're trying to work on the actual strategy for the match itself. They've offloaded that particular part to someone on their team, so it's a whole team effort.
What's really cool now is you can have a sound spotter now, because now each turret has its own audio effect. So instead of everyone like looking at the ships trying to figure out what guns they have fit, you could have a guy who's getting shot at usually say, oh, I'm getting shot at by an artillery. Let's move the damps over there to force them to come in closer.
There you are. That's some next level wrinkly brain tactics right there from CCP Swift. I didn't even know that, to be fair. That's pretty cool.
I came in with Uprising.
There you go. Uprising, another great thing. Sounds have changed. Let's look at our next match, because that was our last elimination match. For now, we will come back to the elimination bracket later on in the day, but our next series of matches are all going to be in the winners bracket. So these are teams that haven't dropped a match at all yet. They are undefeated. And the first of those matches is going to be Truth, Honor, Light versus Arrival. So let's see what they've chosen to ban. So Arrival banning out the Ishtar, the Orthrus, and the Executor Navy. Meanwhile, Truth, Honor, Light banning out the Deacon, the Nighthawk, and the Hurricane fleet issue. CCP Swift, what do you make of these bans here?
Well, it's a Truth, Honor, Light. Probably don't want to see a bunch of battlecruiser spam thrown at them. they also probably just want to play a few mind games. When you're one of the top teams in the tournament, you do have a massive advantage and a massive disadvantage, right? You always see your opponent's best comp because you have this massive target on your back. At the same time, a lot of teams will kind of look to your lead and try and follow it. You are the trendsetter of the tournament in terms of meta, so they will try and emulate what you're doing. So you can really set the tone week after week, and that gives you a big advantage. But, getting rid of this Nighthawk, getting rid of this Hurricane, it makes a few comps, especially maybe they know a rival really like this Hurricane fleet issue, but it reduces some incoming damage and maybe forces the rival team a little bit out of their comfort zone. I also really like the Deacon ban because, as we mentioned a lot, taking 2 Thalias would be 12 points, which makes absolutely no sense. So you're really basically saying you can't take Armor Frigate Logistics. So bring me something Shield, which can't really take too much because now the Nighthawk and Hurricane Fleet issue are out, or bring like a Guardian or an Oneros.
So CC Swift, if you're a team like Truth on a Light, it's a fair assumption that you're going to make a deep run into the tournament. You're aiming for a win, really.
Yeah.
What's the thought process for not bringing your best comp? Because as you just said, that teams are going to be bringing what they think is their best comp against you, but you probably want to get further into the tournament before you start to reveal things.
Yeah.
How does that kind of balance work?
So generally what you do is you take a team, you skirm against it, and you try and set it as your baseline team. So you throw out any team as your main archetype. If it loses to anything, that generally people will be flying on the first weekend. And then once you have that perfect team, you just run that first weekend time after time and don't show anything new. Then in the second weekend, when you show your really, really strong teams, people have at most a day to react to you. So that's generally the strategy when you're talking about these top elite teams. Hydra, who knows what they're going to do, or at least Truth, Honor, Light, who knows what they're going to do. They're very unpredictable, very, very strong, not only in individual piloting, but also in theory crafting.
Yeah, we've seen over the last couple of years, getting into the last weekend, and then Hydra last year, Vidra the 2 years before, they'd been flying something all tournament, and then suddenly, last day, this whole complete new setup that no one had seen, and then everyone started trying to copy it, but with no time to really prep it, no time to really test it, and really understand how that individual comp executes. So I'm always super excited to see what happens, especially with teams like Truth on a Light. They're going up against a rival. A rival are not a bad team at all. They have upset some strong teams in the past, including Hydra, I believe, have been upset by a rival under the Weekend Warrior guys, I think, or perhaps I'm thinking of Templis, but I'm sure a rival have upset one of the what we consider the top tier teams in the past. So I think Hydra will have to be, Truth on a Light, are going to have to be somewhat careful. You can't just underestimate a team. Jintan, we've seen before teams that think they're super good, they underestimate someone and then they get upset. Do you think that might happen here, or do you think Truth on a Light are going to be cool composed?
Yeah, that's something we've seen happen in previous tournaments. Obviously, Tempest CALSF very famously upsetting them in their first match in an Octodad mirror of the first game, which was incredible. We never saw that comp again until the final weekend of that tournament. I'm really interested to see what a rival bring here, though. Their bans are really unorthodox, banning out the Ishtar, banning out the Orthrus. The Ishtar is a ship we have seen effectively nothing of so far in this tournament. The Orthrus is something that's a little replaceable. The Navy Osprey and the Navy Caracal can be used instead of it quite easily. And they have shown in the Anger Games, for example, that they can bring really unorthodox setups, modify them to what they expect their opponents to bring, and execute really well with it. Basically piloting a 2 Varga comp all the way to relatively high placing in that tournament. So we'll probably see them bring out something a little spicy here, or at least that's my hope.
Hope for spice. CCP Swift, do you hope for spice as well?
Spice is good. I like it. Yeah.
There we are. I'm going to check what you guys out in Twitch land think as well. So 11% of you voting for Arrival, 89% going for Truth on a Light. So
that's such a good value bet.
It is a good value bet. CCP Swift, are you going to put your Twitch points on Arrival here?
I didn't bring my phone because I thought that would be very rude and also potentially give me an advantage. So no, I can't. But in spirit, I will bet my now 78,000 points. Thank you, PL and Exodus. I'd put a portion of that on Arrival. Makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to be like Misty and say, put all your points on this 100 to 1 underdog, you'll be a gajillionaire. No, just put like 500 points on there. What could go wrong?
There you are. So let's go to the arena now and find out if those points are going to be completely wasted or if they're going to be multiplied in value as we go for Truth on a Light versus Arrival.
And welcome back to the arena, and we are seeing the missiles I always expect to see. This is a Fly Killer comp from the the team with the Bargus. Honestly, they brought pancakes with Fly Killer. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Navy Armageddon from Arrival now showing up.
Yeah, that's the Truth on Your Life coming back with the Fly Killer comp with the Jackdaws, and we're seeing the Osprey Navies actually not being hams this time, but yeah, seeing a single Armageddon Navy issue on the grid. Let's hope they can play it effectively. They're actually putting lasers onto this Armageddon Navy issues. Most teams have been opting to do rapid heavies on them, trying to just, mix all the bonuses in there. So let's see if they just don't spread themselves too thin on this Armageddon Navy issue. But we might be seeing another issue that they run into here for Arrival side that the team earlier did as well with the Armageddon Navy issues. We've seen a drone comp here. Armageddon Navy issue, EOS, Myrmidon, but they're flying on Arneros. Not a lot of logistics bots that will be able to assist at Arneros if they're going for DPS bots.
Indeed, and also they're versing a comp which is also known to be quite fast, which will be outrunning their drones a lot of the time. So it's going to be a very hard time applying damage with drones. They're going to have to rely on their tackle to hold something down long enough to get drones on top and start destroying something.
And we do have the match underway. Drones are being launched. We've seen the Sentry drones come out here from the Armageddon Navy issue. He's kind of just sitting there right now. Some more Sentries also coming out from the EOS. Yes, there we go. So Sentries, going for Sentries out, but the first damage is really coming onto the Neros of Howling Wind.
Yeah, so both teams are going for the Logi trade off the bat. Onuris is getting hurt really quickly. The Lodge Spray is being hurt, but a lot slower pace for sure. I haven't even seen him fire his XLASB yet.
Some guidance disruptors coming out onto the Bargas, onto the enemy side of Truth on the Light there. Gonna assume it's coming from the Myrmidon and the EOS here, using those mid slots for some E-War. Hopefully that Onuris can run in a way to just mitigate some of the damage that these Bargas are doing, but there will be some rapid light clips still pumping into the end there right now.
The Onuris has kept running. He's trying to play it safe, but in doing so, the Confessor has died and the Hecate is about to follow him. He's run so far away, he cannot support his team for the next minute. And you can just see 2 ships dead. I bet the Cyber Fleet or the Skybreaker will be next and just get deleted in seconds. That is the worry when you run too far.
It's an unfortunate actually combination of the Onuris going one way and the Hecate and the Confessor going the other way, and just good catch there actually by Truth on the Light just to spot that range discrepancy there and just not empty their entire clip on Onuris that's running away, but just to quickly finish off some clips into some lighter stuff as they're doing right now for the Cyber Fleet issue as well as the Onuris comes creeping back.
You see, the Osprey is about to potentially go down, but in return, they have now lost pretty much the majority of their Sackle Wing. They've got a Skybreaker, and that's about it. And now they got the Osprey. The Org Navies are pretty good, but they are not as fast as the ships they've lost, and that's going to potentially hurt them here.
We're seeing Truth on the Light actually getting onto the Soneros right now. They're staying in range. Looks like they just come off a reloads, and they're going to be pumping back into the Soneros right now. So he looked quite comfortable for a moment, but it was actually just the reload giving him a bit of a breather there as he's going to structure and will be going down soon. And they're probably going to then finish off the rest of the clips into Cyber Fleet issue right now. Osprey Navy issue of Ferox on the Truth on the Light side. Looks like some XLSB charges keeping him up as the Soneros goes down for Arrival.
Yep. It'll be XLSB or LSB, either way. And the Cyber Fleet has survived, and unfortunately, the Onuris did go down. So all the effort that's Howling did to try and stay alive, unfortunately, has, not really gone away, but has definitely not been as good as we would have hoped for it. Cyber Fleet goes down. Osprey Navy's now in hull. He's about to pop. And then what's the next
I don't feel these sentries for Arrival have been done much. They're just kind of sitting there in the center, being an easy kind of anchor point to just hide around. That Arneros would have done a lot better if a Redbot Cloud was keeping him up, especially considering the reloads that happened there. For a long time, that Arneros was just sitting with no damage onto him, and that all of that time could have been used to just, even just 2 waves of Redbots, just get him back up to full HP, buy him as much time as he needs. But again, people making the sacrifice here, going for these.
He's buying as much time as he can by running as fast as he can. Oh, no.
No? Things have some difficulties, but yeah, we're just going to keep going here as the game is still underway. Caracal, like you say, getting picked on that, still taking advantage to run away. Caracal can run into an issue of Capacitor right now while he's being shot. Ogre Navy issue does go down, both a Capacitor just being a T1 little cruiser right now, running an Invul, Shield Invul, and the MWD constantly. You can run into some good Capacitor issues here, so you normally have to juggle them as a pilot that's going to be constantly kiting, but he does eventually go down, just getting pummeled there in the face.
He bought more than enough time there. The opposing team chased him all around the arena, and now they've killed him. Look where the opposing team is. They're pretty much the opposite side of the arena from where he died. They're all below actually the comp at the moment, and they're kind of just chilling, going for the second Augur Navy.
Very interesting. Actually, if I'm looking at this Armageddon Navy issue, sure, he does have turret, but it looks like he actually has some rapid lights on him as well.
Who?
The Armageddon Navy issue, if I'm looking at these things correctly, he has some weird mix of turrets happening here right now.
He does have
Very
a weird mix
interesting.
of turrets. What in the world? Okay.
People doing some really funny choices for the Armageddon Navy issues here right now as the last Augur Navy issue goes down, leaving the tanky boys of the Myrmidon and the EOS alive for a rival side. Truth on the Light doing a fantastic job of just cutting here, showing that even if it's not hams, if it's just the classic rapid lights cutting fly killer setup, still a lot of potential to just do a lot of damage here right now.
I'm just kind of trying to figure out what in the bloody hell those weapons are. One looks like autocannons, the other one I swear is lasers. I'm very confused by that Geddon Navy. Not that particularly matters. His team is being pulled apart. But looks like they've got a Caracal Navy being pressured, but he's so far away, he's just not going to die.
And we just also do want to confirm here, the flagship is being thrown by Truth Honor Light of Dexter Deo in the Barghast right now. So we will be seeing a Barghast flagship actually taking a victory here quite comfortably. But it seems like...
And not dying, yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't take one Barghast, you should take two.
Yeah, Twin Barghast provides a lot of speed and application as well. They're very useful ships. And the damage they provide is beautiful. Problem is, if you try and bring Barg with something else, everything else is pretty much slower than the Barg.
Well, it's a pretty good choice not to go for the armor Torque Barg, I suppose, with 0 application bonuses. But we're going to see Truth on the Light maybe lose another Caracal Navy issue here. The Armageddon Navy issue still able to do some application here right now. Although it seems like he sunk his teeth into the Barghast of Dexter there. Maybe he's hoping he could get a flagship kill by himself here with the Osprey off grid. That would be quite hilarious with a Truth Honor securing this win right now, but still losing a flagship, actually.
I don't see it happening, but in my heart of hearts, I would love to see it happen because that would just be the funniest FU as they leave. Just you may have pushed in the losers bracket, but we'll take your flagship with us.
Yeah, so we have the Armageddon Navy issue absolutely cities sunk his teeth here into the flagship Barghast. That's going to be newts, that's going to be drones, that's going to be weapon systems of lasers and whatever that other turret is. I still cannot figure out for the life of me what that thing is.
I swear that's autocannons and lasers. I swear. I'm sorry I can't be 100% correct for you guys, but that looks like autocannons and lasers, and I don't know why.
But I still think the flagship Barghast will be living to win here right now. But I'm just fantastic to see 2 pancakes on grid. You know, it's always better when you can share with your friends just all the fun that you have in those high slots. But Arrival, do you think they even had a chance against this Cuddy comp?
Honestly, no. Honestly, while the sentry drones seem not the best option, they are the one that doesn't have to chase enemies down. They can just shoot. Whereas if they brought heavies or mediums, they'd be chasing these Ospreys and Orthruses all the way around the arena. And by the looks of it, apparently those are actually just 800s and maybe 650s on the Armageddon Navy. So no lasers. It's all autocannons. So fair enough.
I am utterly confused by these weapon systems.
No, mine it changed again. That's actually lasers. Unfortunately, I don't know large lasers. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay,
I can't be correct on this.
There are definitely lasers there. I saw lasers. We're gonna commit to the lasers here. But I'm just thinking, you know, people just keep making this mistake with these drone comps where, you know, I feel like if you're not gonna have the logistic spots to support your solo logi, you should be looking more at a frig logi standpoint, because frig logi can always cover each other's backs. But when you're just taking a T2 logi, you're not bringing a lot in the terms of E-War. I think they only had 1 or 2 guidance disruptors going out onto the enemy Barghast. You kind of just, you know, abandoning your logi to whatever happens. You're not screening for them, you're not doing E-War for them, you're not giving them any form of support in rep bots. You're just leaving them out there to die on their own, and it's not just them dying on their own. That's a lot of points you're losing, and then you're losing all of your support.
Honestly, I don't think there's any amount of support they could have brought to keep that Nearest alive against this comp, but Geddon Navy's about to die, unfortunately. Arrival will be in the losers bracket after this, but this will be their first loss today. And with that, we'll go back to the studio and see what they think.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Truth, Honor, Light going 2-0 in Alliance Tournament 18 as they knock Arrival down to 1-1 and into the elimination bracket. We will see Arrival again later, and we will of course see Truth, Honor, Light again later as they continue through the upper bracket on their way to, hopefully for them, a finals appearance. They're wanting to go 2 in a row, obviously winning under Hydra Reloaded last year, seeing if they can go get that second victory this time as Truth, Honor, Light. Jintan, during that match, you were talking a bit about the piloting of Truth, Honor, Light Captain Dexter in that flagship Barghest, and you were praising it. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so Dexter actually, he had to deal with quite a lot of pressure in that match in terms of what Arrival were throwing at him. They put 2-3 cruisers just burning straight at him, trying to lock down that flagship so that they could take it off the grid. And then, Arrival were probably hoping, hey, even if we lose, we can take out the Hydra flagship. Considering we get matched with them every single bracket, we might as well do that and take some glory, if nothing else, home. But Dexter was able to evade 2 of them. He managed to newt off the final one, get that scram dropped, and then reactivate his MWD quickly enough to not get properly caught. At the end of the match, he just sat around, let the Armageddon Navy issue wail on him, knowing full well that he had enough tank to survive from that point. But yeah, it was really good positional awareness, really good piloting, and that's probably the reason why he's one of the first Barghest flagship pilots to actually win his match, as opposed to all the other teams that have brought them.
Exactly, well done to him. And Arrival did pretty well, actually. I mean, this is potentially one of the best teams in the tournament, Truth, Honor, Light. And Arrival going up against them, a tough match. They won the Logi trade at the start. They did really, really well, and it just it wasn't quite enough, basically, to pull out a W here. We talk about Logi trades a couple of times, CCP Swift. What do we mean, and why can that be important?
So Logi trade is exactly what it sounds like. It's one of these great things that I get nice little softballs you lob to me. It's where you trade your logistic ships. Get it? You guys get it?
Collectible cards?
No, not like pocket monsters or digital monsters. Just trade in terms of kills, right? So a lot of these teams, they recognize as the match goes on, if I don't have overwhelming damage, if the other team has a Logi, and I lose like 1 or 2 of my DPS ships, I've got no chance of killing anything. So when I've got max damage, I want to go for that Logi. And that's what both teams did. Arrival did this through Sentries, trying to go after Lucas Kwan. Lucas Kwan, probably the most seasoned logistics pilot in the game in terms of Alliance Tournament right now. A pilot has 5 gold medals for the Alliance Tournament, used to be on the PL team, used to fly Logi in skirmishes all the time. So he survived just long enough. Well, his team probably was going to win anyways, but survived just long enough and just was able to get away from the incoming damage enough. But even though he died in his Tech 1 Osprey, the Tech 2 Oneros died very shortly thereafter on Arrival. So really good piloting by Lucas there. He can always come back to the PL team. That would always be very welcomed. You can come home anytime you want, Lucas. Yeah. I'm not trying to actively recruit good pilots, but if you just come, it'll be great.
There you are. In the words of CC Swift, just come.
Okay. Let's not clip that.
Jintan, what do you think we're going to see next time from Truth, Honor, Light? So they've used 2 separate comps now. You were saying that perhaps we wouldn't see 2 separate comps, and CCP Swift was saying that's what a good team should do, just keep 1 comp for the whole first weekend. Do you think the next match for Truth, Honor, Light we will see one of the 2 comps or something new entirely?
Well, I think the next match they'll play is actually next weekend. Going 2-0 up means that they don't have to play again today. They don't have any threat of elimination against them. But that said, I expect we'll probably see another variant of their max threat projection comp that we saw on that first match that they played, taking advantage of the recently buffed Navy Execuras and a bunch of other long-range turret platforms to just control the space on the grid, use their individual piloting to make sure that they have really good, they're landing really good hits and just crushing your opponent's support wing.
Awesome. So let's take a moment and just check in with CCP Rax on heraldry and the cool new stuff on ships.
Players' identity in New Eden is important to them. What they want to do is they want to showcase off who they belong to, a corporation or alliance, and being able to kind of go proudly into a fight with other players. The first thing that we are releasing are emblems. Emblems allow them to put their corporation and alliance logos on ship and kind of fly in fleet formation into these battles. Down the line, kind of what we are hoping to achieve with heraldry is that we want to enable players to do more to kind of sculpt their identity within New Eden in a better way. At release, players will be able to acquire emblems for around 100 ships, and then over time we will gradually be seeding more ship hulls into the game.
CCP Rax there with heraldry and emblems. They look super cool. I'm looking forward to getting some of these on my ships. I've not had a chance to get out yet and redeem do the missions and get the points. These people are shaking your head at me, but we've been busy setting up the giant video wall and things.
Sure, like, I'm hosting the Alliance tournament. I can't do stuff.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. So I'm hoping to get some really cool skins and really cool heraldry and emblems very, very shortly. But in the meantime, we have to go back to work and we have to talk about our next match, which is the Tuskers Co. versus Polaris Mercenary Alliance. So let's take a look at the bans for that match coming up. Here we are. So the Tuskers Co. banning out the Deacon, Natalia, and the Jackdaw. So they really don't want to see the logistics frigates here for armor. And Polaris Mercenary Alliance banning out the Barghest, the Curse, and the Scimitar. Jintan, we've seen teams ban out one of Deacon and Talia to kind of almost ban out both because of the points inflation rule. Tuskers banning out both here. What do you think about that?
I think that's a really targeted ban towards the 2 battleship control comp. That's something where the top end, you can vary it. You can use Lashaks, you can use Navy Armageddons, you can use all sorts of different things to replace the very upper end echelon of it. But the Deacon and Thalia are so important because without those ships, you don't have either enough reps or enough points to make the composition work. It doesn't really work with a Neuros or anything similar. That said, Polaris do have the option of going for a T1 logistics in that style of comp and maybe trying to make that work.
Yeah, that would be super interesting. CCP Swift, looking at what Polaris have banned here, do you think we might see something like that?
It's possible. I do like the Polaris Mercenary bans. They're just like, get rid of the good stuff. Like, I don't want to see a Barghest, don't want to see a Curse, don't want to see a Simi. Just get out of here, good stuff. They're not really giving away too much about what they want to take, but they are definitely saying, I don't want to see these top-tier ships.
Yeah, the Barghest, a very powerful ship. It was even more powerful last year, of course, it was underpointed. This year, a lot of that power has kind of crept forward. It's still super, super good. And we see that the number of teams bringing it as their flagship, even though it's not discounted. Last year, I remember people complained last year because they were like, oh, the Barghest, we can't bring our flagship Balgorns anymore, our flagship Lashaks. Oh, no, we can't bring those. And they're with the Barghest now. I think we looked at it and said it's the lowest EHP flagships, basically, that we'd ever seen. And a number of teams have discovered just how low that EHP can go this tournament, feeding a bunch of them, which is rather unfortunate for them. But it's time to go to the arena and find out who's going to win between the Tuskers Co. and Polaris Mercenary Alliance as we go check in with the boys in the booth.
Hello, this is Alexei Card here with Moderator, and we have the Tuskers with a very cool double Navy Scorp comp with a Fleet Typhoon going for a triple battleship with a Vulture command ship for Lynx. A very bold setup, kind of forced into these Tech 1 frigates here by the bans. Moderator, what do we have for Polaris Mercenary Alliance?
Yeah, we've seen not this comp before in the feeder, certainly. Armageddon Navy, Duo, Tempest, and then an Oracle, Executor Navy, an Augurer, Pontifex, and a Mauler, and then the Navitas and the Inquisitor. Interestingly enough, both teams choosing to use those Tech 1 logistics frigates, wanting to get more points in to their high end, really. And I mean, we've seen, time and time again, those frigates do not last long compared to their 2-2 counterparts.
Nope, they are quite squishy, but they can put out the reps. If they're entirely ignored, they could be a difference maker here. That said, as soon as either side looks at them, they're probably going to get shredded. I think in terms of advantage here, probably Tuskers a little bit more application onto small targets. Maybe that'll come into play. They plan to see Tech 1 logistic frigates, and so they brought a bit of a thicker low end and some application with the Fleet Typhoon.
Yeah, of note, that Fleet Typhoon and Scorpion Navy issue are fit with cruises, not rapid heavies. So they will be very happy to kite away with the rest of their composition and just keep slamming into that high end. I mean, those missiles will apply nearly perfectly to, the Executor Navy and anything greater.
And we're off. We see damage spread throughout the Polaris team. What are they trying to accomplish there? It doesn't seem like they've picked any targets.
That might be some damage from the Stormbringer, but it looks like the Oracle is going to be their primary. It makes a lot of sense. You would want to paint that. It does, the highest combination of projection while also having really no meaningful tank relative to the, battleship counterparts.
Indeed, it does go down. Meanwhile, it seems like Polaris is targeting Vildmaromi's Typhoon fleet issue. The Exeter Navy issue now under fire from the Tuskers. It's going down quite rapidly, and it seems like the Stormbreaker damage has slowed down considerably. They're definitely trying to focus in on the damage dealing potential of Polaris by going for their thinnest tanked ships.
Yeah, interesting that Vulture is not at all tackled. You would think he might be, given that the Executor Navy and the Augur Navy are right on top of him. We've seen Shield Augur Navies be fit rather paper tank. This one is fit more bricky with, an armor instead. And it's going to go down before they really get too much damage on that Vulture now that JJ Yakin is finally tackled.
Yeah, we're seeing the logistics frigates here quite far from the fighting. The the Tuskers low end is now parking on them, but they are out of range to rep the top end. So they've been completely isolated and taken out of this match, and soon they'll be taken out of this match more formally as their hit points drop to 0. First beginning with this Navitas, the Inquisitor's sure to follow. That's a huge impact, moderator. Meanwhile, the Bantam Burst still alive.
Yeah, we see that the Flycatcher and the Jaguar from Tuskers decided to just, get away from the rest of the Polaris team, and they just dove for the back line, decided to pick off those frigates. And I mean, it makes sense. The Jaguar and the Flycatcher all do a significant amount of damage, and they're probably more useful getting rid of those frigology instead of going after the main targets. Speaking of, JJ Yakin continuing to dip a little bit lower into shield.
Yeah, they must be listening to the broadcast mod because they have reoriented themselves into killing that Vulture. Now one of the Tech 1 logistics frigates on Tuskers goes down, immediately evaporated. They've lost a Pontifex in trade. That's a great trade for Tuskers as they just want to hang on to this advantage here. But if they lose that Vulture, that's a significant chunk of their damage. It's also Link's gone. We could see some impact from that.
So Tuskers is in a pretty comfortable spot. That said, even with the Vulture getting rather low, the Bantam by himself won't be able to keep that up. But I'm pretty happy having a Typhoon fleet and a Scorp Navy with cruisers, even against 3 battleships. You're going to be able to just run away from them, being shield versus armor, and project across the arena with cruises.
Yeah, Tusker said it was a very comfortable position here, but it's worth saying that all of Polaris's top end is still alive. They've got Mauler Augur Navy issue for tackle and some damage, and 3 battleships. Their Tempest fleet issue is taking a severe beating right now, getting into about half armor. He is currently bearing the brunt of the aggression from the Tuskers team. However, he's hanging in there. He's starting to rep it up a little bit. They're having trouble applying meaningful damage back, which is a troubling sign. But these Armageddon Navy issues, they've got damage, they've got newts. They're still a threat.
Yeah, they're still threatening. We see that the Augur Navy issue of Isk Raider is on top of a Toaster M2 Scorpion Navy, and the Armageddons are trying to close. I think Light Heaven will fall pretty soon, but Toaster MZ is going to be in an uncomfortable position now that the links are pretty meaningfully gone. Stu Miner's going in for a screen, but it's probably going to be too late.
Yeah, these Scorpion Navy issues extremely thickly tanked. They get a tank bonus, lots of mid slots. Clearly, Tuskers has decided to put those mid slots toward making them as beefy as possible. Probably not active tanked from the look of it. They're just, or if they are, it's slight. They're just gigantic bullet sponges, and right now they are soaking up and absorbing all of the laser damage from these Geta Navies, from the Aug Navy, the Mauler, and they're not thinking much of it. He's sitting comfortably at half shield, ticking up ever so slightly from the reps from the Bantam. Meanwhile, the Geta Navy issue of Casimir is dropping steadily.
Yeah, I mean, Casimir is going to be getting full application from those cruises. If you look at the attack bars right now, Tuskers has been outperforming Polaris for some time. So, unfortunately for Polaris, their defense bar is about to drop even further as Casimir drops into hull.
And that is a significant chunk of their damage. It's a significant chunk of their control. And as you mentioned, a significant chunk of their remaining team hit points. Where will Tuskers go next? What's their next logical target here?
So now that Toaster is down into hull, I could see one of two things happening. Either you continue to apply damage to the next battleship, or you try to kill the Augur Navy and the Mauler that is screening. Tuskers clearly has chosen to go for the Armageddon Navy issue, which I personally think is the right call. That Typhoon Fleet issue should be able to outrun all but the Aug Navy. And even if the Aug Navy does eventually catch up, we still have the Jaguar and the Flycatcher, the Stormbringers, to really screen for that TFI.
Right now, it appears like the Mauler and the Aug Navy have paired up and they're attempting to chase down the Typhoon Fleet issue. That is a tall order. They're quite far away from it, and it seems to be quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, Typhoon Fleet issues, still a battleship, but he's moving along under full MWD at, maybe 1.2, 1.3. And the Flycatcher of Cosmo is starting to get in close to that Armageddon Navy issue, just goes for what looks like maybe a bit of a drive-by, but not anymore.
Typhoon Fleet issue has turned now, allowing the Aug Navy to get within strike range. Will it scram?
Yeah, I think it probably will scram. We see that Small Pay is running a bit of an active tank, possibly from an ancillary shield repper, or armor repper rather. But I mean, look how far the Armageddon and the TFI are away. He's probably not going to catch up before he goes down.
No, it's not even close. The Geta Navy is dropping steadily. He is attempting to rep. If he's likely ancillary repped, as you mentioned, those charges are, if they're not gone now, they will be shortly. So it's just a matter of time. His rep power is greatly diminished. His hit points close to zero. He'll start bleeding structure even if he reps, as he
Yeah, we
dips
see.
into pretty much 0% armor any second now. Meanwhile, it seems they're putting a little advanced damage into the Aug Navy. That could be just ships that can't hit the Geddon from their current position.
Yeah, the Aug Navy is currently getting shot at by the Stormbringer and what appears to be. He is actually getting on top of the Typhoon Fleet issue. The Mauler is getting pretty close as well. But, I mean, that Fleet Typhoon's moving at 2.1, 2.2. That's probably overheated, just, being able to pull range and continuing to pull out what looks like another victory as Small Pay goes down.
Just showing off at this point. Now, the Mauler and Aug Navy, two of the tankier cruisers in the game, it will take a relatively long time to kill them, but they don't really have the stopping power to kill any of these battleships. If they catch one of the smaller ships, one of the frigates, the destroyers, maybe even the Stormbringer, it's conceivable they could punch through it. But at this stage of the match, they're just going to get controlled and corralled with all of this tackle that's still alive on the Tuskers team and just hold them down and make them easy pickings for the Typhoon Fleet and the Scorp Navy. You can see them trying to fight back a little bit with this Jaguar currently going down to about half shields, but Stu Miner is in a very comfortable position as the Mauler goes down.
Yeah, I mean, even if Polaris did manage to catch something, they're down all of 52 points with a minute left. Iskrater going to be going down all of the drones, all of the missiles even on top of him. just pushing him through. I want to give a shout out to Jason Orzan. Everyone spamming squids in chat. Keep doing that. We like to see, teams picking favorites. But let's see who the death favorite was in that match.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
The Tuskers they're taking the victory over Polaris Mercenary Alliance in a pretty convincing win. Some interesting play from both sides there, but the Tuskers coming away with the all-important dub in the tournament. Of note, the Tuskers lost a Vulture during that fight, a command ship. Of course, it cannot be very expensive because of the rules being you have to fly Tech 2, you cannot fly Faction and things like that, which is nice. It means you can't lose super expensive ships, apart from flagships. However, if you happen to be carrying around 6 Skirmish Command Mine Links and 6 Caldari Navy Command Mine Links in your Vulture, you could lose as much as 2.4 billion ISK, CSP Swift. Advice, perhaps?
So, I think I know what happened here, right? Of course, you could say, oh, I forgot to check my cargo, didn't do this. But this is something that Faffy Waffy invented in Alliance Tournament 9, where he realized that by letter of the law of the Alliance Tournament rules, you can actually swap those mine links mid-match. So depending on the circumstance, you could have a certain mine link boosted at any given time. So obviously, he wanted to just do it like 12 times.
That's a lot of times.
Yeah. Which I think you probably can't do. I think there's a... Well, no, he could probably do it 12 times.
Oh, there you are. We also wanted to talk about the Tech 1 Logistics frigates we saw in that match. Both sides fielding those ships. CSP Swift, you're not a fan by the looks of things?
I am not a fan. So I'm an EVE boomer, an Alliance Tournament boomer as well. It's Tech 2 Logistics ships is what you take. All these other frigates, it's nonsense. They are very point efficient, right? So they're 1 point each when it comes to the rep amount you get, compared to quite a few more for the Tech 2 Logistics. However, as Jintan was pointing out, they are not pilot efficient, and they're not slot efficient, and they're not EHP efficient. So what happens is you think you're having a certain amount of rep power, but in reality, it just doesn't really pay off for you. It's almost 2 wasted points that you could have done upgrading something else.
Well, we will see Polaris Mercenary Alliance again as they're knocked down right now into the elimination bracket, but not out of the tournament. And of course, the Tuskers continue on as well with that second win. Now, before we go on to our next match, which is going to be Odin's Call versus Nanofiber Tokens, let's go to our boy Jin Tan for an interview with the captain of Nanofiber Tokens.
First of all, can you introduce yourself to the audience?
My name is Ovix Tillerin. I'm the captain of Nanofiber Tokens, Nanocurrency's AT team.
And what do you do on Tranquility outside of the tournament?
Yeah, we usually just fly small gang Nano. We currently live in a C3 with an also static. Just roll that nightly for content. We used to live in Tama for a little bit. Content kind of died, so we moved into our wormhole.
And if someone was to run into you, what sized fleet could they expect to fight?
That kind of depends. So say roughly between 3 and 7, maybe 9 on a good night. Quite small, which is good though, because means you got a tight core, friendly tight core. Talk to each other nightly. Good group of guys.
What's your team's competitive history?
Yeah, so personally, this is the 5th tournament I've participated in. I've captained 4. So I started out flying in the Alliance Open under HTP, then moved on and restarted the Networks team for AGR, AT17. And then I moved on and started Ncoin's team for AG5 and AT18. I took a few players from the Networks team. The majority of the team has at least 2 or 3 tournaments under their belt. We have 1 or 2 new guys. We haven't really stolen anybody, mostly just kind of grew organically from the inside.
Are there any teams in particular that you're looking forward to playing against during the tournament?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to fighting Paper Numbers again. They whooped our butt in the AG with like 3 perfectly timed BAL MJDs onto our Kite Gila comp. So if we can face them again in the AT, I'd be really excited for that. I think most of the team is also excited to get a little bit of a playback against them.
Do you think that the balance changes as of the Uprising patch are going to have an impact on the tournament?
Yeah, I actually do think it's going to have a pretty big impact. For one, like the really good teams who are able to be a little bit more malleable, I think are going to be able to leverage those changes to pull out a couple wins. And I think it's kind of unfortunate actually to have those changes come out the day before, because a lot of teams were practicing, 2 months with those same ships, and then all of a sudden it's going to turn maybe 1 or 2 comps on their head that wouldn't have been able to be useful, So I think it is going to be a pretty big change.
All right, thank you for your time and good luck in your matches.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the interview. I'll see you later.
There you are, Jintan talking with the captain, Nanofiber Tokens. Jintan, you've been producing some of these interviews for this tournament. How's it been for you making all of them?
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to edit them all up for presentation today, but a grand total of 22 teams actually took me up on the invitation and were able to record an interview with them, and it gave me a great insight into where these teams come from, where they play, and it's all over New Eden. I think that's one of the most beautiful things about the Alliance tournament, is that you see teams of, groups of players that would almost never run into each other during regular gameplay, fighting it out just to, not only for the rights to say that they're the better PvP alliance, but almost championing their own little area of space. We've seen teams from everywhere from Pochvan and Lowsec to teams that represent the larger Nullsec blocks. And historically, we even had some Highsec teams, although I don't believe there are any this year.
Yeah, it's always great to hear from these teams as well when maybe we don't know as much about them because they don't have a very, a history in the Alliance under those particular names. So it's sometimes hard to recognize individual pilots when there's just so many that fly in the Alliance tournament. So being able to just see a little bit behind the veil of these teams has been awesome. So thank you for making those. And I'm looking forward to hearing some more of them as we go on through the tournament. So our next match is actually going to be, as mentioned, Odin's Call versus Nanofiber Tokens. So let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. Odin's Call banning out the Nighthawk and the Scimitar and the Eos, whereas Nanofiber Tokens banning out Barghest, Loki, and Balgorn. Nothing super outrageous here, CCP Swift.
I see from the Nanofiber Tokens team, they're banning like the medium to long range webs. So that kind of signals to me that they want to do a little bit more kiting, a little bit maybe more maneuvering. From the interview with Jin Hen, like these guys have a very tight core. So, they've got a lot of practice flying nano-y ships together. So perhaps they want to use that experience in the Alliance tournament and use that as an archetype, more of a kiting type of comp. So getting rid of those webs, which would be really annoying to them.
Awesome. Well, let's find out if that is exactly what they will do as we go to the arena for Nanofiber Tokens versus Odin's Call.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my colleague XVIII for what will be a very explosive match. Both teams warping in at 50, so they're 100 kilometers away from each other. We see Nanofiber Tokens going for a triple fleet Typhoon with cruises, and Odin's Call doing what exactly?
Odin's Call doing a double shack Curse, Pontifex, Celestis, Thalia Deacon combo with Confessor, Vexor, Mauler for low-end tackle. A very high DPS setup, but with some control with this Curse.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if that Curse decided to go with Guidance Disruption, because if he did, that's going to be very, very impactful in keeping those Leshaks alive. We haven't really seen Kingslayer as much this event, but Nanofiber Tokens appears to be very comfortable bringing it into the match.
Yeah, well, everyone who's invested in NFTs knows they like to multiply their value. That's why they have 3 Typhoons, double links, 2 logistics frigates. They're definitely sensing a theme here. Whether or not it'll work out for them, who knows? I do say, with all the DPS from Odin's Call concentrated in these 2 Lashaks, if that curse does not put the work in, they could be in some serious trouble because the DPS and application coming out of these rapid Typhoons is going to be absolutely insane.
It'll be interesting to see what impact the Latios Jackdaw has. When we see that Jackdaw come into an armor composition, you can be fairly certain that it's got to have at least 3 or 4 mid slots dedicated to E-War. It won't be as strong as maybe what we would see out of the Curse, but still effective nonetheless.
Yeah, I think the weak spot, if anything, could be Ovix's Typhoon is the only unskinned Typhoon in their fleet. Could
Right,
be an
well-
early misplay from NFT, as both teams start off with NFT absolutely screaming down into their opponents. Looks like the tackle is kind of taking the long way around, perhaps going for the backline, Maw.
Yeah, it looks like right now the Pontifex is just getting space. He applied links to his team, and then he's playing it safe, not wanting to get in range of those rapid heavies, possibly, one-shotting him as Kingslayer comps are wanting to do.
And now we see Odin's Call deciding to get a little aggressive as those Lashaks are now pushing in to the Nanofiber Tokens team. They're getting a little ahead of the rest of their team, actually, which is a pretty bold move considering that they are the targets that Nanofiber Tokens wants.
So right now, the Fleet Typhoons are having trouble actually applying damage because we're seeing what have to be Guidance Disruptors out of the Curse. And then we're seeing damps being put onto the one Fleet Typhoon that doesn't have any disruption on it. Very well played from the Curse so far, but we do see tackle from the Hyena onto the Lashak of Colonel Kurtz.
I don't think it's as much as they're having trouble applying as I don't think they've begun shooting at all. They may be waiting till all 3 are in range so they can maximize their clips here. Right now, both fleets kind of jockeying for position here, with Nanofiber Tokens using their speed advantage to reposition, kind of kiting around the bulk of the Odin's Call team.
And I do actually like what you were saying, that Nanofiber Tokens isn't really using any of their clips until they're within range and can really, apply damage together. One of the issues you run into is if you dump half your clip and, you haven't killed anything, you go on reload, and now you're back at square one. Meanwhile, the Pontifex of Caesar Barbarian is going to be primaried.
And he is taking a pretty significant fire, but he's close to the embrace of the Deacon Thalia combo. They are not Tech 1 logistics frigates. These are Tech 2 frigates. They're tankier. They put out a little bit more on the rep side. And as long as they're not under any pressure from neutralizers, I think they're going to be okay keeping this Pontifex up. That said, Lashaks have excellent tracking, and they should be able to track a destroyer. And as they spool up on him, it could get increasingly dicey if he stays within range.
So right now we see that it looks like the Odin's Call team is trying to get on top of the Nanofiber Tokens team, kind of on the Z-axis, and try to pick off a target that gets a little bit out of position. We see a grapple onto the Fleet Typhoon of Chadwick. That will be from, of course, the Lashaks. Meanwhile, Curse is playing very safe at the moment. Both teams just trying to get on top of each other, with the Lashaks now going ahead of the rest of their teams, trying to get that grapple, applied a little bit more firmly.
It looks like the curse tackle is what they're waiting for. You're seeing their whole team start to surge and collapse onto the target. They're trying to peel away some of the protection from the curse while keeping it locked down.
Yeah, and the Skybreaker
There's
does go
okay.
down.
The Fleet Typhoons are shooting. The Fleet Typhoons are now shooting. We're gonna see what they can do here as the Pontifex and Hyenas start to take a heck of an amount of fire here. They've already lost their Skybreaker. If they can take the curse out for it, it'll be a great trade, even if they lose the Pontifex as well.
Yeah, they've got one of the Fleet Typhoons pretty well on top of the Curse and is nuding him out. The Curse, of course, trying to counter newt and apply pressure. But if that Curse gets, any more Fleet Typhoons close to him at 0, and it looks like the Mauler of Ethel is trying to screen off Chadwick, the Typhoons are a little bit strung out right now and might have trouble applying to that Curse.
Yeah, this is potentially disastrous for nanofiber tokens. They're trying to all in on this curse, but they're not even scratching the paint. He's taking a tremendous amount of fire, but his Logi drone ball is keeping him right up. The Odin's called Deacons on top of him. He's got an enormous cloud of medium and heavy rep drones. Not really under any pressure like you would hope to see. It looks like they're switching target now to a Vexor of elite pixels, taking advantage of all that repping power being out of position. They're bringing it down to half, and they may take it down before they can switch over.
Yeah, we see that the drone ball is attempting to get on top of that Vexor, but it might be a little bit too late. The Vexor got out in front trying to get, some tackle onto one of these Fleet Typhoons to hold it down for his Lashak bros, but it didn't happen. And the Vexor now clawing back armor.
Yes, excellent piloting from the Vexor. He knew he was in trouble. He knew where the rep drone cloud was. He flew right toward it to cut down the travel time. May have just saved his life with that piloting decision.
And the Fleet Typhoons are trying to collapse on that curse, but it looks like they're going to get intercepted by the Lashak of Colonel Kurtz and possibly the Paradigm as well.
Ooh, nanofiber tokens might be on a reload here. Their damage has slowed to a crawl. They're really having some trouble now because you would think that the curse, it's a fabulously powerful ship, not the most tanky ship. In fact, considering how valuable it is to a fleet, it is terribly under-tanked, and they could not dent it. Meanwhile, Ovix's Typhoon fleet issue starting to take some significant damage as those Lashaks start to go to work.
Yeah, the Lashaks have gotten pretty close to zero on that Fleet Typhoon, so they'll have no trouble just, spooling up. And when they do eventually get to that 2K damage, even if they do lose the smaller of FL, I mean, losing a Mauler for getting tackle on Typhoons and, spooling up to that 4K damage between the two of them will eventually bring Ovix down.
That said, that is potentially a sign of life. The Mauler, you would have to presume, is much tankier than the Vexor and the Curse. Maybe they have sorted out, perhaps they were on the wrong missile types. Whatever issue was causing them trouble killing these cruisers, they may have sorted it out. Will they try to go for the Vexor or the Curse again, or will they try to change tactics and kill perhaps the logistics? Try to cut that down a little bit. Whatever they have to do, they better do it fast because Ovix's hit points are dropping at an increasing pace as these Lashaks continue to spool.
Yeah, we see that the Typhoon fleet issues of Highway and Chadwick are, going around these Lashaks because the Lashaks are hard committed onto Ovix. They're trying to get into the backline, really get on this curse. And we see the Confessor and the Vexor now readjusting, trying to compensate, but we're losing the Latios Jackdaw. Crucially, that's going to be tracking disruption now off of the Lashaks.
It didn't seem. I was checking the broadcast. Didn't seem like he was applying that much tracking actually. So I don't know if he was tackle, just a little bit of anti-frigate damage, but he's off the field. I think more significantly, Ovix is hanging on to dear life, and he goes down. Oh, that's devastating. That's essentially 1/3 of the entire DPS of nanofiber tokens, and they've already had so much trouble cracking relatively soft targets on the Odin's Call team. They might not have the firepower to push through. What do they do at this point, Ma? What can they do to try to turn this match around?
I hate to say it, but they're kind of screwed at this point. Frankly, they're trying to kill one of these Vexors. They're getting back onto their reload. The damage bar we see for an NFT is 0 right now. They're trying to get rid of a ship that's holding down one of these Typhoon fleet issues. We see the Lashaks now closing onto Hiwi Kante's TFI.
Oh no, absolutely devastating. Hivikanti, it will go down slow at first. Those Lashaks will continue to spool up using their Triglavian guns. Depending on how they're fit, they could be topping out at nearly 2,000 damage apiece. That is absolutely incredible amount of damage, especially with such high tracking and high projection. They've got utility highs. The Lashaks are absolutely terrifying, and we've already seen that they can cut through one of these nanofiber token Typhoon fleets as soon as they spool up, which means this is just a matter of time, and we're going to see Hivikanti's hit points disappearing extremely rapidly. And as he's already starting to get to the point where he cannot keep up with the DPS, his reps are now losing the war.
Yeah, so Colonel Kart's finally hit control space and is now not out-tracking himself and it will be applying full damage. We see Lit Pixel's Vexer continue to take damage, but I mean, you're going to essentially trade a Vexer for a TFI. Very much not worth it, especially being down, 25 points. That said, though, there is only a minute left on the clock, so unfortunately for NFT, they're not really going to be able to make up that ground with only 40 seconds left. I wouldn't be surprised if the TFI and the Vex were the last chips to die in this match.
And shocking that they're dying at all. The rep ball, as far as I can tell, still intact. This Vexer is so heavily tackled down that he's lost a lot of his damage mitigation. And even then, they're still having trouble cracking him. It's entirely possible they will not get this Vexer, as Hibikanti's Typhoon Fleet issue goes down, cutting their damage to a third of what it was at the start of this match. And now you can see that the cloud of rep drones has pulled Elite Pixels back as we approach the time limit. And that should be it. Congratulations, Odin's call. We're handing it back to the desk.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Welcome to Eve Pandora. 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 Pandora.
Odin's call there with a win over nanofiber tokens, propelling them further into the winners bracket, whereas NFT dropping down into the losers bracket right there. Mystical Might, interesting comp from Odin's call. Twin Leshaks, 52 points in 2 ships. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think it's a very Odin's thing to do. I think Odin definitely favors the dual Leshak comp. I don't know how I feel about it in a world where we have bonus tracking disruptors again, where we have, scripts making a return to the tournament. Leshaks were always very weak to the fact that there are various ways that you can break their spores on targets, and that resets the damage that they're doing back to the base level, which is still fairly high because it's a battleship, but it's not quite the 2,000 that was being quoted before by the commentators. So, I think it's a risky play, especially when they've left Curse open as well so that they could bring it. But obviously it pays off because it's still a lot of damage, a lot of tank, and a lot of utility.
Yeah, speaking of a lot of damage, if I come from one person whose team owns a flagship Barghest to a man whose team does no longer own a flagship Barghest, the Basilisk joins us here on the desk. Baza, we saw the 3 battleships there from NFT. What did you think about that comp? Again, super heavy point investment.
So that's a sort of Kingslayer comp I think that we saw quite a lot in the feeders, and indeed my team fielded it twice in the feeders, although we used a sort of Barghest variant with a Barghest and 2 Typhoon fleets. And I think with the point inflation, I would question maybe bringing 3 of those Typhoon fleets, especially when the new buffed Navigator was available. And obviously then you would save points on the point inflation. I think the Navigator, obviously, as we've seen, quite a highly prioritized ship in terms of bans. But I feel like they didn't really have the killing power to break through anything. And obviously once those 2 Leshaks got on top of that first Typhoon fleet, it was a very slow match up until that point. We saw both teams sort of jockeying for position, just kiting around, trying to find an opening. Both 2 fairly slow comps, but those Leshaks, once they got on top of something, they were able to just break through it fairly easily, I'd say.
And Mystical Might, in a match like that where positioning and the right moment is super important, especially with those clips, if they fire off all those rapid heavy missiles and they don't kill something, or they fire at different times, not onto something, not everyone's in range, then you can get all out of sync. How hard is it to know when to shoot, basically?
I think it's fairly difficult, to be honest. I mean, I think some people might expect that it's just one person's call. It's like, okay, now we're going to begin shooting at something. But before you get to that point, you need to communicate, okay, who's tracking disruptors and who's not? How many tracking disruptors, or guidance disruptors rather in this case, are on you, and what is your optimal range? Because you don't want one person to be in range and then two people to be out of range because their missiles won't do any damage. And that is worse than just being out of sync. It's a waste of your missiles. Then you have to go on to the long reload cycle. So they were very, very good about holding onto those missiles until they were in range of the curse. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough damage or application to actually kill the curse in that time, and that's where we began to see things fall apart. But it is extremely important and extremely difficult to effectively communicate in a high-stress situation like this. Because, you know, even if you're used to Eve, you get teleported into Joe space and then your hands start shaking. So it is very stressful, but they were doing a good job of it at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing NFT again later on in the tournament. I mean, like you say, they flew super well there. Even if they didn't come away with the win, they're not out, and I think we'll see them do some good things. We had some questions from Twitch chat, Misty. I wanted to ask you explicitly about these ones. Some people asking, how many of a single ship can you bring?
Good question. So you can bring 4 of each ship class. So you can bring 4 cruisers. This doesn't include logistics cruisers or frigates. Those are exempt from the rules. You can only bring 1 logistics cruiser or 2 logistics frigates, T2 or T1. But in general, you can only bring 4 cruisers or 4 battleships or 4 battle cruisers, 4 frigates. Depends on, you know, what your comp is and what you actually want to achieve with it. But you can only bring 4 as a maximum.
Don't think we've seen anyone with the cojones to bring 4 battleships yet, but if someone's going to do that...
we saw it in feeders.
Yeah, but feeders don't count.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, it has to be in the real Alliance tournament. 4 battleships. Do it. I will be very respectful.
I came up with a 4 battleship comp that I really wanted to try in our scrims, and we never really got around to it, and I therefore have no idea how good or bad it would be, but maybe someone will pull it out. Maybe that's a final weekend sort of strategy that I secretly unlocked.
Is it, Mystical Might, a final weekend strategy?
I mean, are we just counting out the HLV here? Aren't they going to make it
We'll
to the
be
final
there,
weekend?
so we'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. It's a bold claim. Another question from Twitch chat, I'll ask you, Bazza, was we have command destroyers which can just bush people all over the place. Why can't we bring one of them? And
because they're banned. The micro jump field unit that allows you to boosh people 100 kilometers along with yourself is just outlawed because it would be devastating to enemy fleets if you could just suicide charge a command destroyer into whatever you want to charge it at and then just jump them halfway across, significantly across the grid. Or, of course, indeed out of the boundary, taking, a 6-point ship and just ramming the enemy 3 battleships straight out of the arena boundary would probably be pretty effective strategy.
What about, hear me out, what if we allowed it, but it was 50 points, Mystical Might?
See, that's probably not worth it. Because you'd end up MJDing your 50 points out of the arena, and you'd take 22 points with you, and then you're still down 50 points, and you don't have a team on grid.
Okay, so what we need to do is narrow it from 50 to 6. There's a happy middle ground.
Yeah,
is what I'm hearing.
I'm sure we can figure something out.
Yeah. Okay, right. That's a later. CCPZL, take some notes. We want to find out that
maybe if
value.
we allow you to bring any flagship ship, and your flagship can have a mobile MJD on it, so you can have a flagship Bifrost. You can only use it once, but against the right team.
On a sort of related topic, I actually thought recently about increasing the points in general on command destroyers, just because, for the most part, they're pretty boring to fly. I think a lot of people, if you've got all the skills to fly a command destroyer, and you're like, yeah, I'm the guy that's got 200 million points, I've got skirmish links maxed out, and the team's like, well, you're flying this 3 links Bifrost, it's got 2 buttons, have fun. It's not great.
Buttons are overrated.
So when you scrimmed with your team, what ship were you flying?
I was flying the Osprey Navy, actually.
Oh, I see, okay.
But of course I had my missiles grouped, so that's only 1 button. But I had a prop mod as well, so that's another one.
So you weren't the command ship?
No.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to have to shut down this incredibly interesting conversation, as it's time to go to the arena for our next match, which is Templis CALSF versus Rusty Hyenas Clan.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my colleague, Alexei of card for Rusty Hyenas versus Templis. Templis going with a 2-gun Balgorn Tempest fleet and Abaddon, bringing 3, not quite 4 battleships.
Meanwhile, Rusty Hyena is the Leshak Vindicator combo with a Guardian for Logi, Navy Executor for a little extra damage punch, so Arbitrator Sentinel for control with their tracking disruptors, and they've got double links with some tackle on the low end.
Yeah, I mean, this will once again be a match where we see that 2 arbitrators are at play. Will they have brought, tracking disruption, or will they have brought missile guidance disruption in the match where there are no missiles? Also adding to that disruption war will be the Sentinel of Wailing 6 names.
Yeah, both sides with the Arbitrator Sentinel combo, you're right, it's a bit of a coin flip. Turrets versus missiles. You really have to hope your team picked the right one. If they try to split it, I think they're going to be a little dissatisfied with the amount of control they can apply here. It's a really interesting combo from these teams. The Templis CALSF team going for that extra damage punch and using the double logistics frigates to compensate for points. Meanwhile, Rusty Hyena is going for that Guardian as a much stronger logistic option, but also much easier for that Balgorn to shut down.
Yeah, and if the Milton Steely isn't careful, that might be the story of the match. I mean, Killa, as a 2-gun Balgorn, should have 5 heavy newts right now. We see that Templis is burning away, having warped in at around 20 to 30 kilometers. Happy to let the Vindicator and the rest of Rusty Hyenas chase after.
I think that's a smart play. Presumably the Abaddon and the Fleet Tempest, they have the standard fits for those have excellent projection. There's really no reason to get into range of that Vindicator. That said, the Vindicator isn't going to really add much to the Balgorn Fleet Tempest Abaddon combo as far as application. The Leshak will be able to hit all of those targets just fine if he can get and stay in range. So if they can isolate that Vindicator, keep it away from the rest of their fleet, I think they'll be in a pretty good position here.
And they have been isolating that Vindicator. We see that the Balgorn of Killa is doing a very good job at swapping webs between different targets. Templis, it looked like they initially wanted to go in, but is readjusting now that Crom is catching up with the rest of his core. And the Leshak buddy is able to close range, help the Vindicator out. Right now, just using those grapples, using those long-range Balgorn webs to really control the pace of the match.
Yep, and that pace is slowing to a crawl, just like the Vindicator itself. He is trying with his micro warp drive. He actually is closing range relatively respectfully. He's doing a pretty good job, is what I'm trying to say. Considering he is heavily webbed, his micro warp drive is doing some work there. That said, he is trying to surge out for the rest of his team and find a tackle on something, but Templis CALSF will do everything they can not to offer that option.
Yeah, it's hard to surge in a Vindicator when you are webbed and grappled to a pace of anywhere between 500 to 200 meters a second.
Although that said, he's grabbed the Tempest Fleet issue. The Vindicator has grabbed the Tempest Fleet issue, a major misplay.
Yes, he has. So the Tempest Fleet issue and Vindicator are going to be about equally as fast. Meanwhile, we see a drone ball from Templis trying to get on top of the Sentinel and either force a split rep situation or just, force the Sentinel away and possibly get out of some of the optimal of that tracking disruption. Meanwhile, Vindicator is taking a significant amount of damage, definitely not within void range, and the Abaddon and Balgorn are closing on the Vindicator.
And the Rusty Hyena Sentinel does go down. The damaged drone cloud doing a lot of work here. Meanwhile, the Tempest Fleet issue, maybe this was a bait. He has a smart bomb, and there's a big cloud of rep drones around this Vindicator, and they're practically on top of one another. That is not a great combination for Rusty Hyena's clan. This early in the match, those rep drones are going to take a big pounding.
Yeah, and most of those are light or medium armor bots where, that smart bomb is going to be within range now, another cycle or two, and those drones are all going to be saying good night. Speaking of good night, that Skybreaker of Elito is being chased down by by a damage drone ball of his own.
And sure enough, the Templis Fleet issue is going into the Vindicator now, trying to... Oh, and there goes the cloud of rep drones. There is a huge chunk of them just went bye-bye. This Vindicator has lost a huge portion of its survivability. Its hit points are now dropping very rapidly. Half armor. He's trying to rep it up, but it's not going to be enough. And they're also splitting fire on this Magus of Terry Koval. He is dropping rapidly from the drone blob.
So this Executor Navy issue tried to ram the Tempest Fleet issue of Orion away from the drone ball, but that Tempest Fleet issue is continuing to apply smart bombs, and the Executor Navy gets swapped onto and gets picked off pretty quickly. I mean, that's going to be cruiser versus battleship tank. The Magus is, barely being kept alive by this Guardian, who's being forced to split reps between the Vindicator and the Magus.
He's doing a relatively good job keeping the Vindicator alive, and he's managed to pull back the Magus, who is taking a big pounding from these drones, keeping dipping in and out of low armor. The Hyena, meanwhile, from Templis CALSF, taking the bulk of the return damage from everything that isn't the Vindicator. But now that Vindicator, he's lost the war. They've focused too much on trying to keep that Magus alive, and now the Vindicator is dropping. He's down to like 10% armor. He's going to be bleeding structure. Oh, they're trying to claw him back. It might be too late. He's bleeding structure now. Even if they keep him at the same level, he's going to die. Oh, a huge chunk of structure down.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the effect of the Tempest Fleet issue doing his job, getting on top of the Lashak, getting on top of the Vindicator, and, smart bombing not just the rep drones, but the damage drones, these ogres, these heavy drones, will eventually go down to these heavy smart bomb cycles as Crom's armor and Terry's continues to drop even lower.
Oh, if that was an intentional call to let the Tempest Fleet issue get caught, that is one of the best mind game plays in Alliance tournament history. Oh, both the Vindicator goes down and the Magus goes down. This is an absolute turning point. Templis CALSF essentially has this in the bag. They can isolate and turn all their guns onto this Lashak. It's not going to have the DPS to punch through the reps because they can put all of their control on top of it. All the newts, all the tracking disruption. They're putting all the tackle on it. They have everything on this Lashak now, and it's dipping into deep armor at this point. And they're still splitting some damage onto the Pontifex. The damage output from the Templis CALSF team is out of this world.
Yeah, I mean, look at the attack bar for Templis CALSF. It's pretty massive. I mean, Rusty's is still, decent for what it is. That's the potential of the Lashak if it can spool up. But I mean, that Lashak has been harassed this entire game by the Balgorn doing capacitor warfare, by this arbitrator just absolutely denying any sort of projection or tracking the bonus disruption it gets.
And now we're starting to see the Lashak dip ever deeper. And they've really planned this engagement out. They've got the Mauler following their Guardian around to screen for it, so it's not under any threat. But they probably would have been better off putting that Mauler in for some damage. They're about to lose the Pontifex and Lashak at the same time, and there they go.
Yeah, that Mauler looks like it may be a cap transfer buddy onto the Guardian, actually. It looks like we're seeing a transfer effect, possibly giving the Guardian a little bit of a boost. Both teams good fighting in local. Rusty Hyenas really doesn't have anything left. Templis, once again, surgically picking apart Rusty Hyenas clan, looking a little bit more like the Templis that won the Alliance Open and less the team that went out in 8th place last year.
Yeah, very unfortunate. The Guardian's about to drop. I imagine getting the transfer from that Mauler. He has a pretty decent local tank, but it's just not going to matter. The Balgorn is going to sap even all that extra cap as he dips rather rapidly into structure. And there he goes. They're also putting some damage on this arbitrator, and the Mauler will be right there for them to tackle. They will easily clean this match up, resulting in a 100-0 for Templis CALSF. An impressive performance, both in the numbers and in actually doing it. They knew exactly what they needed to do to pick apart this Rusty Hyenas clan, and they made Rusty Hyenas play their match.
Yeah, I mean, Templis CALSF is no stranger to having to run a little bit of control, running, just armored battleships. They've really become a tournament mainstay. I mean, kind of like I was alluding to, they've been a little bit streaky, but it would be remaining to see how well they do in their next match against Odin's. A little bit stiffer competition than what we saw in this one against Rusty Hyenas.
Definitely, but it will be a thrilling match. We'll throw it back to the desk to analyze what happened here.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crush our enemies.
Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush.
I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that canvas, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down. I've not been able to look a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Templis CALSF there with the victory over Rusty Hyenas clan in a pretty solid victory. Winners match. This is the winners bracket we were just discussing during the match there. These teams have basically secured themselves prize ships with the extended range for the prize ships being given out. It used to be just the top 4. Now it's down to top 16. By going 2-0, they have got themselves into that position. So they are now prize ship enjoyers. Mystical Might. That must be a good feeling for these teams.
I mean, if anything, it just shows how worthwhile the investment is for buying your way into the tournament and putting in some of the effort needed to actually carry yourself 2 matches. You know, if you manage to buy in and you get fairly lucky with placement in the bracket, then you can be fairly assured that you'll go away with, you know, a trillion-esque, essentially, kind of lined up for your team, which makes that time and energy kind of worth it, alongside the experience of actually being in the Alliance tournament and getting to fly in these matches on stream in front of thousands of people, which is also kind of cool in and of itself. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of them are relieved that they are now able to cover some of the initial costs that went into some of their potentially, you know, soon-to-be-dead flagships. In some cases, some teams may want to make it to the prize brackets to recoup some of the costs that they have put into their now-dead flagships.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Understood, yeah.
I don't believe you're a prize ship enjoyer just yet.
Not quite yet, no.
You've won how many matches now?
Just the one.
Just the one. That's a shame. So, speaking of winning, let's look at the history of the Vindicator, a great ship in the Alliance tournament. So this is how often the Vindicator has been used over the years. And look at that. It goes right back to Alliance Tournament 8. Used just a handful of times. Some people are like, hey, the Vindicator's kind of cool. Look how girthy its attack bar is. And then someone in Alliance Tournament 10 was like, oh, hang on. This is pretty poggers. And then everyone was using it. Then it dropped off a bit and then slowly crept back up. But then the Alliance Open, no one liked it whatsoever. And then the last couple of years, we've seen a few gigachads bringing it. Not a huge amount. Mystical Might, what do you think about the Vindicator in the tournament? Like, clearly in Alliance Tournament 16, it was awesome, but what about now?
I think the Vindicator is strong in the sense that it does a lot of damage, and most importantly, it has that 90% web. The 90% web is actually really important in some matches, especially against things like logistics frigates, where they need to be in so close to the ship that they are repping that the Vindicator would be able to also web them down and then apply almost full damage to them. So they're really dangerous against like logistics frigates. I don't know why we haven't necessarily seen them too much. I think it's because people are favoring these rush setups where the Vindicator, as a frontline ship, just doesn't hold up against things like the double Nighthawk, the double Caracal Navy, the double Navy Osprey, or the Orthruses that we were also seeing. It kind of just dies. So while it is strong, I think it needs to be played into armor setups more often than shield setups. I think that's really where its strength comes through. And it's also kind of susceptible to tracking disruptors now, where because it's blaster fit, it doesn't really have that much range. It's very much about like that typical blaster brawl where you have to be sat on top of the target that you're shooting. You know, a curse it makes that painful as well. To be honest, you can be sat on top of a target and still be getting grazing hits.
And Basilisk, when you're coming up with your team's flagship, we see some flagship Vindicators. We see lots of bar guests. Like, what's the thought process there?
I think teams like the Vindicator because it has a lot of paper numbers. Obviously, as we saw with some of the fits you know, you can fit officer guns. Like I think it's more of a sort of DPS focused flagship meta now that stuff like the Widow and stuff is outright banned from being the flagship. So if you look at putting like officer guns on a Vindicator, you can get really high numbers. But I would say in principle, just going back to the sort of usage chart of the Vindicator, I don't really like it in the current meta. I think the reason it peaked so much in AT15 and AT16, yeah, those 2 years, was it's so, as I said yesterday in the match with paper numbers, it's so reliant on having target access, and whether that's through having a flagship Vindicator itself with a really expensive web, or fielding with a flagship Balgorn, which are now illegal. But in combination with that, now we're seeing a meta where you've got tracking disruptors and you've got newts everywhere on cheap Tempest fleets, and it makes it a very, very difficult environment for a regular Vindicator to actually thrive and get on and do its job.
Awesome, thank you. Now let's look forward to our next match, which is coming up in a few moments. This is going to be our last winners bracket match before we go for a short break. So make sure you hang on to those channel points, as there's going to be a bunch of cool things you can spend them on, including more vouchers for €50 or $50, and a Eve ship model from Integral Reality Labs for 100,000 points. And of course, there'll be another quiz where you can win 500 plex. This next match coming up is going to be We Form Volta versus Pandemic Horde, so let's check out the bans. So Volta banning out the Balgorn, the Abaddon, and the Hyena. Pandemic Horde banning out the Jackdaw, Loki, and Armageddon Navy issue. Mystical Might, your thoughts?
It's funny to see another Jackdaw ban, I think. These teams really not liking the Jackdaw, and the fact that, you know, it's pretty good as an E-War platform while also applying a significant amount of pressure to things like logistics frigates, since they do a respectable amount of damage at range. I also like the fact that we're seeing a Hyena ban coming out from Volta. I think Volta and Hyenas are pretty synonymous in the Alliance tournament. In a lot of comps that Volta flies, they'll have the Hyena as a means of both tackling down the target that they want to apply damage to, with the target painter as well, but also for screening the enemy away from their core ships. It's interesting to see Volta banning it instead of bringing it themselves. I'm kind of curious to know what they're going to be flying. It seems like it might be something a little kitey, looking to remove some of the control on the enemy team.
Awesome. Basilisk, any thoughts there on this one?
I would actually go the other way. I think Volta's bans lean more towards a shield rush here, because in those rush comps, you don't want to get screened off by those ranged webs. You don't want to have a Balgorn neuting out your Hardeners with its 40-kilometer webs, and the Hyena, the same thing, can be very difficult to, you know, get on top of, and make it difficult to get on top of the rest of the stuff in its comp. So I think that's where that's going. I like the Jackdaw ban. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of them. I know we've seen them a couple of times, but I mean, I think it's a question of there's so many sort of common bans that we're seeing every match. I'm surprised we haven't seen that many trickle bans, because every team seems to be banning the same sort of pool of, you know, Loki, Balgorn, Armageddon Navy, Nighthawk. There's these same sort of 8 or 9 ships, and they never seem to get duplicated somehow. But
yeah, that is actually kind of interesting. Now you point that out. There hasn't been that many trickle bans, especially compared to previous tournaments. I know last year during Alliance Tournament 17, there was loads of trickle bans. Yeah. Alliance Open, where we introduced them, had a bunch of them as well. But this year there definitely has been some, but really doesn't feel like that many. That is interesting. Maybe we can look into that a bit more for next weekend. Good observation there, Basilisk.
Thank you.
Now, I've just had a quick check at in Twitch chat, and I'm just looking at the predictions there for your channel points. Remember, we're going to go to the break after this match. This is where you're going to be able to get all those cool prizes, and a whole bunch of you are choosing right now to bet all of your channel points, because 2.8 million channel points have been bet onto Volta, which is 88% of them, and Pandemic Horde just 12% and 370,000 channel points. So, you know, who's going to win here? Is it going to be the underdog Pandemic Horde? Will it be the second place from last year? Mystical Might, what do you think?
I was going to say, BBP, if you're listening, could you please bet half of my points on Pandemic Horde? That would be great. Thank you.
Account sharing, cool. And then yourself, the Basilisk?
I think Volta's going to win, but if I was at my computer, I would bet my points on Horde, because the returns are too good. Maybe only 500 or 1,000, but...
Well, I bet my points on Volta. So let's go to the arena and find out if those points are going to go, as it is Volta versus Pandemic Horde.
Hello and welcome to your mid-show main event, as we have We Form Volta versus Pandemic Horde. We Form Volta going with a very missile-heavy setup. We've got double Nighthawk, Drake Navy issue, double Osprey Navy issue, double Caldari Navy issue, a setup we've seen several times today, backed up by some Osprey flying from Planet 6. What are they running up against?
They're running up against 3 battleships. It'll be autocannon Tempest fleet issues, as they almost always are fit, and a Paladin and, you know, double command destroyers. We have a Kitsune, interestingly enough, and we see a Cruor being brought for that little bit of a web bonus. Not a super common ship at 4 points compared to maybe say a Vengeance that does something similar-ish, and a Crucifier for some disruption. I can't help but feel like this is a lot of damage on both sides. We see the attack bars are maxed out for Volta and pretty solid for Horde.
Yeah, the crew is a bit of an odd choice, but definitely the theme here is damage, damage, damage. These are ham ships on the pandemic, or excuse me, on the WeForm Volta side. Both teams are going to be looking to smash into each other. Normally, I would have said the Paladin is a worse nightmare scenario for any kind of shield based comp, but given the amount of damage they're putting out, that Paladin might not actually be on the field for very long.
Yeah, I don't think these Nighthawks and other missile Caldari ships are really worried about that at all. I would not be surprised if immediately they get on top of, pick one of these battleships and then just nuke it within a minute or so.
Well, both teams have started off. We'll see shortly if they decide to use their missile application to shred the low end or if they decide to take out the top end and assassinate the Paladin. It looks like they're kind of splitting the difference right now. Meanwhile, we've got the Planet 6 Osprey down now into 2/3 shield and dropping quickly. Pandemic Horde have definitely picked their target, and now it seems like WeForm Volta has settled on theirs. The Paladin is indeed getting shredded.
Yeah, so that's going to be some drone damage we see on top of the Osprey right now. We also see the Kitsune taking drone damage that will help Volta not have to deal with any jams. Man, Planet 6 going down and trading it for a Paladin is not good for Horde.
No, that's a very favorable trade here. Volta happy if they can actually do it. The Paladin he's hanging on, and now it seems like they've changed tack and they're going after the Drake Navy-ish of Control Freak. Probably what they should have done at the start. They really need to cut down the incoming damage here if they want to have any hope of keeping their battleships alive. But somehow it seems like they're able to do both now, as Planet 6 and the Drake Navy of Control Freak will go down at the same time, but they might trade some Logi for it. Ooh,
Yeah,
this is a razor thin trade here. The Paladin actually seems to have stabilized, possibly missile reloads.
Lethalia goes down, so possibly a bit of a change of target, actually. Realizing that maybe they can't break through the Paladin if Lethalia and Deacon are up. Planet 6 somehow still alive, and not anymore, actually, as the Paladin does cycle and kill him, but the Deacon does go down at the same time.
It's a very circuitous route for a Logi trade, but that is where we're at. And they've also lost their flycatcher now, and that seems like the missile damage is now returning to the Paladin. He's getting battered and blown right through. The loss of the Deacon Thalia made the difference there. That Paladin is absolutely off the field. And now they're switching over to Dinar's Tempest.
Amy Gardet continues to dip lower into shields. Volta is going to have to really, continue to chew through and try to trade out their Nighthawk for the same time as his TFI.
Oh, it seems like some of the split fire from Volta might be costing them here. That one Nighthawk goes down. Remains to be seen if the Tempest can stabilize through it. It's repping power. It's relying on local reps only. Not tons of rep power behind it. It's now dipping into structure. They might be able to get another ship for it before it goes down, but even that is far from certain as he's dropping really fast. Oh, he's trying to claw his armor back, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 5 ham boats on the grid, and I would like, a change of target maybe to Supreme Leader Mao, pick off some of these Osprey navies, pick off a Chirical navy, because it's going to, clear off a lot more damage, killing 2 of those and just trading for 1 Nighthawk. Meanwhile, the Magus just happy to stay out of the harm's way and continue to apply links to the rest of his team.
They are indeed going for Supreme Leader Mao's Osprey Navy, but he is not dying very rapidly. Osprey Navy is a fairly speedy ship. He might have a hard time applying all of his damage to it. That said, it's about to run out of shields and will very rapidly run out of armor if this Tempest continues to apply to it. The Tempest, unlike its Typhoon brethren, does not have application bonuses. It is a pure damage dealing nightmare. If this target is tackled down, it's going to put out an insane amount of projectile damage into it.
Yeah, I think Volta doesn't have to worry too much. I mean, they still have 4 ham boats, Nighthawk, Osprey Navy, Chirical Navy. They're going to be pushing well over 2,000 damage. And, I mean, Atticus Capernis is not going to be able to sustain against that. We see him trying to, actively rep and try to use his smart bombs, maybe even attempting to firewall off some of these missiles, but it's not going to be doing enough.
It's definitely worth a try, though. Firewalling, not a mechanic we usually see in the Alliance tournament, but it is possible to destroy missiles in flight using smart bombs, and it can cut down the DPS appreciably if he times it properly. But that said, for one ship to do, it is extremely, extremely difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Horde is now going after the Carkle Navy issue of Melinda. It makes a lot of sense. It's relatively low tank, but I mean, Atticus Copernicus clawing back a little bit of armor, but going 2 steps lower for every little bit he reps up.
Yeah, the Caracal Navy issue is actually a great choice. They're putting out even more damage than the Osprey Navy issues. They also represent a pretty significant threat to the remaining low end of the team. So if you can get it off, it would be helpful. But at the end of the day, we're talking about 4 damage ships to just 1. The Magus Pontifex, yes, they have bonus drones, but they're not going to have the stopping power, the threat power to really pressure any of these shield ships, as now their one remaining Tempest fleet issue dips into deep structure. The Caracal Navy might get traded for it, but this Tempest Navy is no longer on field. Tempest Navy down. The Caracal Navy issue of Melinda just managing to sleek by with about half structure, dying just shy, and now they're shredding the low end.
Yeah, I mean, this Crucifier and Cruor and those command destroyers will not survive much longer. They're, doing their very best to burn away, and Skybreaker of Outlawed No Pro is chasing after, but both teams dropping good fights in local, realizing that this match is well and truly over at this point.
Yeah, it was a heck of an exciting match. A lot of back and forth. There were moments for both teams where they could have very easily turned things around or had the potential to have victory slip through their fingers. At the end of the day, We Form Volta's more distributed damage strategy came out on top. As we see this one remaining Magus of Pioneer about to drop. Moderator, why do teams want to keep going with these triple battleship setups versus the more distributed cruiser battlecruiser teams? Is there a clear advantage here?
It appears that in this match so far that this Ham team, being more distributed, like you said, is able to apply more damage and just generally outrace, outtrade against these triple battleship comps. One of the things you might want to do is use guidance disruption or some other control to mitigate against missiles, but it's very difficult when you have all these ships that will get on top of you at 0. And I mean, even if you screen off 1 or 2 of them, that's still what? Essentially 7 heavy assault missile boats. That's going to be putting out so much damage.
And the more ships they have to, control over, the more difficult it is to screen them, more difficult it is to properly distribute your E-War. It increases the difficulty level of your match tremendously. So we see this Pontifex now beginning to dip into armor here, fairly helpless against the remaining We Form Volta ships. This will not be Pandemic Horde's last honk, though. They will go into the losers bracket, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if either they or Pandemic Legion get further into the lower bracket. My money's actually on Pandemic Horde. Who do you think is going to go further?
I think it could be Pandemic Horde's year. They're just so hard to root against. They're scrappy. I love them. Pontifex of Flip about to go down. We're going to be sending this back to the desk very shortly to discuss and analyze this fascinating match as we go into a fairly big break. But don't go anywhere, folks, because we are going to be back with more matches in a bit.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
We form Volta, joining the ranks of prize ship enjoyers, going 2-0 now in Alliance Tournament 18 as they take that victory over Pandemic Horde. Basilisk, you were talking a little bit about their target selection during that match. Talk me through what you're thinking.
Yeah, so when those two teams landed on grid, I actually thought it would be a pretty easy win for Volta because we've seen these Shield Rush comps just melt through battleships. But it actually turned out pretty close, and I thought Pandemic Horde might have been able to turn it there if they had instead chosen to shoot those Navy cruisers, because obviously with the way less EHP and sort of higher ratio of DPS, I feel like they potentially could have cleared them in time and then had a sort of matchup where they had two Tempest fleets alive against the two Nighthawks and have the neuting power and actually be able to sort of win from that scenario. But as it turned out, they chose the Nighthawk first and cruisers were left.
Well, there you are. Well, I mean, we'll see Pandemic Horde again because that is their first loss of the tournament. So they dropped down into the elimination bracket, but they are not out of the tournament yet. Speaking of the tournament, we have a break now before we go to some more matches after that in about half an hour. So stick around, do the quiz, and buy some cool things with your points. See you in a bit. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I'm Mythica Hawk, joined once again by Jintan and Mystical Might, as we have a bunch more excellent matches for you today, with plenty of spaceships scheduled for immediate explosion. Jintan, how have you been enjoying the matches today?
Oh, I've been really enjoying them. There's been some extremely dominant displays from a few teams as well. You know, we've seen a lot more 100-0 victories over the course of this segment of the tournament, and I think that just really goes to show that the wheat is getting separated from the chaff here. We're seeing we're seeing the teams that got perhaps a little unlucky with their first draw just crush their way through the losers bracket and take out teams that, quite frankly, don't belong here yet.
Great agricultural reference from you there, Jin. Let's take a look at the bans for our next upcoming match, which is going to be between Platinum Sensitivity and Bright Side of Death. Actually, we don't have the bands ready, apparently, so let's just discuss these teams. You are a big Mark Bridges fan, I believe, Mystical Might. Tell me about this team.
I am, yeah. So I believe Platinum Sensitivity is a predominantly Japanese team. I know them best because Mark Bridges is on the team. I believe he's captain or co-captain of Platinum Sensitivity. He's an extremely experienced and skilled pilot, I would say. I was trying to find the best word. He tends to feed a little bit, but all the best people do. So, yeah, and I'm definitely rooting for them because I want them to go far in the tournament. I know that they're waking up early to do these matches, so it's definitely a lot of time investment for them. I think it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. that they're waking up to actually attend these matches. So not only are they sleeping, flying fairly sleep-deprived perhaps, but also, you know, if they lose that match, then they have to fly again at, I think, 6, 7 a.m.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal.
Which then, yeah, it starts to get brutal. So I'm just hoping that they can win this one. They can take the rest of the day off, they can relax, they can recuperate, and they can come back strong on Saturday next week.
Yeah, I've flown in an Alliance tournament myself while living out in Australia. In fact, at the time, I was in a hotel, and the Wi-Fi in the room wasn't very good, so the only place I could get decent internet was the lobby. So I was sitting in the lobby at 2 in the morning doing my matches, and then there was a wedding on in the venue, and at 2 a.m. the doors opened and they all came out into the lobby just as our match was about to start. There's all these drunk Australians looking over my shoulder wondering what on earth is going on. I'm just like, it's spaceships, leave me alone. I'm trying to not feed. I think we might have fed, but yeah, you know, interesting experience. So, you know, competing all the way from Japan, the time zone pressure is definitely going to be difficult. Okay, so we are ready to go to the arena now. I'm told for this match between Platinum Sensitivity and Bright Side of Death. So let's head over there and see what happens.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my colleague XVIII for this hype match between Platinum Sensitivity and Bright Side of Death. Bring back the energy coming right after break. Mark Bridges in his flagship Vindicator.
Absolutely awesome to see. Bright Side of Death, meanwhile, coming in with all the damage, heavy on the Triglavians with Lashak, Dracovic, Vedmak, and a Dominic's Navy issue recently buffed. It's basically an upgraded Hyperion. It's got tank, it's got damage. They've got some tackle and control in the low end. This is going to be an insane match. I feel really bad for Mark because he's about to lose his Vindy.
You know what? I'm not so sure that he'll lose his Vindy. I believe in Mark. I think I could have some faith, though that Sentinel is going to be very impactful. If it does in fact have tracking disruption, it's really going to hurt the Vindicator and the Armageddon. But likewise, Nosuko's Arbitrator will be there to counter the effects of the Lashak.
Both sides with a bit of weapon disruption. It'll really come down to who can win that war. Can Brightside apply all their damage to the top end, or will the Kingslayer comp slay the king? And right
Yeah.
now we see the tracking disruption going out onto the Lashak Navy Dominic's Drekovic, the Vedmak not receiving the love yet.
Yeah, so that will be pretty effective tracking disruption from, again, both the Sentinel and the Arbitrator. The Arbitrator is, of course, going to be a little bit more survivable than the Sentinel, which we've seen, die to drones in other matches, but Sentinel's much more fast, much more mobile. Both teams really actually just burning back, if anything. B-Sod going towards, vaguely one of the micro jump drives, and currently, we're not seeing platinum sensitivity go too much of anywhere at the moment.
And BSAT seems to have hedged their bets. They have a missile guidance disruptor on the Fleet Typhoon. So that Sentinel is packing some turret disruption and missile disruption. A very smart choice in this match, although very risky.
Yeah, certainly. Right now, we see that the Typhoon Fleet issue, Vindicator, and Armageddon are all kind of balled up in front, leading the pack right now. They're going to want to, get those new pressures onto something, get the Vindicator with what will almost certainly be, gigafaction webs onto, a target, and then use those webs to really control the match and lock things down with a 90% web.
We start to see Platinum Sensitivity's battleships crawling forward here. Moderator, what is Bright Side of Death looking for? Is there an opening that they're waiting for or trying to create?
Well, judging by the Lashak of Amine getting on top of the MJD unit, they may be looking to try to use that to possibly jump into the backline or possibly have their team, go somewhere else if they really don't like the position of what they see from Platinum Sensitivity getting a little close.
Yeah, they are getting a little close. I feel like if they micro jump, they'd have to be very careful what direction. They are sort of aiming toward the Platinum Sensitivity team, which would support the backline option, but they're just kind of milling about. I don't sense a lot of coordination at the moment. Meanwhile, Platinum Sensitivity's battleships are edging ever closer.
Yeah, and in counter, we see that the Mauler and the Vedmak are being placed in front in B-Sod. I mean, if you're going to sacrifice a Mauler to hold down, a Vindicator or one of these other battleships from Platinum Sensitivity, it makes a lot of sense. Mauler's very tanky, very good tackle ship for 4 points.
Absolutely. Brightside right now focusing their firepower on the Thalia of Platinum Sensitivity. They tried testing its tank. I don't think they liked what they saw because they're swapping off it. It's beginning to regen shields now, and they're going more for the Typhoon Fleet issue.
Yet
and
critically, this
potentially
Mauler
testing the
is
tank of the Pontifex as well.
critically, this Mauler is pushing forward ahead of the rest of his team, trying to get on top of that Armageddon Navy issue, possibly trying to get web scram. But we see the Mauler being counter web down by the Vindicator of Mark Bridges, preventing him from getting any closer. And the Dominic's Navy issue now edging in a little bit with the Lashak of Amis not too far behind. We may see the battle be joined rather shortly.
Both teams a little hesitant to fully engage with each other. I think they realize that this match could decide itself rather quickly with all the damage that these teams have brought to bear. But we are starting to see battleships get tackled down now, and they're starting to exchange fire as we see the Skybreakers start to open up on the drones.
Yeah, I mean, the Vindicator is now within, web range of the Navy Dominics. is now the primary, taking a good amount of damage, and that Vindicator is going to want to close to 0. You'd be really within that void range, be able to pound through. The Dominix is likewise blaster fit, but I mean, the Vindicator will happily outtrade. And meanwhile, they're primarying the Armageddon Navy issue of Heinkel, not going for the Vindicator, which will have those faction reppers on it.
What do you think of that call? Do you like them going for the Geddon instead of the webs?
It's a tough call. I mean, the Vindicator is doing an excellent job of really controlling the Mauler and the Dominix Navy issue, and you really don't want to shoot into the faction tank if you don't have to. But in getting rid of the pressure that the Armageddon Navy issue brings, Newtwise makes a lot of sense to me.
And we're starting to see the Triglavian damage from Brightside of Death starting to spool up. The Dominix Navy issue was initially losing its armor a lot faster than the Geddon. That is beginning to change as the Dominix Navy still losing big chunks, but you can start to see that Geddon Navy rapidly reducing its armor here. The reps from the Thalia Deacon combo struggling to catch up to the damage here. That said, the logistic ships on both sides starting to take some firepower. They may have gone in a little too close and are now starting to get some negative attention from the enemy team. Fox Pure's Deacon dipping into low armor now. Ooh, he's really struggling.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the pressure that we see of these drones that are all on top of him, forcing a little bit of split reps from his buddy Stanley Ray and the Thalia, who will have to focus on Fox and pull a little bit off of Wanto. But Wanto and Heinkel are relatively even. We see a bit of a switch to Krillko's direct vac, realizing that maybe the Dominix might not be the call anymore.
The Dominix has a very strong local tank of the ships to lose repping power on. It's probably the one you would want to have. That said, Fox Pure is about to lose his repping power permanently as he drops. That is a huge, huge turn here. Brightside of Death is going to struggle with only one Thalia, who itself
And
might drop very shortly.
yeah, and the Thalia we can see is under significant new pressure. That will be, the Navy Geddon and the Dominix. The Typhoon fleet issue in the Navy Geddon, rather, that are putting pressure onto the Thalia, and the direct vacs continuing to take damage. We do see that these drones that were killing the Deacon buddy have finally been cleared by the Skybreaker, but it might be a little bit late as the direct vac is now going down low into armor at the same time that Heinkel is at half armor.
That's going to be a terrible trade for Brightside. They're losing critical damage here, and they absolutely need to put this Armageddon Navy away. They're not able to effectively pressure Platinum Sensitivity's logistics frigates in the same way that Platinum Sensitivity was able to pressure theirs. There's just not enough new pressure on Brightside of Death to make that happen at the moment. Or if there is, they're struggling to apply it to the right targets.
Yeah, and that will be the Thalia down. That's going to be all the Logi down, nothing to keep Krillko up anymore. And he will drop. And meanwhile, Heinkel really hasn't gotten any lower. Figgy continues to take some damage in his own Thalia, but he'll be just fine.
Yeah, we're starting to see Heinkel stabilize now. He's not exactly clawing armor back, but it's not dropping anymore. Meanwhile, the Dominix is basically in the same position, kind of a holding pattern. The difference is Platinum Sensitivity is gradually grinding away the low end of Brightside of Death, taking away their logistics, taking away their support. They're about to take away this Sentinel and all the tracking disruption and missile guidance disruption it's been able to bring.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be what happens when you do lose those, Logi frigates. I would say that the drone war that Platinum Sensitivity has been, pretty 200 IQ in this match and definitely ahead of B-Sod, chewing through that low and now chewing through the Sentinel. And now that the tracking disruption is off the Navy Geddon, the Vindicator are going to apply all that much better.
Oh, now they're refocusing back on the Dominix of 121. He is dropping very, very low. Bleeding structure now. His armor reppers are still cooking, but they're not able to keep up with the incoming damage, and he will continue to bleed structure even as they try to keep him in low armor. He's now at half. It's a Galenti ship, so that structure bar is rather large, but it is getting burned away here by the lasers and missiles from this Geddon Vindicator and Typhoon fleet issue.
Yeah, and honest to God, at this point, it looks like Platinum Sensitivity, with a minute, 10 seconds left in the match, is going to walk away with it very cleanly. I don't think they'll kill the Lashak, but they're picking apart this Pontifex of Phil Kondo. They might even kill the Vedmak of Matthias in the next minute or so.
Yep, the Pontifex looks likely to die here. It's dropping very rapidly. The damage output from Platinum Sensitivity is extremely high, especially now that that Sentinel is off the field. They will probably be able to put away those two ships. That said, the damage on the Ponti seems to have slowed considerably.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
nope,
Pont.
there it goes. Must have been a reload or something, or the drones were having a hard time catching up to him, but he's taking damage again at a pretty rapid clip. And that Vedmak structure just might as well not even exist. The Vedmak totally vaporized.
Yeah, the Pontifex has been doing a pretty good job at burning away from danger, but the drones do finally catch up with him and bring him down. We see that the Leshak now putting some damage onto what looks like the Typhoon fleet of Kentarkus, but there's only 10 seconds left in this match, and nothing else really should die in that time frame. But Platinum Sensitivity playing very, very nice, winning 69-0, and with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Welcome to Eve Pandora. 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 Pandora.
Platinum Sensitivity there, taking that solid victory over Bright Side of Death. Mark Bridges will be very pleased with that in his flagship Vindicator. We don't see very many of those, and he flew it to great effect. Speaking of flying to great effect, Mystical Might, you were pointing out during that match the positioning of those battleships. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we see a lot in tournaments, and a lot of what we talk about, is screening and separating the enemy team a lot. One of the things that Platinum Sensitivity did really well in this match is that their three battleships decided to approach the enemy team together with maybe like a couple kilometers difference between them, which means that Bright Side of Death aren't able to actually separate the battleships of the Platinum Sensitivity team. Anything that comes into range of one comes into range of all, allowing them to effectively apply their damage. And we saw that begin to happen when they went onto the Navy Dominics, which put itself forward as a block, right? It was just there to tackle down one of the battleships, force the rest of them to stop because they wanted to stick together. And because of the changes recently, it is extremely tanky. So it's a good move by the BSOD team, but it forces the Thalia and the Deacon in closer. And when you have a flagship Vindicator, it means that they can't escape that web range, and they do eventually just begin to die to it because you can apply your damage pretty well to the frigates, even though they are fairly small. So, yeah, I just wanted to shout out positioning on both sides. Obviously, being a Platinum Sensitivity simp, I fully endorse the piloting that I've seen here, and I am glad and never doubted that they were going to win this match, and I am glad that they're going to carry on until into the next weekend.
You never had your hands clasped together in prayer during that match.
I did not tell them to stop dying. That is true.
Well, they never died in the first place.
Exactly.
So
It worked.
Yeah, problem solved. It worked all the way through. Now, what we saw a bunch in that match was tracking disruptors being applied to things. Tracking is a super important mechanic in EVE Online. Jin Tan, can you just explain kind of what tracking is and how it impacts the game?
Yeah, so Misty talked a little bit earlier about things being small, and that's because tracking is related to both the angular velocity of a ship relative to your own, which is represented by transversal velocity, and the signature radius of the ship. So if you are close in, or your target is relatively big, your guns will be able to track and hit them properly, doing more damage and being able to actually apply to them properly. This is something you can affect with a number of things. You know, we often see webs, for example, the 90% webs of a Vindicator being used really effectively to make guns that wouldn't normally hit something hit them really effectively.
Yeah, and then one way to disrupt that, tracking disrupt, would be to use tracking disruptors. Mystical might talk us through tracking disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a situation where you would normally be hit, perhaps it's because you're at a long distance and the ship that you're going up against has long-range weaponry. There are things called tracking disruptors in the game. There are two different types of scripts that you can use with them, optimal range disruption and tracking speed disruption. Tracking speed disruption is useful in the cases that Jintan was mentioning, where perhaps you're in close. You may be a fairly medium-sized ship, so they're able to hit you fairly effectively. Using this tracking speed disruption, it means that the weapons aren't able to actually track you properly if you're in close and moving quickly. So it allows you to mitigate some of the damage or reduce the damage coming into you. Whereas if you are further away and you are fighting something that's projection, perhaps, so thinking to TQ, it might be something like a Ferox that you may be going up against where they have railguns. Optimal range ensures that they have to switch to longer range but lower damage ammo to effectively be able to hit you. So it, I guess, broadens the area that you can play around in, and it reduces the area to which they can apply their damage.
Awesome. And in order to apply that kind of damage, then you're going to have to be able to lock them. And to be someone who's locking them, you probably enjoy locking them at those ranges. Speaking of which, our next match is going to be Lock Range Enjoyers versus No Forks Given. So let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. So Lock Range Enjoyers banning out the Barghest, the Abaddon, and the Guardian, whereas No Forks Given are banning the Eos, the Balgorn, and the Geddon Navy issue. Jintan, what jumps out at you here?
What really jumps out to me here is the Lock Range Enjoyers bans. They are banning out two of the highest DPS battleships that we've seen other than the Vindicator, which is typically brought as a flagship anyway, and then the Guardian. The Guardian's really curious. That has the most potential reps of any logistics ship that you can field, but it's not quite commonly seen, especially from teams like No Forks Given. Perhaps they are running some sort of nuke comp and they want to reduce the possibility of their opponents bringing some energy transfers on those Guardians.
And Mystical Might, the Eos, what do you think about this ban here?
I mean, it suggests that they don't want to be seeing a fairly strong command ship. I think these days, with the changes to the Eos, I think it must have been at least half a year ago, if not longer, into a sentry boat, made it really decent in the Alliance tournament setting, where, and also just on TQ. You know, you'll see a lot of fleets that now run Eoses because they are really strong for what they are. The EOS is a good mix of links, so buffing your fleet to make sure that you can tank more, you can lock further, you can move faster, depending on the type of links being used. But also they do enough damage in their own right to be worth bringing. And I think they are one of the linchpin ships for drone comps, where if you are bringing a drone comp, you're probably going to be fielding an EOS. And it's not really replaceable. You don't want to bring a damnation to your drone comp in place of the EOS, whereas other ships are replaceable. You'll have a wealth of different drone cruisers that you could bring in place of something like the Vex Navy issue or the Stratios that we have seen run earlier in the day. So, I think it's an interesting ban. It seems like they may have practiced against drones and don't want to have to deal with that.
Well, that's fair enough, and that's why you should ban something. If you don't like it, just ban it. True. So let's have some quick predictions and then we'll send it. Mystical Might, what do you think?
I'm going to have to say Lock Range Enjoyers here. I think that's pretty...
That's pretty
solid.
Pretty solid.
Solid prediction here, yes.
Jintan?
It's very hard to predict against Lock Range Enjoyers in this match, I've got to say. There's always a chance for No Forks Given, but I think Lock Range Enjoyers have this.
I think I have to complete the Caster's Curse and also go for Lock Range Enjoyers. But it's time to find out, so let's head over to the arena and see.
Alexei Card here with Moderator for our final commentary pair. And we are up against a very interesting matchup. We've got Lock Range Enjoyers not enjoying their lock range as they've gone for a pretty traditional Mimitar Rush setup. A Fleet Tempest, double Sleipnir, double Fleet Scythe, double Scabble, Stabber Fleet, and a Svipple. Really going all in on the Mimitar theming here. Moderator, what are No Forks bringing?
Yeah, they've brought an Armageddon, the Tempest Fleet issue, and Dominic's Navy issue. So, you know, earlier we were talking about what if someone brings 4 battleships? Well, I guess now we know what happens. You know, if you're a Minmatar Rush team, it wouldn't be surprising to see them immediately just have their low end, you know, the Sviples and the Stabber Fleet issue go after some of these, you know, Sentinel, Navitas, Inquisitor, get rid of that, and then have your larger ships try to chew through these battleships on the upper side of things.
4 battleship setup, amazing. And you know what? I've taken a look at their low end. Honestly, aside from the Tech 1 logistic frigates, it doesn't look that bad. We might see a pretty surprising outcome to this match. No Forks definitely the underdogs going by the Twitch points.
One of the concerns that you do run into running 4 battleships, though, is that you have really just a Pontifex and a Skybreaker to screen, which means that the lock range enjoyers and their massive attack bar will have exactly 0 difficulty really controlling the range and picking apart ships, spreading things, you know, on their terms and navigating around you. Already off the jump, we're seeing these site fleet issues close straight into this battleship.
Yep, they're doing what they do. The question is, will they stop at the battleships or will they surge into that backline? It looks like they're stopping at their ships at the battleships and letting their drones do the talking as we see their drone cloud streak past the battleships and go in on some of these logistics frigates.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It's similar to what Platinum Sensitivity did, right? And we already see that the Tempest is in half armor, so is the Inquisitor, so is the Navitas. The Logifrigs are going to break within the first minute of the match, and trading a Tempest for a Scythe fleet is not good if you're in the position of lock range.
Yeah, trading the logistics frigates is one thing. If they lose that Tempest, that's a fish of another color. He is dipping deep now, is done with armor, into structure. They'll die at approximately the same time. Oh no, as I say that, the Scythe fleet is actually hanging on a little bit. He's pulling his shield back.
Yeah, I don't think that will last too much longer. We see him kind of run out of any sort of shield charges there. I do have to say, though, I'm not a fan of the Armageddon at this point in the tournament. It really doesn't do a whole lot of damage, especially not really being any sort of a gunboat. We see it's got all newts, and Minmatar Rush does not care if it gets neuted out.
Yeah, this is probably the worst team to be looking at when you're a Geddon pilot. There's not a ton you can do here. They don't even necessarily need active hardeners. It helps, but the base resists of the Slefners are just so good. You see the Scythe fleet issue now from Striker Eriker, about half shields, pulling some of his hit points back with what we presume to be an ancillary shield booster. But Conkle is dying much, much faster. They're about to lose another battleship that is half their battleships, half the core of their team down, and they're not even going to trade this Scythe fleet issue for it as he begins to, well, I was going to say begins to stabilize. He's definitely going to die, but taking way too much time. They've lost the tempo of this match. It's really running away from them here as Lock Range Enjoyers continues to pick apart their fleet. They're not even bothering to focus fire now. It feels like every ship is picking a different target. The Skybreaker, the Sentinel, the Pontifex, and the Geddon, and the Dami Navy all taking significant damage.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Lock Range Enjoyers and how large their attack bar is. It's completely filled off the screen. And they still have 2, you know, Tech 2 Logi frigates that have kept Striker Eriker up this entire time. Sentinel does drop, but I mean, if Striker does finally go down, it'll be for another battleship in the form of the Fleet Tempest, and now the Dominic's into low armor as well.
Yeah, the Geddon's trying to do what it can with its newts, which is apply them to the scalpels to try to slow down the rep. But the issue with the Geddon's newts, if it's fit as most Geddons traditionally are, those newts are going to be heavy newts. Their cycle time is very slow. Against a frigate, it's a lot of wasted newting power. They're going to be able to pull that back with their capacitor regen and potentially some extra cap mods that they might have fitted to their ships. They'll be able to handle that no problem, still getting reps in despite the Geddon's best efforts, as now this Skybreaker goes down for no forks given.
Yeah, it feels like this match was very much won kind of in the draft phase of things. Lock Range Enjoyers, I could see why you would not want to deal with an Abaddon or a Barghest that could maybe cut you in this setup. Whereas No Forks Given, I mean, they really just got outplayed here very decisively.
Yeah, I really like this lock range enjoyers comp. I was a little skeptical of all the points inflation points that they were losing here, going with double Sleipnir, double Fleet Scythe, double Scalpel, double Sipple. You could say that they're kind of wasting some points here, but on the other hand, it's got a very clear concept, very easy for them to execute. And as you mentioned, that attack bar literally off the charts. And it's just carving through these battleships as the getting goes down, and this arbitrator will not be long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, that will put lock range enjoyers into the winner of our next match, which will be Big Yikes and Brave Collective, and No Forks Given will be sent down to play against Deepwater Hooligans in the lower bracket.
Those are going to be some very interesting matchups indeed. Lock Range Enjoyers has now tackled the arbitrator. The drone cloud is on him. Not even rep drones; these are just pure damage drones. I think the scalpels may have actually repped him accidentally. Trying to extend this match a little bit as the structure goes down, and we turn it back over to the desk. What a thrilling match!
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that Templis, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything damped. I've not been able to look at single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Stick a fork in them. They are done as Lock Range Enjoyers takes that victory. Mystical Might, how did you enjoy that match?
Yeah, it was great. Loved it. Yeah, it's nice to be right on the desk.
You are. Nice to be right. Speaking of being right, we noticed that the Lock Range Enjoyers team, all Mimitar ships, and this is a Mimitar Republic sponsored tournament. And as far as I understand, they're the first team to bring entirely Mimitar ships. Why would we do that?
So one of the things that we've spoken about in the tournament is ECM. We've seen a few Blackbird bans coming out from different teams. I think we saw a Scorpion ban as well yesterday. ECM becomes a little less effective when you're running one singular faction comp. So in this case, it was Mimitar, which means that any team that they were going up against, if they did bring ECM, a majority of their jams would be less effective because you need to plan for all circumstances when running an ECM setup. Typically, your Blackbirds will have Amar jammers, Kaldari jammers, maybe a Galente jammer, a couple Mimitar jammers. The Mimitar jammers will still be effective, but the Galente, the Amar, the Kaldari ones are going to be less effective against Mimitar ships. Not to say that they can't jam still, but the chance to jam is incredibly low compared to if you were bringing Mimitar jams. So I think that's really the benefit of bringing one singular faction to the grid. It's just about making sure that if you do run into an ECM comp, you're not screwed completely by having, a Scalpel and then a Kirin, and then you can easily jam both of them out.
And of course, because this tournament is sponsored by the Mimitar Republic, all of those ships are lower pointed, so it's a very point-efficient comp in that way. Do you think that is part of it as well?
I think points play a part to a degree, because if you're bringing some of the, the fleet ships, it's easier to fit more ships into your comp of the larger variety, I suppose. But I think it's also a mix of just, knowing that now that you have a full fleet of the same faction, you're not going to be running into any ECM setups. You don't have to necessarily ban for it because you can deal with it in other ways.
And Jintan, in that last match as well, we saw something that I'd been looking forward to for most of the tournament. Unfortunately died, but 4 battleships. Explain this to me.
So, four battleships is a style of composition which, as the name might imply, uses 4 battleships. The main problem with running 4 battleships, though, is that it takes up a huge amount of your points. As you saw in that match, almost 80, so 4/5 of the points that No Forks Given have available to them were used entirely in their top end of those battleships. And because of that, they had a very, very fragile support wing, which meant that they didn't really have the mid slots and general survivable enough tackle to be able to lock down their opponents and allow those weapons to apply. Obviously, whilst the battleships have big numbers in terms of their DPS and EHP, where they fall down is the fact that they can't often apply it to cruisers and frigates, which Lock Range Enjoyers brought a lot of, and that meant that whilst they might have looked great on paper, they weren't really able to apply any of it, and they just got slowly picked apart by that rush comp.
Yeah, one of the ships that was picked apart was a 9.2 billion-esque Armageddon flagship, No Forks Given. So pretty heavy loss for them. They are still in the tournament. That was just the this wasn't an elimination match, so we will see them again later. Now, Jin Tan, you've been talking to some captains, and we have another interview that we can go to between yourself and Kit Kat from Big Yikes.
First of all, can you introduce yourself to the audience, please?
I am Kit Kat. I've been playing this game for 9 years now, but like recently for the last, I don't know, 5 to 7 years, I've been mostly playing in tournaments and like not been around on TQ anymore. This year we are playing the Alliance tournament representing the Alliance Big Yikes. Well, we made the team before we found the Alliance and actually recruited a bunch of guys like from actually outside of the Alliance. So Big Yikes is actually just hosting this.
And what's your team's competitive history?
Yeah, for teams actually we're a core that's been playing together for like since we started playing 2013. Prior to that, we've done 4th in the Alliance tournament last year, and we've won the Anger game. And so right now we are just playing with a different alliance, and we've got a bunch of new players that actually have some experience. I think there's some guys from Snuff that's been playing before, and other teams that, in general, it's the first time they play in an actually competitive team.
So what are your aims or expectations for this tournament run?
So yeah, we're here basically for cash. We are really hoping to get back on the money we've invested and like to really get on top of that like a few 80 ships for each of our players actually.
What are your thoughts going into your first match against Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports?
Prior to the FIDE tournament, actually, we've practiced with them quite a bit. So like the things that now I guess we know them a little bit and they know us a little bit, and it's like just making the game in itself a bit interesting because like there's quite a bunch of data that they can analyze on us and we can analyze on them.
Circling back to something you said earlier, it sounds like you had to integrate some new players into the team. Can you tell me a little bit about what it was like teaching them?
So after each practice, we analyzed everything very carefully, and we made tools to make it work. And so each mistake is corrected, each default in the strategy is corrected. We usually we ended up having like really lots and lots of stats, lots and lots of data to analyze. That's helping us to really understand after each match what happened, what can go better. And so it really allowed us to make each player grow, and like it was the benefits of that was really visible, really enjoyable.
All right, thank you for your time. Is there anything else you want to mention before we sign off?
Yeah, we're really looking forward to playing this tournament. I mean, earlier this year we won with Grand Cadeau in the team, so like it shouldn't be really that hard.
Jin Tan there interviewing Kit Kat from Big Yikes. Jin, just want to take a moment to say thank you for putting these interviews together. You've done a whole bunch of them. We've heard a couple of them so far. Hope to hear some more of them. And they've been super interesting. Just like I know it's a lot of effort to sit down with everyone, do the interview, and then edit and cut each one up into like little bite-sized chunks like this. So great work. Really look forward to seeing more of these in the future.
Yeah, thank you. They were, as I said before, they were a great chance to do. You talk to people all over the world. Obviously, KitKat there, a member of the French contingent. I believe they actually run their matches in French as opposed to English. Having been split off from the Localers primary team of last year, where they placed 4th, forming 2 teams in this tournament, with Damascius Kadesh running the English-speaking contingent in Lock Range Enjoyers, and Big Yikes being the French-speaking contingent. In fact, if Big Yikes are able to win this match, they will be facing each other in the next game of the winners bracket, which I think would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's correct. So this match coming up, Big Yikes versus Brave Collective, is our last of the winners bracket matches today. We will drop down into the elimination bracket for the rest of the day. Let's take a look at the bans for Big Yikes versus Brave Collective. So Big Yikes banning out Guardian, Stormbringer, Mauler. Brave Collective banning out Curse, Scimitar, and Caracal Navy Issue. Mystical Might, Stormbringer ban, ?
Question mark indeed. I think it's an interesting ban. It's depending on the setup. So if you're flying an armor setup, for example, and you bring the Stormbringer, it gives you a decent amount of mids to utilize for E-War, which is what we've seen earlier in the day. Some people have brought armor Stormbringers, and they're effective at clearing drones as well. So not only are you limiting the amount of damage that perhaps some of the turret and missile-based ships can do on the enemy team, but you're also limiting the number of drones that they can effectively use by slowly destroying them. It's not like the fastest thing to do with the Stormbringer, because the application's kind of weird sometimes. Skybreaker, I think, is a little bit better when it comes to clearing drones because it's using the small Volton projectors, which means that it's applying effectively to all types of drones. Whereas the Stormbringer really benefits from the fact that it can shoot like 100 kilometers. So not only can you be armor fit, but you can sit really far back, make use of your E-War, clear some of those rep bots or those damage drones, and really, it's a really cool ship to use. And in a shield setup, to quickly clarify, it's also super tanky. Wingnut, I believe, mentioned that it's one of the few ships that gets that 6% shield resistance bonus, which means that if it burns in and tackles you down, you're going to have to try and go through it, and it's not the fastest thing to do when you're in a time-sensitive situation.
Yeah, we also see them banning out the Mauler. Jintan, obviously, that's usually considered quite a hard-to-remove tackle ship. We see them a lot in the last tournament, just slap them full of newts in the high slots, send them in to tackle something, and it's just, once it's on, you can't get it off. They're banning that here. Like, what does that say to you?
I think normally that would say that they're going to be using something that needs to be able to go in and keep going in for the entirety of the match, like, say, perhaps an Armageddon Navy issue or a Typhoon Fleet issue. However, in combination with that Stormbringer ban, I suspect that they might be actually looking at banning out the Smart Bomb version of that we do occasionally see, potentially running some sort of drone setup and wanting to clear the way for that without giving their opponents the opportunity to run something with a large amount of Smart Bombs.
Awesome. Now let's take a look at a player graph for one of the pilots from Brave Collective this year. A pilot who goes by the name Cable Uta. So he's a very experienced pilot over the years, flying for the Volta team for many years. Competed last year under Ride My Turtle, and this year he is essentially heading up the Brave Collective team as a mercenary and bringing a lot of experience, a lot of theory crafting knowledge, and piloting execution into this team. As you can see, he tends to fly recently the bigger ships, flying the Barghest last year and this year, whereas before he tended to fly more of the smaller support high skill ships, your Manticores, your Kitsunes, and your Hounds. He wins a lot, 15 wins to 8 losses, and look at that amount of Alliance tournaments he's flown in. Like, for many years, flying in 6 matches in Alliance Tournament 12, a bunch more in Alliance Tournament 14. Pretty cool, pretty experienced pilot. So let's go over to the arena and see how Cable does with the Brave team as they go up against Big Yikes.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by the lovely Basilisk, and we have our first match that we're commentating today, the last of the winter bracket matches. It is on the blue side, the Brave Collective, bringing a very similar comp to what they brought yesterday, triple battleship with that Leshak as a huge part of it, but they don't have the Mauler, which was a huge part of why they won yesterday. Meanwhile, what did Big Yikes bring?
So Big Yikes have actually brought a fairly similar armor control comp here, but instead they've gone for 2 battleships instead of 3. But I feel like this match could fairly quickly devolve into an all-out brawl between these 2 armor control comps here. Obviously, both comps are going to be set up so that the other team is sort of forced to come into their range, and that's going to result in both teams just, I assume, just bumping straight into each other, and it's going to be a big blast off in the middle here.
Yeah, much like yesterday, Brave has brought a laser Armageddon Navy issue to make sure that they're not mixing their gun systems. But this is the first time I think we've seen Armageddon Navy issue versus Balgorn, the old Newton King of the Alliance tournament, up against the new kid on the block. Ship that some people haven't been super impressed with the Rapid Heavy setup. We'll say this is a gun Balgorn, so both of these ships will have 2 to 3 newts on them, and similar amounts of lasers, Armageddon Navy doing more damage, more nuke power coming out of the Balgorn. And that said, we're about to get underway with the match. I am excited. What about you?
Oh, I'm very excited. I think the key point in this match is going to be Arya Yatalila and the Balgorn. Obviously, the Balgorn we've seen so many times in the Alliance tournament. Very, very strong ship. But I think in this scenario where you come up against Logi frigates in this sort of very similar matchup, the power of those newts to just instantly cap out the Logi frigates and the ranged webs that makes it very, very difficult for them to even exist anywhere remotely near their fleet will make it very, very difficult for Brave Collective to actually get some sort of effective reps going. So I feel like Brave may actually, of these 2 teams, want to try and keep more range here.
Well, both teams starting out just keeping range at the moment. Both teams burning back. Some damage going on to Arya on the start as Ergonol and the Pontifex is taking some long-range damage at present, although both these ships being armor tanked is just kind of plinking away as we're in for another long one if the matches today are any indication of what happens in these armor control mirror matches.
Yeah, I think in this situation, it's good to just try and sort of plink at something, you know, make sure the Logi's on the ball, make sure the Thalia and Deacon are actually awake, one of them hasn't DC'd or alt-tabbed or something to play some gacha game. But they seem to be on the ball. The Pontifex of Ergonol is holding just fine. But these things are the kind of things that you can maybe, you know, get a lucky strike from a Leshak, lucky strike from a Tempest fleet, and maybe you can take him down into half armor. And, you know, if the stars align, you could actually get a frag there. And, of course, that then would snowball with the removal of links or, you know.
Yep. Big Yikes taking the move, kiting in a circular pattern towards Brave, who's starting to burn a little bit more in. You got to be careful about the range control. As you mentioned, Brave wanting to play a little bit further back. They have a little bit better projection in this Leshak over the Tempest fleet issue and the Balgorn. They're getting some more plink damage onto Arya at the moment, but a lot of grazes, a lot of glances at the moment. Not a whole lot of damage being put out for either of these teams. We're almost 2 minutes into the match.
Yeah, at this point, obviously, there's not much hope of really killing anything for either of these teams unless they get a lucky shot on one of those small ships. They're definitely not killing the Balgorn in this sort of scenario, but they may just be aiming to sort of try and hopefully burn through some of those cap boosts on the Deacon and Thalia. But again, I'm not even sure the DPS would be enough to even force the Deacon and Thalia to actually use those cap charges at all, to be honest.
Brave playing some damage on the flan a bit in the Tempest fleet issue is Laden Redden also taking a bit of damage, but once again, nice volley onto the Deacon. Lilu taken down into about 75% armor, does get a shot, but he's repped back up, and we're going to get more just long-range trades, Kavla wrecking shots, see what happens. Praetor and Jesus, Zitterval and the Magus going to be taking some damage from Big Yikes in the meantime.
Yes, both teams still just trying to take it slow, trying to break through anything they can, you know, get a lucky shot on. But again, both these comps are very similar in terms of control. Neither of them is particularly, they're effective at short range, but they don't really want to be rushing in. It's a weird sort of scenario. They're looking for the opening here, as Dynas does get caught down into low armor there, but Lilu and Les in the Logi frigate's quick to rip him back up again.
Yeah, and they're going to keep on plugging away, hoping to get a wrecking shot at the moment. They're not going to burn in. In fact, you can see 68 meters a second currently on Cable Uta and the Leshak. They're waiting for Big Yikes to make the moves first, although they have to be careful about the acceleration. They're cutting in now a little bit closer, maybe trying to bait something out of the Brave team, who is still playing very back and very close together.
Yeah, so while these two teams are just sort of slowly posturing, I just wanted to ask you quickly, what do you think about the Heretic? The Magus, never mind. Is he going to hold?
I think maybe. He got a good shot. He might be holding, but
he is in danger here. That conversation might have to hold for a second. He is barely holding. They have managed to. He's burning away, but he is still taking chunks. He's going down to low 5% armor. And they go down.
He's down.
Okay, wow.
Link's off the table, and importantly, that's the long-range webs out from the Balgorn, or they still have long-range webs, so they won't have the web Link for probably 2 minutes if he has max Link skills, depending on when the Link cycle went off. That's actually pretty good. Also keeps some of the ability for these armor ships to be slippery off the table with the evasive maneuvers Link off the table as well.
Yeah, I think what happened there from looking at his movement was he was trying to get out of range as opposed to trying to get up his transversal. So I think he was burning sort of more away from these 3 battleships than sort of perpendicular to them. And I think their tracking was fine, and they got a couple of good shots on him. Obviously, the Tempest Fleet going to have hail loaded, but now, yeah, the XVIII Navy.
Yeah, Big Yikes has to be the one to commit now. Brave have won the initial trade, and they're just playing so slowly. This Retribution and this Fitbull starting to burn in at the moment. Cable Uta staying forward for the rest of his team. He is the tankiest one on his team. Can be under trouble from the Balgorn, but remember, this Balgorn's got 4 guns on it, so not the full neuting power. Meanwhile, Leshak, Armageddon Navy, and Tempest Fleet are going to have a combination of probably around 5, maybe 6 newts between them to deal with what Big Yikes brings if they come into range.
Yeah, and of course, the Leshak as well might have a cat battery, might have a bunch of Nosses on it. And of course, all that stuff can be useful for keeping hardness going, keeping the gun going. So it can be difficult to nuke these ships out if you've only got just the Balgorn and the Tempest Fleet, which neither of which actually have a nuke range bonus.
Yeah, and these ships from Big Yikes, they keep moving in and then moving out as this Fitbull was taken down low, has to run away. The Retribution had to do the same thing. And now this Tempest Fleet issue, this Balgorn, they're starting to move in alongside this AUG Navy. This might be the all-out brawl we're looking for. Cable Uta finally taking some damage. He's into his armor, but the Balgorn of Arya will be the primary now for Brave Collective. If they can take him off the field, this might just be the snowball they need.
Yeah, this is it. This is the committing to the fight. Big Yikes have seen they've lost the Magus. They need to go in now, and they did get the Balgorn webs on that Leshak there. So we see Cable Uta's speed rapidly dropping. The 3 battleships are burning in on top of him here. Sorry, the 2 battleships are burning in on top of him, and they're going to stop pumping DPS. But Arya is himself also taking chunks here from these other 3 battleships on the Brave side.
Yeah, and if you can get them out before those bonus newts can stop the Leshak gun, it can be impossible to come back from losing such a powerful ship as the Balgorn. That said, both these ships into armor, 30% out from Cable Uta. Arya about half armor remaining. Damage is ramping up from Cable, though, and this Balgorn is not holding right now. Some damage going onto the Logi frigates as well from the low end of Brave.
Yeah, this is really, really bad for Big Yikes if this Balgorn goes down here. And I question whether that Magus kill early on might have actually changed the complexion of this match, because if that Magus, it depends where they had their links. If they've got the armor links on the Damnation, it might not matter too much. But if they had the armor links on the Magus, then that may be the reason this Balgorn is dropping so quickly. And Cable Uta is still kind of holding here, and Arya is definitely not.
Yeah, Arya all the way into Hull. This might be exactly what Brave are looking for. You know, a team that comes out of a New Bro alliance. You might not expect it, but the team has tournament history, and they're showing it right now up against this Big Yikes squad who really wants to face their English-speaking counterpart. But that Balgorn's dead, and now Brave are in firm control of the match.
Yeah, now 3 battleships against 1. They're looking at the Tempest Fleet, and they're saying, we can kill you pretty easily here. The Leshak's got to start his spool up again, but the Tempest Fleet's already in position. They charged in. He's not going to get out of range here again. And this Tempest is now, this Leshak is now going to be free to start spooling up on him and pumping in the damage. They do lose the Thalia there,
though.
Yeah, the other one
being
is
traded
traded
from
as
both
well.
teams. Yeah. It's pretty much over at this point. I mean, you'd have to imagine the only DPS left on the field is Damnation, who does like, what, 600, 700 DPS with hams and a Tempest Fleet issue. XVIII Navy, I mean, does quite a bit, 1,000 if it's got blasters, but you're still got to chew through Leshak. They do take down this Deacon at the very end, so they are killing the Brave low end, but this Tempest Fleet issue of Flantabet, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is already into 1/4 armor.
Yeah, and I do believe this XVIII Navy is actually rail fit. He's sat sort of 30 kilometers off the fight here. So he's not going to be pumping that 1,000 DPS. And this Tempest Fleet is now going to go down. And of course, once that goes down, the DPS that's left for Big Yikes is going to be rather anemic here. The Damnation, the XVIII Navy, the AUG Navy, obviously they're not going to have the damage to break through the raw HP of these 3 battleships. They may end up losing Cable in the process, but it's not going to be enough.
No, I don't think it would be enough. And you were saying as this match started, or as this commitment started, how important was that Magus kill? And I kind of want to get your opinion. How important do you think that Magus kill was for deciding this match?
I think it was not. I would expect it to be unlikely that they had the armor links on the Magus, but I think the more impactful point is that it put the onus on Big Yikes to go in and put themselves in a position that they maybe didn't want to be in. I think they might have preferred for Brave to need to come into them and sort of face the Balgon webs, face the cruisers screening them off, face the Retribution tackling something down, but instead they were forced to go on the offensive in maybe a scenario that they would have liked to be on the defensive and fight them coming into them.
And you mentioned at the start of the match, Brave had to keep the range control, had to play further back, and they were able to do that to great effect, waiting for Big Yikes, as you said, to commit onto them because of that Magus kill. Cable Uto will finally go down, perhaps. He's probably screaming in comms. There he is. But, I mean, Damnation Simple Retribution versus 2 battleships and a bunch of low-end. It is all over for Big Yikes. They will go down to lower bracket, but Brave, they're now prize ship enjoyers, top 12. Pretty well done for them.
Yeah, prize ships in exchange for a Lashak and 2 Logi frigates. That sounds like a pretty good trade deal to me.
Indeed. Maybe it's the best trade deal in the history of deals. Maybe ever. Sorry, that reference probably doesn't land particularly well to the non-Americans in the crowd. But either way, we can talk a little bit about what's going on. Big Yikes being knocked to the lower bracket. I'm not exactly sure who they're up against. I think it would be Deepwater Hooligans, but I'm not sure.
I get the bracket up just now. I think they would be up against... yeah, Deepwater Hooligans is correct. So that would be a pretty interesting match for sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we won't be able to see the local is primary English versus French match. That would have been the narrative perfection, but instead, Brave Collective moving on to face the AG winning squad of Lock Range Enjoyers in the upper bracket round 3. This Damnation's gonna die. Oh, never mind. It time's out. Send it back to the desk.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Brave Collective there with their second win of the tournament, putting them to 2-0 and continuing their run through the winners bracket. And it also makes them prize ship enjoyers, which is good for them. Meanwhile, Big Yikes drops down to the elimination bracket. We will see them again at some point. Well, they will be fighting to remain in the tournament. Brave fielding that Lashak there. A few of you asking in Twitch chat about flagships and if you can make flagship Lashaks. In fact, you cannot. You're not allowed to bring the Lashak, the Balgorn, the Rattlesnake, and the Widow as flagships in Alliance Tournament 18. Bart, tell me a little bit about that.
I think that it was a rule that was created several years ago after we happened to have a 2-year streak of it just being Balgorns and nothing else. And the creators of the rules decided that, hey, maybe it's boring to just see Balgorns, like lots and lots and lots of Balgorns. And we got rid of the ability for Balgorns to be fielded and for officer webs. So for those who don't know, a flagship is able to ignore certain fitting restrictions. You can't put like an Estimals invulnerability on because that would be absolutely disgustingly overpowered. But you can't put on like damage mods, a lot of high slots, some mid slots, etc. Nowadays, you can put webs back on because it turns out that it was the Balgorn plus the web that was the problem, not necessarily the web. You still can't do Balgorns. some people kind of are like, well, maybe we should be able to do that again. But it's been a pretty good change, in my opinion. Like, I like seeing not Balgorns. I like Vindicators. We've been seeing a lot of Vindicators, seen some Barghists. I think we saw Geddon earlier today. And in general, I don't know, it's a pretty good change to me. Like, seeing I think there was one year that it was like 60 Balgorns out of 64 teams for the flagships, and you're just like, okay, this is cool, I guess. It wasn't cool.
Thank you. Now, I see BBP, and I also see CCPB, who's joined us back on the desk. Hello, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. No one ever asks me.
Yeah.
Like, I ask everybody else, and they always start talking about themselves. No one ever turns around and asks me how I am. So thank you. It's nice to be seen for a change. How are you enjoying the matches today?
I'm loving it. I'm having a blast watching them.
Any favorites? Any highlights?
Honestly, yesterday's match with the Battle Badger, I was really hyped about. But today, I mean, they've been very good ones. They've been back and forth. We've been in there watching all kinds of matches. You have a very good sense for which ones are going to happen and how they're going to happen. You completely called the Odin's one. You exactly called which shapes, if it's this comp, they're going to win, and you called it perfectly. It's been fun hanging out and watching them with you.
Awesome. Now, a little interesting fact that I've just been told is that match there, Brave Collective won. They were blue on the screen. First match of the day, except Pandemic Legion, where the blue side has won. Every other match today, the red side has won. Now, CCPB, when you were writing the script for Alliance Tournament, did you consider perhaps making it more random?
No, we like that color.
There you are. Script confirmed. Now, let's look at our next match, actually, because we are going into the elimination matches now. So these matches coming up are going to be ones where if these teams lose, they are gone. They go home. I'm pretty sure these guys have not got themselves prize ships yet, but by winning, they're getting one little bit closer, and they might get them early next week. So the bans coming up right now for Arrival versus Hidden Leaf Village. Let's take a look at those. So Arrival banning out Ishtar, Orthrus, Osprey Navy issue, and Hidden Leaf Village Ninja banning out the Loki, the Curse, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Bart, take me through the Arrival bans here. What's going on?
The Arrival bans is something that if you had showed me this on Friday before the tournament started, I would have said, oh, they clearly don't want to be fighting anything kitey. But what we've actually been seeing throughout the last 2 days is sort of this emergence of the Caldari ham rush, where people are actually flying things like Orthrus's, Osprey Navies, Caracal Navies as heavy assault missile ships. And, traditionally, for the last several years, you would think that it's a rapid light kiting ship, which is generally what you would see them as on TQ. But I think that, now that looking at it with this new lens that we have, I think that it really and truly is that they don't want to be rushed, and the Ishtar is in there because drones, I guess. Not really sure about the Ishtar, but the other two, I'm trying to, interpret it as Caldari Rush is scary and they don't want to fight it.
And CCPB, in your experience, roaming around in TQ and stuff, the Osprey Navy issue, it's a super good, nano gang ship.
Yeah.
Why do people like flying them so much on TQ?
I think it's the fact they can fit an XLASB and a large extender. It just makes you crazy buffer tanky at the same time as being an active tank. Rapid lights deal with anything that try and rush you. Just an all-round super good ship to learn how to kite, because you don't have to think about tracking. You just, shoot missiles at people and they die.
That's always good when you shoot missiles at people and they die. We've seen plenty of teams today shooting missiles at people and having them not die, which is pretty suboptimal as team strategies go. Blackbird Pirate, who do you think is going to win here? Now, Arrival have faced some pretty strong teams. They got knocked down to the lower bracket by Truth on the Light, and Hidden Leaf, Village Ninja, etc. have lost their flagship Barguest. What's your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I do like Arrival. I think they got a rough thing. We've talked about it before. You can get kind of screwed over by the bracket sometimes, and getting Truth, Honor, Light right off the bat is not a good thing. I think Arrival didn't really have an opportunity to show their strengths, and I actually think they're the better team here, mostly because the Naruto role players kind of sucked the last time we saw them. Specifically, we saw some interesting flagship piloting where a ship that goes twice as fast as another ship was caught by the ship that does not go twice as fast as the other ship. So, I don't know. It's a little weird. Maybe I'm betting on Arrival here, and I also don't like Naruto role players.
And CCVB, if you had to pick one of these teams, who's it going to be?
I'm gonna have to put my my vote on the opposite. I'm gonna go with Baltrim and his gamer energy. Just go in, fucking game it. I believe in you.
Gamer energy. Yes.
Right. Well, it's time to go to the arena to see Arrival versus Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports Team. So yeah, let's go see.
Welcome back, everybody, to the arena. My name is Fear. I'm with the Basilisk, and on the blue side, we have Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, bringing a Balgorn, but not any more battleships. Some armor control, perhaps, maybe some armor brawling. They have a sack, they have an Absolution, they have an Astarte. This is a bit different than what we expect, I think, from a lot of teams when we see a Balgorn. Meanwhile, what have Arrival Dot brought?
This looks to me like a shield kite comp. I believe those are heavy missiles on the Nighthawk. Of course, they've got Gilas as well, commonly kiting, Jackdaw commonly kiting, and the Hyena for range control. So I expect Arrival to try and keep as much range here as possible, but I don't know how easy that's going to be against, obviously, the long-range Balgorn webs, but they may also have Ewar supremacy here with the two Jackdaws. As we've discussed earlier, Jackdaw generally tends to win the Damp War against the carriers.
Yeah, Jackdaw is incredibly strong at the moment. I think maybe the strongest ship in the tournament that isn't worth banning out. You can field in armor comps, you can field in shield comps, always brings a lot of E-War mids and utility, and as you mentioned, wins the Damp War versus the carries. That said, Armor Brawl in a non-battleship form, something that I have yet to see this Alliance tournament. Harkens back to some older tournaments and also to the time Brave got knocked out by B-Sod in the feeders last year.
Yeah, so I'll be totally honest here. Hidden Leaf Village were planning on bringing something else, and I bickered and bitched and poked at Baltrim to make them bring this. I thought this was the optimal comp to bring, given the bans, given the setup, given the meta. So if we lose, it's entirely on me, and if we win, it's also entirely on me. So please win.
As we can see, definitely not biased casters whatsoever. Me last match, and definitely not Basilisk this match. That said, some moves being made. This Balgorn playing the furthest forward of Hidden Leaf Village. I think they have to get the Balgorn webs before they actually commit on top of this Shield Kite comp from Arrival Dot. That said, Shield Kite, they've got HMLs. They should be able to apply it to some of these cruisers, but they are armor cruisers, a little bit harder to apply to with HMLs than something like shield cruisers.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would count this armor comp that we're fielding as a brawl comp here. I think there is range guns, there's beams on the Absolution, there's rails on the Astarte, there's obviously heavy lasers on the Balgorn. So I think it wants to operate in a sort of range of like 30, 40 kilometers if possible. But as you say, the Balgorn needs to be leading the charge. They need to get webs on something from that Balgorn, and then they can start to break through it and make progress in the match here. But obviously the shield kite comp may be a bit tricky to get hold of.
See, this is why I should have had you introduce their comp and be like, oh yeah, this is like rails and beams. Because I've seen the start and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's blasters every single time. Either way, though, I mean, both teams playing with their range at the moment. This Balgorn, once again, staying forward. But we see this Hyena cutting around the outside. He wants to find his way onto maybe this Purifier, maybe this Carries, playing on the back lines of the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad esports teams. That's a mouthful. Team.
We do see the Astarte taking some damage here, but I think he's got an active repper, so he seems to be okay for now, and I think he needs to just wait until the Logi frigates get in range. Of course, the Deacon Thalia don't have the best range on the other side of the grid at the moment, Asuka and Neo, but should be closing in shortly and be able to keep them up. But this Jackdaw now of Rosmars is taking some chunks through shield here.
Yeah, and Shield Jackdaw, not as tanky as perhaps in previous tournaments, as there are tracking disruptors on it, so at least one, probably two of the mid slots are being used for that, but he's still able to go into defensive mode and kind of get his sig down and start healing back up to full.
Yeah, this may require an MJD play here from the Balgorn. He may need to line something up to get in range here and get a web on something, because at the moment they just seem to be getting kited around. Pretty ineffective so far. The Sacrilege of Zara is taking a bunch of chunks here, but I don't know if he still has his ADC. Of course, the Logi frigates may not be on top of him as well. Obviously, Sacrilege, very, very tanky hack. But they're still just trying to break. But the Purifier just gets instantly volleyed here off the field. Dune goes down.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were looking for. But at the same time, the Rosmers Prophet now into armor in the Jackdaw. That's a good trade if you want to get the E-War off the grid. But that's still a huge chunk of damage from Hidden Leaf Village that has been taken off.
I think he's neutered out by the Balgon here. His prop's
surviving.
gone, his webbed, he's going down. This Jackdaw's going to go down here. They've caught him. Can they catch anything in the aftermath of this? There's
He's
some other
catching
stuff
reps,
close by.
though. He's catching reps, though. He's up to 75% shield. He lives with
the Astartes on
5%
top of him.
structure remaining. He's back up to full shield, and now this Deacon being taken off the grid now from Arrival Dot onto Hidden Leaf Village. Oh my god, that Jackdaw survived just barely, and now he's completely caught reps.
He has, but I don't know how long he can catch here. Obviously, the Shield Kite team can't come back for him, and the rest of Hidden Leaf Ninja Village is closing in on him here. The Astartes arrived on the scene. The Sacrilege just showed up. They're all showing up to blob on this Jackdaw here, but their carries in the meantime. Dreaded Vengeance is going down.
Yeah, this could actually be a
Why
huge
can't they kill this
trade.
Jackdaw?
This Jackdaw staying so low, but also this Deacon being chunked down to half armor. The Carriers goes down, now the Deacon almost into structure, and the Rosmer's Prophet still stays alive.
How can they not kill
Overcommittal
this
from Hidden Leaf
Jackdaw?
Village now. It's getting punished.
This is unbelievable. They've got the Jackdaw right in the middle of them, and they just can't kill it. And it's a Jackdaw. It's a Jackdaw.
Yeah, and the Thalia's going to go down as well. Finally, he falls, but he bought so much time, trading himself for a Purifier, a Carries, and 2 Logi frigates.
That's disastrous. That's really disastrous. Hidden Leaf Village now facing an exit from the Alliance tournament, and on my head be it.
That's unbelievable, perhaps.
And now the Confessor goes down as well. I just don't understand how that Jackdaw lived so long. As you saw, 5% structure, and then he got repped up to 100%. The rest of his team was on the other side of the grid, and still he held, and still he held.
And it's exactly what you needed. The Simi just coming and completely clutch, staggering the reps exactly as needed to keep that Jackdaw
But this Nighthawk is
alive.
now caught. This Nighthawk is now caught, and Hidden Leaf Village do still have, to be fair, their top end here. They do still have the Balgorn, the 2 command ships, and the Sacrilege. They are on top of this Nighthawk. They've got for the full damage raining down on him. They got the newts. They got the webs on him. If they can catch something else, they may actually be able to win on points here. These Shield Kite comps, we see the Gilas, the Jackdaws. It's not huge DPS. It's good at taking out small stuff in this sort of fly killer setup, but it doesn't have the massive DPS to deal with bigger ship health bars. Although, of course, without Logi on the Hidden Leaf side anymore, this Astarte is now going down into half armor. They are going to try and break through him first.
Yeah, going for the Nighthawk, though. It's the tankiest ship from the Arrival Dot side, and he's into half shield. He's got a local shield rep, it looks like. No, actually, he's just got a Simi on him. The Astarte, I mean, you mentioned he has the local rep to maybe keep him alive for a little bit longer, but eventually he's going to run out of Ansel charges, and this Nighthawk is holding around the natural shield regen point.
He is. The Astarte is burning away. He's going to get away from those hams on the Nighthawk. But as you say, he's only got so many charges. He's got rep bots on him, but I don't know if he's going to be able to pick back up fully enough. He's still cycling through them. I don't know how many he's got left, maybe 3 or 4 cycles left. He's still just about hanging in there, but this Nighthawk is going to go down of Handsy Babes eventually. The newt's been on him for a while. He's going to run out of cap. He's going to lose those hardeners. But after that happens, there's 4 minutes left in the match. Obviously, the whole team is bunched up on this Nighthawk, and they're still going to be behind in points. They need to catch something else, but I don't know what they can catch.
Howling Wind in the Simi, though, complete MVP of the tournament, or not the tournament, of this match thus far. He's kept that Jackdaw alive for so long, and he's keeping Hansi Babis alive for a lot longer than you would expect under the pressure of this Balgorn neutralizers. Sorry, the words aren't getting to me right now, but this match is already on a knife's edge. Although it does look like one more slip up from Hidden Leaf Village will spell their doom. They're about to lose the Sacrilege, and that might be it.
The Sacrilege is going down. The rep bots were assigned to the Astarte, but now they're having to burn back to the Sacrilege, but he's going down. He can't. I assume he's already ADC'd. Maybe he's just hit the button. He's stopped dropping armor. Now he's going down through hull. He's going to go down here. It's just going to be 3 left, and the Nighthawk is still holding. Oh my goodness.
MVP Scimitar. I want to know how much he was on these reps from Howling Winds, but now it's a Balgorn into Astarte and an Absolution. As you mentioned, these are rails, these are beams, these are not super high DPS battle cruisers and command ships that we are so used to seeing in this tournament. Now Hydra Zero and the Balgorn, he's the primary from Arrival, Hidden Leaf Village. I don't think they can make this one. I think it's already over, and they're going to get knocked out of the tournament 0-2.
Yeah, well, 1-2. Come on, man.
1-2. Sorry.
The Nighthawk is indeed catching shields, though. I think the DPS isn't enough to break through him anymore. And yeah, this is unfortunately for me going to be the end of Hidden Leaf Village's tournament run.
I mean, still Big Yikes, very scary team to lose to. Had a respectable win earlier on, but Arrival, as the commentators on the desk were mentioning, they got the short end of the stick going right up against Truth Honor Light in the first round, not showing what they can do. And this is another thing. This is a team where, as Weekend Warriors, they were known for taking out teams that people thought were better than them. And so now that we've seen them in the tournaments doing well, maybe it's time to stop underestimating this team.
Yeah, this is a strong showing, as you say, against Truth Honor Light. Any team would struggle to beat them. Obviously, probably the most competent team in the tournament, if not assuredly the most competent team. And I feel like this is a tricky matchup here. I was given the bans. I thought, you know, Arrival have totally outplayed me here, to be honest. I mean, given the bans, Orthrus, Osprey, Navy, it's a set of bans that you think, okay, Shield Kite is, well, I mean, that sort of hampers it quite a lot, but they've brought out the Gilas, the Navy Drake, this combo. They've worked around the bans expertly here and brought out a very competent Shield Kite setup and executed to perfection.
Yeah, just really high execution, really good read on the meta, and good read of bans. We'll say goodbye to Hidden Leaf Village, Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. The team is silent. Unfortunately, going to end their run 1 and 2. Tears will be shed by my co-commentator. I am sure of it. This is starting the last one to go down. About a minute left in the match. Any final words before we send it back to the desk?
Yeah, I'm sorry, boys. This one's on me.
You heard it here first. Blame Baza for everything that has ever gone wrong ever in the history of EVE, not just this match. No.
But yeah, congratulations to Arrival. It was a well-deserved win. Of course, that Jackdaw tanking for so long. I think that may have been a critical point of the match there. If they could break that Jackdaw and quickly move on to something else, you know, that they may have been able to catch something else that was nearby, keep snowballing that advantage. But the Jackdaw of Rosmar's Prophet living so long, as you say, Howling Wind doing absolute God's work there in the semi, keeping him alive for so long in this match.
Yeah, and this is the strength of good Logi pilots as well. Something that a lot of people don't necessarily think about until the AT is how good are your Logi pilots, because a good Logi pilot can make a team. That said, that's all the time we have for this match. We're going to send back to the desk, and then when we return, we will bring back Nano Fiber Tokens versus Pandemic Legion.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm going to go join.
Welcome to EVE Pandora. 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 Pandora.
Arrival there, taking the W as they eject Baltram and his Gamer Energy from Alliance Tournament 18 in a bit of an upset match. We saw some excellent kiting there in that match to stay away, and of course we'll come back to that Jackdaw. Bart, talk to me about what happened there in that match.
Yeah, it was a really, really good example of a kiting setup. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these same ships during these Caldari rushes with heavy assault missiles. This specific time we saw it as a kiting setup. We saw the Hyenas, which I think we talked a little bit about, where it's not quite as effective as some people would think. But, I mean, honestly, just the range control, especially against something as dangerous as, like, a Balgorn, especially as something as long range as an Astarte, was just really incredible piloting on the Arrival side, and they just did a fantastic job.
Yeah, and shout out to Howling Wind in that Scimitar, just doing absolute hero's work. In fact, that Jackdaw that just hung on to dear life, we have a graph we can show you about some of that that excellent surviving that he did. Let's see if we can throw that one up on stream right now. So we can see here his hull. He had 30 hit points remaining when he was caught by Howling Wind, which is exactly 29 more than he needed. So pretty much perfectly. And he managed to tank 32,000 damage in that fight. So fantastic work. Just prolonging the life of that Jackdaw, Howling Wind there. Basically almost securing the victory. That was 2 minutes that he kept that Jackdaw alive, when by all rights it should have been dead. I mean, that's like one small drone's worth of damage right there that just wasn't applied at the last minute. CCPB, how big a deal do you think that was there?
That was absolutely huge. I mean, the fact that he didn't just immediately get deleted and they tried and tried for, like you said, another 2 minutes on top, that was the game changer. That is the reason they lost. They kept on it, and he just tanked like a champ.
He tanked like a champ indeed. Now, one of the things that happens a lot in the Alliance tournament is people shoot missiles at each other. So let's take a little bit of a look at some of the mechanics behind the missiles. So range is obviously a very important thing in the Alliance tournament. So the missile range is pretty much flight time by velocity. So if you have a faster missile, it will go further. If it has a longer flight time, it also goes further. What you can do, of course, though, is outrun missiles. So they'll only go as far as what you see here on the screen. If you're able to get outside that range, you can actually kite the missile. This also works inside circles like this. So, for example, if you go around in a circle, you can just run out of the range of that missile. And that's a good thing. Then you're not get hit by the missile, and then you will survive from the shot of those missiles. Of course, what else can happen is the application of said missiles. So let's have a look at that one, and Bart, walk us through this.
Yeah, absolutely. So the missile damage, it's 100% based off of both the ship's signature radius and how fast the ship's going. And there is two separate things for this. We have explosion velocity and explosion radius. Depending on like a lot of different things, specifically like if there's an MWD on or not, if there's shield extenders or not, there's all sorts of little tiny nuanced things that can make missiles do a significant more or less damage, which incidentally is why we're seeing guidance disruptors so good in this tournament, because they affect both the flight time and the application of the missiles at the same time. And as you saw with that sort of range thing, when you affect the flight time on the missiles, it does this like very interesting calculation and just completely destroys their range. It's really cool.
Awesome. So that was, like I said, unfortunately, we say goodbye to the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad esports team, as they are not going to be prize ship enjoyers. They are going home, and Arrival move forward in their run through the elimination bracket. Now, let's look at our next match, which is going to be Polaris Mercenary Alliance versus Exodus. Polaris Mercenary Alliance here banning out the Barghest, the Curse, the Scimitar. Exodus banning Armageddon, Barghest, and Curse. Because both teams chose to ban the Barghest and the Curse, we have some trickle bans. So Polaris Mercenary Alliance banning out the Jackdaw and the Scorpion Navy issue. CCP Swift will be very upset about that. And Exodus banning out the Nighthawk and the Hyena. CCPB, what do you think about these bans?
I mean, we're seeing the Barghest being banned. It's been a very, very popular ship. Same with the Curse. I'm not really sure what kind of comps they're going to be going for. What do you think, Bart?
It is kind of hard to tell. I think that a lot of this is sort of a historical band thing, more of a more than them picking stuff that they think is strong or weak. Specifically, Exodus is like very well known for doing missile-based stuff. I did say last time I was like, oh, Exodus is very well known for missile kiting, and then they rushed. But the ships are kind of similar when you think about it. And one of the biggest shutdowns for that are other kiting comps and curses. We've seen the Curse ban a ton of time. We saw it used to absolutely insane effect by Odin's Call earlier today, which I think is one of the first times we saw it through. And like that match alone showcased just how powerful this ship is. So, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, we are seeing a lot of repeat bans. We're seeing a meta develop. We're going to probably see a much bigger one later in this tournament.
So we're looking right now at the team history of the Polaris Mercenary Alliance. This is actually their first Alliance tournament. We can see here that they've won against Boundary Experts and lost against the Tuskers Co. So pretty reasonable to lose against the Tuskers, to be fair, giving them a 50% win rate. Not much to look at here because they're a new team, so let's have a look at Exodus. Exodus, 61 pilots have flown for them over the years, some are flying in over 50 different rounds of the Alliance tournament. They win a bunch, certainly more than they lose. I believe they are a Alliance tournament winning team at some point. Recently, they've won against Castabouts, Odin's Call, Forsaken, Empire, Wormhole Society, and No Handlebars. And to be honest, the teams they lose against are pretty strong teams. Lock Range Enjoyers, Eltrig, Platinum Sensitivity, All Sound Mind, and the Tuskers. In quick one-word predictions, Bart, who's going to win here? Is it going to be Exodus, or is it going to be Polaris Mercenary Alliance?
Exodus.
And CSPP?
I have to say the same. Exodus.
And as do I. So let's go to the arena and find out who will win.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvina. I'm joined by the Basilisk, and on the blue side we have Exodus Dot bringing armor control with some high projection with an APOC Navy and an Abaddon, or however you want to pronounce it. What have Polaris Mercenary Alliance brought?
They have brought what on the surface seems to be a rather strange composition, and I still need to inspect the guns as the team's only recently landed on the grid to actually ascertain what this comp does, although I imagine with the Vindicator it's not going to be a kite comp, that's almost for sure. So I imagine therefore it must, by process of elimination, be effectively a shield rush comp here. But it's sort of a kitchen sinky kind of shield rush with the Vindicator with, of course, 2 battleship core shield rush sort of combo.
Yeah, and a shield Vindicator, not something we see all that often outside of certain incursion groups. One of the things about the Vindicator is that you can put multiple bonus webs onto it in those mid slots and take advantage of the large amount of low slots to put armor and damage. But as seen in some incursion communities, you can forsake all the armor hit points and some of the webbing power to just put boatloads of damage mods in the lows. So I'm interested to see how paper this Vindicator actually is, especially when up against the nuding pressure of this Balgorn.
Yeah, to be fair, it's fair enough. I mean, given the Vindicator's web strength, 90% on a Tech 2 web, you only need one of them really on your primary. So if they can use that and get heaps of damage out of it, heaps more damage from all the damage mods, from tracking enhancers, maybe a nanofiber, this sort of stuff that might help it get onto the target, that may actually be a valid strategy here for the shield Vindicator in this rush comp.
Yeah, this Balgorn of Zarzal has 4 guns on it, so he will have that available to him at the very least, but he has warped in at 30, and the Vindicator's at 0.
Yes, the match is about to get underway, but I'm concerned somewhat for Polaris Mercenary Alliance about the presence of this Balgorn, because the Balgorn is ideal for webbing off the Vindy. The Vindy needs, of course, to get in. But yeah, the Balgorn, obviously long-range webs, is sort of almost the perfect counter to that. And immediately we see webs come out onto the Vindicator of Light Heaven, immediately stopping his speed. And those blasters are going to be doing basically nothing from that range.
No, they will not. Some damage going on with Zarzal, Nightblade, though. From this Barghest, at the very least, we can take a look at the attack bar. Polaris Mercenary Alliance has the girthiest of them, but they need to get in range in order to make that happen. But this is devolving into an all-out brawl at the moment. The Balgorn right on top of the Barghest, who is also currently saying, any other battleships there? No, it's just Balgorn, the Barghest at the moment. The Barghest pulling range. He's trying to just get away from the rest of these battleships.
I think at the moment, this is exactly the right call from Polaris Mercenary Alliance. They need to get rid of this Balgorn. They need to get rid of those range webs and allow this Vindicator to actually take part in the matches. So although the Vindicator may not be on top of them at the moment, they are still breaking with the rest of their DPS. They do, of course, have ample other DPS ships, the Barghest, the Sleipnir, all the cruisers, and they are all on top of the Balgorn and pumping through him. But I don't know how long it's going to take to get him, how much they're going to lose in the process. The next Scythe fleet issue is going to go down, having already lost the Navy Caracal.
Yeah, the Caracal Navy, huge DPS for points. We talked about the buffs that came to it. Scythe Fleet issue was already good before the buffs, and they take down that Scythe Fleet issue, and now this burst as well. T1 Frigate Logi, not very effective in terms of the repping power, not very tanky either. This burst nearly falling. He's in very low structure as they continue to work onto the Scythe Fleet issue, and now Zarzal, the DPS has run out for Polaris Mercenary Alliance. Vindicator not on top of him, and he is repped back up almost all to full.
Yeah, and of course the Orgorot in this sort of situation is under zero pressure at all. He's not being rushed. Obviously, it's not a control setup from Mercenary, so they haven't got any control to actually put on him either. No, like E-War to damp him out or even switch targets onto him. So he's just putting his full rep power onto this Balgorn. And in the meanwhile, Polaris are just bleeding ships here. That burst almost went down. I think they've switched onto the Bantam now, but they're probably going to lose both. And the Scythe Fleet issue of Thunder isn't going to be long to follow.
Yeah, the Bantam also in a low structure, the Burst in a low structure as well, but the Scythe Fleet issue of Thunder, as you mentioned, in armor, Down goes one Logi frigate. This might be a 100-0 match. This Punisher in low armor, but he's holding due to the use of an Augurer, which is more powerful than the Tech 1 Logi frigates. The Osprey Navier of Thunder Bleach also now into armor as well. It's just disastrous for Polaris Mercenary Alliance. Osprey Navy is down, and this match is pretty much over.
Yeah, and I would issue this as a warning, I suppose, to the teams that want to run Shield Rush, because you need to be very, very careful. We've seen Shield Rush be very effective in a lot of matches here, but when you come up against a Balgorn, he can effectively just pick 1 or 2 ships and say, nope, you are staying over there, away from where you need to be. And in these Shield Rush comps that want to pump all of their DPS very, very quickly into one target, having your 2, command ships, or Vindicator, whatever, sort of in the middle of nowhere, unable to really fulfill that role, you're effectively playing 2 men down from the start of the match.
Yeah, and it's a flag Bargus as well from Casimir. Vindicator finally gets on top of Zarzel as he goes into structure, but it's too little too late. This Bargus of Casimir will go down to the APOC Navy in the bad end because he only has a burst to help rep him up.
I'm not sure if it is too little too late, actually. If this Balgorn goes down, as you say, the Vindicator's on top of stuff, they may be able to kill some other stuff. They've only really lost their support wing. They are only 29 points down. I'm not sure how much longer this Bargus is going to tank, though. As you said, it is a flagship Bargus, but he is going into armor here. This Balgorn may die, but yeah, I think it may. If they manage to make this trade maybe a minute earlier, I think they may have still had a chance in this match. But having already lost all the DPS from those 4 Navy cruisers is just too much for Polaris to take here.
Yeah, and Casimir and the Spargus now into structure. Zarzal finally getting some reps back in. Does he have rep drones on top of him? I would imagine so. Yeah, there's some rep drones, right? Actually, no rep drones. There's just DPS drones out right now. Smart bombs going off from Casimir in the Barguest, but it should be too little too late. He's about 41% structure at the moment. He's got some shield reps coming in from this burst. But these battleships holding a lot longer than I thought they would, but this Balgorn should be able to survive longer.
Yeah, and of course, in flagship setups, you can... Oh, they are going to kill the... They do trade exactly the same time, actually, there. But yeah, with the flagship setup, you can put like Dead Space shield wrappers on it, so you would expect to have maybe like an X-type shield wrapper on that Bargus, and of course that's going to get completely shut down by the presence of that now extant Balgorn by Zeraxel. But at this point, obviously, it's going to be over here.
Yeah, the trade just coming a little bit too little too late. Balgorn doing exactly what they needed to do. And this is not the first time we've seen a rush setup get screened. Of course, yesterday we saw the same thing happen, Fancypants versus Brave Collective. So I guess now it's time to talk. What is it about screening that some teams have trouble with up against these shield rush setups? And is that something that separates good teams from bad teams, or competent teams from bad teams?
I feel like in a lot of these setups, you need to have like a sort of contingency plan, I suppose. It's hard to find the right balance. You want to have a comp that's sort of specifically good at doing one thing and flying to its win con, but you need to say, okay, what if, obviously you don't know what you're coming up against until you land on grids. You need to say, okay, what if we come up against this? Is this just going to absolutely ram us and screw us over? So as we saw yesterday, there was a team, as you said, in the Brave Fancypants match, they used the Mala to screen off the Sleipnir. Here, this team has brought the Balgorn to screen off the Vindicator and stop stuff coming in. So I think teams need to sort of consider not only the win con of their comp and what it will take to secure that win, but what they can do if the enemy brings something that's maybe, like an unfavorable matchup for them, and what they can sort of do to mitigate the things that will make them useless.
Yeah, mitigation. Thinking about your outs. What outs do you have? What outs does the enemy team have? And what are bad beats for you? It's very important reading the meta. Something that's going to be more important next weekend as we progress into the 3rd round of the winner's bracket and the 4th round of the lower bracket, as teams start showing a little bit more of their hand. I mean, some teams have only brought 1 comp thus far, still in the winner's bracket. Some teams have brought 2 comps, but haven't shown something perhaps a bit more exciting quite yet. This Vindicator of Light Heaven finally into structure should end up falling. It's not going to be a clean victory from Exodus. They did lose the Balgorn, but it still is a very convincing one.
Yeah, and Deathwind, I see saying in local there, rip Bargrek. So there's the possibility, of course, that what was left on Polaris actually managed to shoot the Barguest wreck and make sure that Exodus couldn't get their hands on any of that flagship loot. Of course, I'm sure we'll hear more on that later on when the kill mail comes through, and maybe from Exodus they can confirm more than I whether they managed to get their hands on any of that. But yeah, this is going to be the end of the run here for Polaris Mercenary Alliance, and Exodus will continue on in the lower bracket after they deal with this Vindicator.
How do they with Vindicator and the Stork as well, who is not going for the Edge of Glory at the moment, though he's got a couple Republic Fleet Warriors on top of him. I do want to see, perhaps, we got a new battery record in the trials. Azure and Argent of Goons were able to make that happen. So, and I think he did it in Command SE too. So maybe the Stork of Felicia can make a new Edge of Glory record, perhaps. We'll see. He's not going for any of the jump beacons at the moment, though.
I would actually like to see the stats on how many combined, like the combined win rate of the Vindicator and the Dominic's Navy issue, because I feel like at the moment these large hybrid battleships are just doing really, really badly.
Yeah, with the exception of the 2 flag Vindies that were properly fit and actually won with the extra range on the webs. We saw Paper Numbers win with it yesterday, and there was another team that brought a flag Vindy today that won with it. Forgot who it was. But the match is over. We're going to take it to the desk, and when we return, this time it really will be Nanofiber Tokens versus Pandemic Legion.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that Templis, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down. I've not been able to look at single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Electus there with a solid victory, 100-23 over Polaris Mercenary Corporation. And unfortunately for them, they also lost their flagship Barghest, which I believe is the most expensive one thus far in the tournament. 39.3 billion ISK just gone down the drain, and even more so, they shot the wreck. Bart, they denied loot.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. You know, those officer mods, they're not all that common anymore, and there's just a few left, or a few more gone, like dust in the wind.
So a question that we see a lot is how can they bring that Barghest if it is banned? Because it was banned in that last match. And one of the rules is with the flagship, you're allowed one, you declare it before the tournament, you can fit it pretty much however you want. You don't have to worry about Tech 2 module restrictions. But it can't be banned. As long as you've still got that ship, you can bring it to any match. So the Barghest is banned, you have a flagship Barghest, combined, you can bring it until it dies, in which case it is gone for good. One of the things you can do as well is if someone else's flagship dies and the match is still running, you can loot the wreck, you can take all the stuff that you've got and you can take it home and maybe increase the power of your own flagship. So if they have a better damage control, for example, than yours, that one that just died was 13.5 billion ISK, probably quite good, and you maybe only have a poverty fit 2 billion ISK damage control, and you scoop that loot, you can put it on your ship and make it better. Of course, if you're salty that you've just lost it, you can kill your own wreck and then deny that loot to anybody else. CCBB, how was that match for you?
I enjoyed it, yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much. Cool. So, yes, quite.
Yes, yes, quite.
Electus, great job there. They moved forward. That was an elimination match, so Polaris Mercenary Alliance going home. Electus getting one step closer to getting some prize ships. And yeah, I'm sure they'll be very happy with that. Our next match is one I've been looking forward to for a while. It is Nanofiber Tokens versus Pandemic Legion. This is an elimination match. So Pandemic Legion here wanting to take this as a W and keep themselves in the tournament. Nanofiber Tokens banning out Barghest, Loki, Balgorn, and then Pandemic Legion banning out Eos, Balgorn, Curse. The trickle bans for PL is Hyena, and Nanofiber Tokens, the Tempest Fleet issue. Bart, what do you think about these bans here?
I think this is the first time we've seen a Tempest fleet issue get banned, which is pretty cool. It does have a reduced point cost, as this tournament is sponsored by the Matari, and we've seen it do like a really good job recently. It's very, very high damage, very relatively tanky for an armor ship, a couple utility slots, but it's kind of interesting that Nanofiber Token was like, this ship is the one that's a problem. So a little bit surprising. I don't know if Pandemic Legion's really been using them all that much. It seems like that a lot of their setups have been sort of somewhat copied from Pandemic Horde, who has not been using that many Tempest fleet issues, but it's kind of cool. I mean, other than that, the Balgorn is being banned in an extremely large amount. I think Baza said in the last match that he doesn't understand it because Balgorns aren't doing that well, and, well, it did plenty well against his team in one of the matches, so I don't know what he meant about that, but here we are.
Yeah, the Balgorn, a very popular ship historically in the Alliance tournament. I think it was mentioned earlier on, one of the most popular flagships, and that was because it just scaled so well with certain modules. So when we talk about scaling, basically what we mean is, for example, the Balgorn gets a bonus to web range and strength, or sorry, just range, which means that if you have an officer fit web on your Balgorn, you can reach out and touch anything up to about 55 kilometers with links and heat. That's insane because the enemy has to warp in between 0 and 50 kilometers from the beacon. So if you warp in at 0 and the enemy logistics cruiser warps in at 50, it's in web range. You can just reach out, you can web them down, and that allows the rest of your guys to get on top of them. That's one of the reasons why the Balgorn is no longer an eligible flagship. It just scaled so well. But why do we still see teams using them? Like it was mentioned in the game, but are they still that good with Tech 2?
It's hard to say. I think that they have a place. I don't necessarily know, though, if they're anywhere near as strong as they used to be because, sort of like you mentioned, with officer mods, with abyssal mods, which I don't think we ever had to deal with Balgorns with abyssal mods, which, thankfully, that would have been horrible. But with those crazy long newt ranges, because they would always put, X-type newts, which go farther, crazy long web ranges, they put Tobias webs, which would go, like you said, 55 kilometers. Insane ship. Nowadays, it's about, you're probably going to see it about 28 to 30 kilometer web range with it, with heats and links, and everybody has links. The newts are standard heavy newt. It's still a very strong ship. It's just its sphere of influence has been shrunk down so much, and I think that a lot of teams look at it and say, oh, this will give us so much control in this little area, and maybe aren't thinking about the things that made it strong that it doesn't have anymore. So it's good. I just don't know if it's 25 points good.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of points. Let's take a moment and just check in with CCP Aurora and learn a little bit more about some of the stuff is just arrived in Uprising.
Coming in Uprising, we have a number of updates to faction warfare, including new complexes for people to take part in, new systems that impact the war zone, and new ways to play around those systems as well, by adding additional objectives beyond just your regular complexes. We're seeing a shakeup to the complexes that we're adding to faction warfare, with new restrictions, a large new number of complexes, and a whole lot more variety for you to play with. The faction warfare system that you've become accustomed to is still there. It's forming the foundation of the Uprising expansion, but we're adding new layers on top of it to round out the gameplay. In addition to the complexes that you're used to in faction warfare, while there are more of them, there are also additional objectives that you'll see in space, such as supply depots that are owned by the owners of the system, or supply caches by the attackers, rendezvous points where you can assault enemy fleets, and more. All of these things will factor into what is called the advantage system. The advantage system simulates exactly which faction that is fighting over a system has an advantage. How well are they doing in the war effort? Is their propaganda up to par in terms of turning the citizens of that system over to their side? Or are their fleets well supplied? Or are they being attacked mid-transport? All of these things are factored into the advantage score. The better your faction does, the higher their score, the more victory points you'll earn when completing complexes, which means the faster you can capture systems. With Uprising, we're creating a healthy foundation for the faction warfare ecosystem, which we'll continue to build on going into the future. In the future, there will be more objectives, as well as additional ways for people who are not actively in a militia today to join without having to leave their corporation or alliance. The faction warfare system has long been beloved by many players, and it's a very important part of the EVE Online ecosystem. And it's about time that we return to it, give it a new facelift, and begin to expand on the foundation that is already there.
CCP Aurora there with some of the cool things that have just arrived in Uprising. I'm told the teams are on grid already for this upcoming match, so let's do some quick predictions. Bart, Nanofiber Tokens or Pandemic Legion here?
I'm going to have to go for Pandemic Legion, but only because I don't want to have to face Swift with him knowing that I betrayed him.
And CCPB, you work with CCP Swift.
I'll happily face him. I would like to see NFT do it. Nanofiber Tokens. Go for it, boys.
Awesome. I mean, I think you could take him. I think you can take CCP Swift. maybe we can get some shoulder content. I put 10 Twitch channel points on Pandemic Legion, so you have to win now. So let's go to the arena and see who will win between Nanofiber Tokens and Pandemic Legion.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by the Basilisk, and we have Nanofiber Tokens on the red side, bringing everybody's favorite Armageddon Navy issues and a damnation to round out their high end.
Yeah, and those Armageddon Navy issues I checked are rapid heavy launcher fit. So they're going to be trying to clip something with that rapid heavy reload and then move on to the next target. So it depends whether or not there's any valid targets on the field for them to actually do that with. And it looks like there's a couple cruisers here, the Stabber Fleet, the Vexor Navy, the XVIII Navy on the other side. So there are prime sort of targets that are being looked at, I'm sure, by Nanofiber Tokens to say, okay, we can probably clip through at least one of those cruisers and start to make some progress in the match.
Yeah, and on the blue side, Pandemic Legion bringing a very similar comp to something we've seen from Horde. I wonder about that one. Paladin plus Leshak instead of Paladin plus, I think was an Abba? Or was it a Kronos?
I think it was a Kronos.
It was a Kronos. It's Paladin Leshak instead of Paladin Kronos, but still a very similar type of deal. I do not believe any of these ships are flagships at the moment. So, yeah, some reminders in local were made to not warp to sun like what happened yesterday. But either way, match is about to get underway. I'm excited. Rapid Heavies have not had a great showing this tournament. We'll see if Nanofiber Tokens can perhaps turn that around, or if this Paladin Leshak projection setup from Pandemic Legion will net them the victory.
Yeah, I'm not really sure to expect going from this match here. I mean, both of these comps are, well, they're not sort of the most common archetypes that we've seen so far. I mean, the Armageddon Navy comp is sort of, we see like 3 of these rapid heavy boats in like a Kingslayer setup, but just 2 of them, I think, doesn't have the clip damage to actually break through larger targets. And on the other side, the Leshak Paladin combo is something that we haven't really seen from other teams using Marauders either, as well as a bunch of Navy cruisers. So yeah, going from the outset, these are both 2 pretty interesting comps.
Yeah, but it's do or die. These are the types of matches where teams start bringing out their comps that they think are better than what has been shown in the meta, or the ones that they think they can outread their opponents with. This time around, the higher projection setup from Pandemic Legion does go off to a stronger start because they don't have to worry about the clip damage, but at the same time, they have a Phantasm now being shot by these Armageddon Navies.
Yeah, they are trying to break through the Vexor Navy on the other side, but it's not too much damage sticking so far. I feel like this may be sort of a slow match, sort of similar to the one we saw earlier, with neither of these teams are sort of shield rush setups. They're both going to try and posture around, try and search for a weakness, maybe plap at the smaller stuff, as we see Turon and the Magus taking a couple hits through his shield here, and just try and look for an opening that they can then progress and push into the space filled by, you know, losing that ship, the weakness exhibited by the other team at that point in time.
Yeah, and we saw how important it is. If you lose just one small ship, you are now the team that has to commit. Although this Magus will be holding. Something that we're seeing this match, and we also saw in the earlier armor control match of Brave versus Big Yikes, is this Heretic pickup. Why have teams started to bring in specifically the Heretic, but also things like the Flycatcher in a lot of these setups?
I think only 4 points with the mini Interdict rework they got earlier in the year, or whenever it was, a while back. The Heretic and the Flycatcher in particular became very, very tanky. They get that flat armor HP bonus. And also, I think the Wobbles, they may be sort of a double-edged sword, but if they're used well, they can be very, very effective. Of course, the Wobble providing basically an AoE web, but on the other side, I don't think any of the Interdictors are actually fast enough to get out of the web before the activation time ends. So you are basically guaranteed to web yourself as soon as you hit that webble button. So you need to make sure it's worth it. But as we do see now, Pontifex of Caesar is taking chunks here.
Yeah, and we've now devolved into a brawl. The Armageddon Navy right on top of this XVIII Navy in the center of the arena. XVIII Navy of Minton taking a bit of damage, but first one to fall is the Magus from Turon Gorp. They've lost the first command ship. They have a Pontifex at the very least versus just the Pontifex on the other side and a Damnation. Still, skirmish links off the table for the Leshak and the Paladin.
Yeah, I think we've discovered a little trick there. As soon as we go and have like a sort of side conversation about the Flycatcher or the Heretic, as soon as that happens, the fight breaks out. So any future matches where there's a slow start, we can just talk about that, and we'll get the action kicked straight into gear for you guys.
Oh yeah, definitely how the casters do it here on the casting desk. Either way, the Thalia being taken down pretty low, but he will be traded for the Sentinel. And Sentinel, very, very powerful ship against these high projection setups of the Paladin and the Leshak, with those tracking disruptors being so potent. He is down into structure, but he is repping back up through the armor because he's still got both of his Logi frigates. Meanwhile, Pandemic Legion, they only have one Logi frigate remaining.
Yeah, of course, the Sentinel's tank is his speed, so he's burning around just trying to keep up transversal. There is an absolute swarm of Pandemic Legion bots on him. I think they're mainly warriors, so they're actually able to keep up with him. And of course, the Deacon and Thalia with short ranges, the Sentinel's going so fast, he's not going to be in their range for long, but he has actually managed to catch their, I assume he sort of did a drive-by on his Logi frigates. They got a couple of good cycles in, they repped him up to 100%, and then he kept burning in the same direction, kept up that transversal, mitigated the damage. But the Vexor Navy on that same team now of 10 is going to go down in exchange, so they kept the Sentinel alive, but they lose the Vexor Navy.
Yeah, Spool from November was able to do enough through the double Logi frigs. Now we've seen some damage going on a Con Pass, or Con Peso, I should say, in the Thalia from nanofiber tokens. He is currently not webbed, but he is being neutered out right now by these Leshak newts.
Yeah, and I wonder now if nanofiber tokens may actually switch to the Deacon of Tank Blessed. Of course, once one Logi frigate goes down, the next one becomes very, very vulnerable without his buddy to rep him up, and we do actually see some damage going onto him here. It's only going to be rep bots that are able to keep him up from this point onwards. But damage is still sort of being split here. The Pontifex of Caesar's taking hits through armor again. The other Vexor Navy on the other side of Cos is taking chunks as well. So this is still this is still anybody's game.
Still anybody's game. We take a look at the attack bar. Pandemic Legions is larger just due to the fact that they have the Leshak versus double rapid heavies. But at the same time, no one's really breaking at the moment. This XVIII Navy, we can see nanofiber tokens have not unleashed the clip onto him quite yet, or the full power of those at the moment. Just seeing a lot of potential, but not a whole lot of damage. He is being taken down to half armor, though, and now they should be able to deal with him.
I think actually this is good piloting, in particular from Azura and the Sentinel here, because I think he has his newts on that Deacon there, and of course small newts cycle very, very quickly. They're going to be able to keep that Deacon capped out without needing to utilize the heavy newts from the Leshak and the Paladin on, sort of effectively over killing his cap there. Cycling a heavy newt obviously is going to just obliterate the cap of a Deacon. So they're sort of saving that for the battleships here. But I'm not sure if they're actually going to win the Newt war anyway. These two Navy Geddons are also on the field here. You'd expect Leshak Paladin to sort of get stronger as the match goes on. They want to spool up. They want to apply this Newt pressure. But the Navy Geddons are applying Newt pressure back the other way. And I still don't really know who's winning this. 18-7 in favor of nanofiber tokens. But they are losing their Navy Geddon.
They are slowly losing them under these Leshak spools, but they will trade back on a Tank Blessed in the Deacon. Would also like to point out, yes, there were rapid heavies being used. I think the attack bar just wasn't updating as much as it should have been. So the Armageddon Navy issues were able to clip out onto that XVIII Navy, and now it looks like they're doing what rapid heavies do best: kill cruisers. They're under the Vexor Navy of Cos.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's still anybody's game. I mean, they lose the nanofiber lose the Thalia here. But the thing is, as I said at the start, the Navy Geddons are the majority of their DPS here, and those are rapid heavy fit. They excel at killing cruisers. They excel at killing small stuff, making quick frags, as they've caught the Navy Exec and the Magus. But as this match goes on, I don't know if they have the damage left to deal with the Leshak and the Paladin, and they definitely won't once this first Navy Geddon of a weak Hunte goes down.
Yeah, I mean, still, they've got a Damnation, does okay DPS. If it's got hams, HML's less, probably around 300, 400. If I had to remember, because it's got range bonus, but not a whole lot of damage bonus. So we surviving quite a bit. He's still got only one Deacon onto him, as he did lose the Thalia, but they are going through the cruisers once again. They've taken out the Vexor Navy and the XVIII Navy. They will lose Andy in the Deacon, but they take off the final Lynx boat from Pandemic Legion in response.
Yeah, and I think I saw cap transfers there going from the Paladin to the Leshak to try and keep his gun spalling, but I don't think his gun is active at the moment. He's not shooting. November must be fully capped out. They seem to have lost the Newt War at this point in time. They are going to take out the Pontifex. That could be really, really impactful if they can get some of those links off the field. Of course, they've still got the Damnation. This Armageddon Navy is still slowly going down. Of course, no links left on the other side either. But there's only 2.5 minutes left in the match. This is still anybody's game.
Still anybody's game, but the Paladin now down to half armor. I mean, he's got the local rep bonus to help him stay alive. They've taken out the Pontifex on the other side, so the only links left on the table is this Damnation from nanofiber tokens. But without those links, the Paladin rep's going to be a lot less effective without the active armor links or the armor resist links. They will try to go for the Sentinel, though, of Azura, as he did live with very low structure, 64% earlier in the match, but now he's chewing through the armor once again.
The Leshak still isn't shooting. He must be under so much Newt pressure. It's really, really awful for him. They need this damage to get rid of this Armageddon so they can keep the Paladin alive, start shooting and get some cap up. But they just can't quite break him. There's no reps on either side. They've got all the rep bots they've got on the Leshak, trying to keep him up on the Paladin as long as possible. The Navigeddon's still just about teetering on the edge there. 10% armor for Kante.
Yeah, and Hui Kante only needs to live for another minute and a half almost, and they've won this match. They lose another ship, though, this one being the Sentinel. So this low-end trade coming out from both of these teams, it's all high-end all the time now. This Paladin barely repping back up. He's in 28% armor, and once again, this Geddon has been holding at 10%, now 9% armor. He's just slowly getting whittled away, but this Leshak is absolutely useless. And now it's 5% armor remaining for Destroy and the Paladin. They kill this, it doesn't matter if the Armageddon Navy goes down.
Yeah, I think they are going to win this race here just about. This was so close all the way to the wire here, but it is going to be Destroyer dying first. Kante in the Armageddon Navy living so long there. He spent so long, must have been a minute or two under 15% armor there, just the damage. As soon as the Leshak got capped out, they were trying their best. They were doing the cap transfer from the Paladin to the Leshak to just try and keep that gun going, but they couldn't quite do it. The Newt pressure was too much. Maybe the Leshak doesn't have a cap battery, which would have helped him in this fight, and they could have actually won with that minor fitting change. But unfortunately, it is going to be nanofiber tokens after a grueling battle taking the win here.
Yeah, 60-50 right now. They're going to try to take out the Stabber fleet. Some pot shots from the Leshak going on to this Heretic at the moment as well, just trying to clean up the low end. But nanofiber tokens have done exactly what they needed to do. Heretic and Arbitrator going down will be 10 points. It would actually bring us into reverse tie-dye, but the Stabber fleet should end up falling before then. 10 seconds left in the match. I don't think it's time. GF's already been called in local, and Pandemic Legion are going to be out of the tournament 1 and 2, 66 points to 50 off the end of that.
Yeah, that's a very fascinating match, and I'd love to see Elise's reaction because that was a real nail-biter the whole way through, but we're going to send that back to the desk and get some more analysis on that absolute banger of a match.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Elise Randolph, aka CCP Swift, there, looking somewhat forlorn in the Juta 4-4 station as Pandemic Legion sadly exits Alliance Tournament 18. But wow, what an incredible match! That was one of the best matches, if not the best match we've seen thus far in the tournament. They really just fought to the last man there. Only 10 points behind at the end. If that match had maybe a couple more minutes, they could have pulled that back. Like, they really did not go down easy. Like, they flew super well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't well enough in this case, and they leave the tournament. I'm joined on the desk by a new face, Discreed Error. Disc, we're in the Confetti Institute in Nottingham. Tell me about that. What is that?
So we are a campus of Nottingham Trent University. We are specialists in particularly esports production, but also in media and music, from FE level all the way to university level, BTEC qualifications up to degrees.
Awesome. And what exactly do you do here?
So I teach on the college level esports courses. I also am responsible for the running of all of Confetti's esports teams.
Excellent. And I believe you also built this desk, right?
And I did. Sanded it, repainted it, attached the TV to it. Any nice quality comments about the desk, please fill the chat. I'll put it in my appraisal.
Yeah, exactly. This technically makes him look better for his work, so make sure you fill that Twitch chat with a nice sprays. It's a great venue here. And
it's a fantastic venue.
It's a fantastic venue, yeah. That's better than great. It's honestly absolutely incredible. And there's a whole bunch of students helping us here. Like, talk to me about some of that.
Yeah, so roughly 50% of our crew for this project is students. We've had students build the video walls. We've had students set up all of the lights and the cameras. We have 6 students currently on site with us. Rose is handling audio. Raf is doing all of the graphics. John's doing the cameras. Tom is vision mixing. Henry has got all the text you'll be seeing on screen, and Lou is handling the replays. So a lot of new stuff, very much the next generation of broadcast production talent, proof of concept.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember anything like this in any educational institute I ever went to. We had just basically crap, and this is just incredible. It's just, and the team does such an amazing job.
You had to walk backwards uphill to get there.
Yeah, in the snow both ways. Yeah. Like, it was just awful. And we've got this incredible team. All those students doing an absolutely fantastic job. We couldn't have put this production on without them, really. It's just been incredibly easy to work as well. Yeah. Like, we've had, you've been involved with EVNT as well for a very long time.
Since the very start.
Exactly. So
I'll note that Nash Kadava did not mention me in his speech of people who'd been there from the beginning. So
get that fact
corrections.
Corrected. Yes, exactly. But you've been involved. You've seen us go through, like, doing it from bedrooms and things like that. And I've been there for a lot of it as well, and doing a lot of things myself. Now I just get to turn up, stand here, talk, and all these other people make everything happen. It's been awesome, and you've been a really important part of that throughout the years. So thank you for your service.
You're very welcome.
Excellent. And CCBB, you're still here as well. You are obviously talking about the Uprising expansion. Tell us a little bit about some of the stuff you're excited about from there.
Yes, as we saw with the segment from Aurora before. So joining the community team at the time that I did, let's be honest, the sentiment this summer wasn't the greatest, but right now it's been incredibly fun to watch. And just to talk to people, the people around me, I speak to people from all kinds of groups, and just seeing how happy they are with the direction the game is going, with the new ships, the new toys, the new factional warfare system, just the whole host of different things, the little changes that we're doing. Just, I'm so happy as a player, and even happier as a part of the team now to get to be a part of this.
Awesome. And you've obviously, we talked about the other day about some of the roams you've been doing. What's your favorite ship right now to take out, especially all these new buffed ships and changed ships?
Oh, that's a difficult question.
That is a difficult question.
That's something that people used to ask me when I was streaming constantly. They'd be like, well, what is your favorite ship? It honestly depends on how I feel on that day. Recently, I've been going to factional warfare. I just joined the Galenti militia. I roamed there in Tristan's T1 frigate, yes. Believe it or not. Yes. But I've had most success in an Omen, actually.
The Omens are pretty cool.
Yeah.
So let's the teams are now in system actually for our next match, which is Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Rote Kapelle. So let's take a look at the bans here for this match. So Rusty Hyenas Clan banning out the Guardian, the Nighthawk, and the Armageddon. Rote Kapelle banning out the Scimitar, the Blackbird, and the Loki. So we've talked a little bit before about some of these ships. We're seeing the Loki, the Scimitar being banned relatively often. The Nighthawk, of course, a pretty key thing from the Nighthawk Ham Rush. And that Armageddon with those bonus range newts has been pretty popular throughout this tournament. CCPB, is there anything that sort of jump out at you here?
I mean, there's a Blackbird ban there. Wish I had Black Bart here to bounce the question too. No, but
I banned him.
You did.
Yeah.
Besides that, I mean, we're seeing Nighthawk and Armageddon. Guardian banned is something different, but the Nighthawk and Armageddon we've seen a lot banned. The Loki we've seen a lot banned. I'm not sure, honestly, where they're going with the comps. It's kind of difficult to see that just from 3 bans. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if Rusty Hyenas clan can take this victory here over Rote Kapelle because, as we've mentioned, these are elimination matches. So one of these teams is going to go home. I'm, as mentioned, a very prolific Mademoiselle spammer to support Rote Kapelle. Kyle, what's your predictions here between these two teams?
Well, again, I am a firm enjoyer of the Mademoiselle spam. Anytime in any of our broadcasts you catch the ticker display, spam this Mademoiselle. It's me running that. I'm enforcing that as a rule. It would be hypocrisy at this point not to say all in on the Mademoiselle. All in on Rote Kapelle.
CCVP?
I'll have to second it too. Every time I see it, I just smile out of nowhere. So yeah.
All right, so it's 3 Mademoiselles right now. So let's go to the arena and find out who's going to win between Rusty Hyenas clan and Rote Kapelle.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear, joined by the Basilisk, and we have on the blue side, it is Rote Kapelle bringing Navy Dominix and a couple of Sleipnirs, a couple of Fleet Scythes. Have not taken a look at their weapon systems yet. Don't know if they are rushing, but with the Navy Dominix, I would imagine they are.
Yeah, I want to see if Rote Kapelle have got what it takes to finally secure a win for the Navy Dominix. I was saying earlier, I really just don't like large hybrid boats in general at the moment. I feel like they need a very specific setup to make them work. Will Rote Kapelle be able to find that secret hidden ingredient that makes this one work? On the other side, Rusty Hyenas bringing a triple battleship comp, Rattlesnake and 2 Navy Scorpions.
Yeah, Rattlesnake, typically seen as a rapid heavy boat, but I haven't actually taken a look at the weapon systems on that either. This could be cruises, and in fact, it is a cruise setup. With these Navy Scorpions and the Rattlesnake. So they'll be able to apply pretty well to the Dominix Navy issue, but these Sleipnirs and Scythe fleet issues are going to be a bit of a problem for them. We'll see how well they're able to do it as we get the match underway. But something else to point out, this is a Shield Dominix Navy, so full damage in the lows, most likely. And then, I mean, you know, occasionally you'll see a Shield Domi in TQ, but those typically have something like a fax behind them, you know, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not
this
really
is
sure what's going
interesting.
to happen here. I feel like this may actually be sort of a tinker setup from Rusty Hyenas here. Bring in the Vulture, I imagine that's going to be max tank and just park up on top of these 3 battleships, and they're all going to cluster together. But I don't know how they'll be able to deal with this rush. It's going to depend on what they can kill before the rush gets into them. When this rush gets on top of them, it will be able to break through, I imagine, through just with pure DPS, break through something. But if they can take out the Stabber fleet, you know, the Scythe fleet on the way in, they may then be able to tank off those points. So I think target calling for Rusty Hyenas is going to be critical. Application is going to be critical, but they haven't really got much to buff those cruise missiles. They haven't got a Hyena or any ranged webs, anything like that. So target calling may be tricky here.
I think all eyes are going to be on Carl C. Agathon in the MOA. Has to run screen alongside his Raptor brethren to try to keep one of these Sleipnirs off the end. Die for the backline coming in from this Raptor, though, of Scorch as he's getting webbed down, but he really wants to find his way onto this Osprey as the Merlin of Valdic just gets deleted from the face of the earth.
Yeah, I think that was their plan here, was to use those frigates to just rush in immediately and try and tackle something down, but they need to get something done while that happens. If you use, as we saw yesterday, a Mala to screen stuff off and they have to stop and kill it, then that's great. If it's a frigate that goes in and just immediately pops without the Sleipnirs even stopping and giving it a second thought, then you haven't really accomplished much at all. But this Osprey of Rimmer is going to start taking chunks through shield here.
Yeah, chunks through shield doesn't have nearly the same amount of local tank that you can get out of something like a Scimitar, and not nearly as fast. So the cruise missiles have a better time applying to him. We see him already into structure right now. That's good, but now these Sleipnirs and this Dominix AV, they have found their target, and they're going to start going on to Zed's motorcycle in the Scorpion Navy to start off the match.
Yeah, so the Raptor actually rushed out there to deal with the Osprey. They tackled him down, so that was how they got those cruisers to apply. But now he needs to burn back. But there's not too much really he can do now in this situation, assuming it's just a tank tackle Raptor. Everything is already on his battleship, so it's now up to the battleships to sort of try and see how much DPS they can clear. Now they can start trying to break these Scythe fleet issues, Stabber fleet issues, get some DPS off the field. But they are, in fact, going to try and shoot through Lady Labia in the Shield Navy Dominix.
Yeah, I mean, Shield Navy Dominix going to be not as tanky as an Armor Navy Dominix, but still no utility in the mid slots, perhaps. all tank, no real utility to speak of. Can't really see if there are any grapples. I just see 2 webs currently on the fancy UI at the moment as they are pounding through Zed's motorcycle right now. Just overwhelming damage, and the dual Logi Frigs are down. Not that that would really do much. The local tank of this Tinker setup, not enough to deal with 2 Scythe fleet issues, 2 Sleipnirs, a Stabber fleet, and a Navy Dommy, and none of these DPS ships have gone down. None of them were screened, and with the Scorpion Navy going down, I'm already calling the match in favor of Rote Kapelle.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Rusty Hyenas. If they had maybe 10, 15 seconds more there, or maybe if they'd gone for the Navy cruisers, they could have killed them. They are, I think, going to kill Lady Labia here in this Navy Dommy, but it might be too little too late. But I mean, on the other side, once they lose this Navy Dommy, obviously that thing's going to be packing like 1100 DPS. I haven't run the numbers on the updated Navy Dommy and Pythor, but now Nisat Razor in the Scorpion Navy is taking huge chunks as well. He's not going to last long as well. I expected him to be way tankier, but he's now brinkering on the edge as well in shield, and this Lady Labia Dominix is still just going through hull.
Yeah, barely staying surviving and should end up falling, but it's a matter of what tick does each of these ships go down. If Lady Labia can continue to pound into Nasat, it could be all over for him. Lady Labia does go down. Maybe he can start regenning through this dual Sleipnir, but they've got so much damage between these Navy cruisers and these Sleipnirs, and finally they take him down. It's just a rattlesnake versus the world now, and cruise missiles do not apply that well to cruisers.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Rusty Hyenas. I feel like it's tough to come up against a rush comp like this that just has so much overwhelming DPS. When you're in like one of these Tinker setups, you want to be against something that can't really do, that doesn't have max DPS, right? Because then you can just sort of keep cap transferring, you can sustain each other, you can play a nice slow match, you can whittle things down. You don't have the best application with the cruisers, but you can still just sort of slowly attrition your way through the match. But when you come up against a rush comp that just parks up on your DPS from like 10 seconds into the match and just absolutely blasts through you, your Tinker quickly falls apart, and that's what we're seeing here.
That said, I mean, match isn't over quite yet. Cyclo and the Stabber fleet issue is going down. That's another, what, 600, 700 DPS off the table, perhaps, depending on how he's fit. Maybe he has dual 180s. Maybe it's actually not nearly that much, but either way, Stabber fleet issue does go down as Tari finally goes into armor. He's going to get some shield back, but remember, that's still some DPS off the grid, and it took a little longer to kill that Scorpion Navy issue after they took the Navy Domini out. Gonna take a little bit longer now to take him out with these Sleipnirs, but it should still be enough DPS to go through this shield rep.
Yeah, I think the key aspect here of this sort of comp is that when you've got these battleships bundled up on top of each other, they can all cap transfer to the primary. They can keep those boosters running, but when it's just one of them with the Vulture's capacitor is obviously not strong enough to sustain that booster on the Scorp Navy or the Rattlesnake. So on his own, he's just free pickings, really. And this is now going to be the total collapse of this Rusty Hyenas comp.
Yeah, no more DPS on the table for them. Moa's dead. The only remaining DPS of any value is the Vulture, but they will go on to Milton Seeley. I believe she will be going down, if I remember correctly. Rain was going over genders of pilots earlier in the day. And with that, Rusty Hyena is going to be knocked out of the tournament. 1-2, not the worst showing ever. And with that, Rote Kapelle will be getting some prize ships going into that top 16. So they'll be happy with that, but they got to continue this lower bracket run. We're going to send it back to the desk.
Sorry,
wait, never mind. Basil wants to say something. Okay, hold up. Wait. Okay, now we're going. This is a weird transition. All right, yeah, go back to the desk.
Get us out of here. Get us out of here.
This out next
Get us
time.
out of here.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm going to go join.
Welcome to Eve Pandora. 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 Pandora.
Rote Kapelle lasting a little bit longer to keep spamming that Mademoiselle for a few more days at least in the Alliance tournament as they take out Rusty Hyenas clan in a very hard-fought match. It was hard to tell which way that was going to go for a while. Jintan, for people who might be newer to the Alliance tournament in the metas, what we saw there is what we normally call a pseudo-tinker. What is a tinker, and then what makes this one a pseudo-tinker?
So back in the earlier days of the Alliance tournament, just after the introduction of Tech 3s, we typically see Tech 3 logistics being fielded, and these were incredibly cap-hungry ships. So what you'd do is you'd park a bunch of battleships and other ships around them that would feed them capacitor so that they could run an extra-large ancillary shield booster without needing to put charges in it. And that gave it an incredibly potent local tank, enough that it could tank almost the entirety of an opposing team's DPS. Which led to some amazing moments with Shadu talking about the Tengu nearly breaking. And in fact, that was so imbalancing that that's now been banned from the tournament. So instead, what you see is battleships feeding each other cap so that they can run those sorts of reps locally. And that's why we call it a pseudo-tinker, because it operates in the same way, making sure it generates as much cap as possible, as using capacitor transfers generates a small amount of capacitor per ship, and also allows you to put the cap regen of other ships effectively into another ship that's getting targeted. And this gives you an incredible amount of sustained tank. However, if it faces something like, say, a Shield Navy Dommy, it's not going to be able to repair enough to survive the onslaught of DPS.
Yeah, one of the things that makes this pseudo-tinker work in the first place is the fact that EVE Online just ignores the laws of physics. They're sort of optional, and when you run your remote capacitor transfer, it consumes less capacitor on your own capacitor than it gives to the person that you're repping. That's why logi chains exist, just remote capping each other, and everyone gets more cap than can possibly exist. One of the issues, of course, Bart, is the fact that the range on these battleships is only about 6-7 kilometers, and we saw Rote Kapelle there doing something to kind of break up that tinker. Talk me through that.
Yeah, Rote Kapelle basically rammed their entire fleet in, and I'm not sure if it was like the giant space potato hurtling through the sky or if it was one of the Sleipnirs that did it, but they were actually able to get a pretty solid bump off. I think that they kind of got back in range at the end to get their cap transfers going, but they definitely did kind of bowling ball it apart enough. And, like you said, the ships that usually have remote cap transfers, which are Guardians, Basilisks, and their T1 variants, actually have a huge range for remote capacitor transfers so that they're actually usable. Battleships doing it have about a 7-kilometer range. So I think that we saw the bump didn't look that big, but I think it was just enough to help break it, at least get the ball rolling on it. So it was kind of the counter to that entire setup, in fact.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's one of the ways that you can bowl in, break it up, and then once you've pinned one down by itself, it can just be broken alone and scared in the dark void of space. Let's go to another interview with one of our captains. Jintan's been speaking to the captain of Pandemic Horde.
So, who are you and what team do you represent?
Alright, so I am Dinar, and I represent Pandemic Horde, and this is my first year as their team captain.
And what does your alliance do on Tranquility outside of the tournament?
Well, the alliance, of course, is, I think, now the biggest alliance in the game. I can't say that I follow no politics super closely anymore because tournament takes too much time. But their Pandemic Horde does a lot of things. They have SIGs that do hunting, making as. They have SIGs that even do small gang, which is what my corp is around.
So does the team play together regularly, or has it been pulled from all parts of the alliance?
I would say about half the team plays pretty consistently together on TQ in the Horde small gang SIG.
And what kind of shenanigans do you get up to?
That really depends on our footing. So when it's more or less peacetime and Horde's not on major operations, it's more pretty casual roams and trying to stir up defensive fleet reactions and trying to engage those defensive fleets, even though it's not favorable engagements for us. When it's actual major combat side, we tend to do actions that are designed to help us take objectives with using basically force multiplication tactics. We tend to light enforce major fleet reactions to our 10-12 guys.
What level of experience does the team have in tournament play?
All right, so the team history is kind of complex. Obviously, Horde has had AT teams in the past. However, this team is a significant divergent from that initial team, as the entire leadership is different now. This team has now pulled a lot of talent from a lot of different areas, mostly all in from nullsec, but now we have definitely put together a pretty formidable roster that has had results in past tournaments that have been pretty promising. Unfortunately, it's really hard to quantify since there's so many different teams that people are coming from. It's really hard to give like an actual pedigree.
What kind of position are you hoping to achieve with the team? Top 8, top 16?
This is kind of a challenging one. We have the potential to do well, but I hate to give an official response on that. I think top 16 would be an achievable goal.
Are there any players that you think the audience or maybe your opponent should watch closely?
I could say that you never know. There might be a Villy alt on grid.
Jintan there talking to the captain of the Pandemic Horde team. They've been doing pretty well so far. We are in the elimination bracket right now, though, so they need to pull out a W in this match coming up, or they will be going home. They won't make top 16 at this point if they go out. If they get through, I think they become top 24 or top 20. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but they're definitely getting closer to getting that top 16. Let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match between Horde and Darkside. So Pandemic Horde banning out the Eos, the Ishtar, and the Jackdaw. Darkside banning out the Nighthawk, the Loki, and the Gila. Blackbart Pirate, what do you see here?
I see that with the Eos, the Ishtar, and the Gila being banned out, that there's a pretty low chance of drones being fielded at all. That being said, Darkside did use a Stratios setup yesterday, which is why they are fighting Pandemic Horde in the losers bracket. So putting that out there, it's pretty unlikely we'll see drones. Pandemic Horde definitely does not want to see drones. The Jackdaw ban is kind of one we've been seeing sort of starting to appear more and more. It is a very, very powerful ship and is like kind of like a jack of all trades. You can fit it into any situation, and I think that it may become like one of the best ships of the tournament.
Interesting. One of the best ships of the tournament. Jintan, you have the same thought there?
Yeah, we've talked quite a lot about how it's useful in terms of a disruption ship, being able to use its incredibly wide amount of mids to fit tracking disruptors, guidance disruptors, damps, and even remote sensor boosters and other things that can help teams help your team to weather the war of E-War that this kind of meta has become. Darkside's bans, though, are also really interesting. It looks like they're going after a lot of those heavy DPS rush ships. The Healer, obviously, we've seen it in a few rush comps as well, and the Loki and Nighthawk are crucial to that ham rush setup that we've seen so frequently over this first weekend. Makes me think that they might be wanting to bring out the Vindicator or something similar that we've seen lose quite precipitously to that comp.
Precipitously, great word there. Now, Bart, you talked a little bit about how this looks like teams don't want to see drones here. What's the kind of pros and cons of bringing a drone comp?
Well, a drone comp is really interesting because like it has the ability to completely change the way that you're positioning your fleet. So generally, we've seen a couple times today where these teams will sort of set themselves up and then go in and fight. Well, with drones, you never really need to go in. You can kind of just send this big ol' blob of drones at something. And with the ship's bonus, if the ships are using bonus drones, they're very difficult to get away from. I think we saw an Osprey get run down by like 2 sets of drones while it was going 3,500 meters a second. So drone application is very strong. Obviously, that doesn't make it this end-all, be-all amazing comp because the problem with them is they do have a travel time. Every other weapon in EVE has some kind of either instant effect or relatively fast, cruise missiles notwithstanding. But the drones, you actually visually see this massive cloud of death coming towards you, and you can do all sorts of like weird little things like kiting them, bombing them, smart bombing them to escape it.
Yeah, sometimes we see drone comps as well. The people who have fielded the drones will spread out to MJD beacons, and then they will just jump away and then just try and escape and just starburst around, which is a good opportunity to talk about those MJD beacons. Jintan, we see in the arena that there is 8 in a square and 1 in the center. What are they for?
So these allow you to rapidly reposition, and they also give a team a really huge advantage for controlling the center of the grid. It's something that helps to make kite comps less effective in the tournament, as if you're able to push your way to the center, you can send a Balgorn or something similar that has a lot of long-range webs right into the middle of your opponent's team. However, you do have to be very careful when you're using them, especially the ones on the edge, because all it takes is one bump or one misclick, and you'll be yeeting yourself out the arena, competing for others to see how far you can get out of the edge of glory.
Yeah, the arena itself is 125 kilometers radius from the center. It's a big old sphere, and if you cross 1 meter beyond the edge of glory, you are just exploded instantly. It doesn't matter how much tank you have, how strong you are, how much you wish you just hadn't gone out of the arena, you get exploded immediately. Some people have done it accidentally. We've seen a few instances of teams anchoring up in the Alliance tournament, the anchor flying out of the arena, taking everyone with them, much to the mirth of the casters at the time. So a bit different from TQ, of course, where there is no such thing. And in the Abyss, there's a kind of arena boundary, but it's like soft damage rather than instant giga death. Now, we can pretty much get ready to go to the arena, and I'm told that there's 2 flagships on the field here, so we could see some very expensive loss mails in the upcoming minutes. So let's go to the arena and find out.
Welcome back to the arena, everybody. My name is Fearvana. I'm joined with the Basilisk, and yes, indeed, we have 2 flagships on the field for Pandemic Horde. They're bringing their flag Paladin comp with the Balgorn support. Going to be very, very blingy and very tanky ship to deal with. But on the converse side, what do we have from Darkside?
Darkside have brought their flag Armageddon. Now, of course, the Armageddon doesn't get the strength bonus on its newts like the Balgorn does, but it does get the range bonus. And combined with X-type newts on that Geddon, he can have very, very long range. They've also backed it up in this sort of control-y setup with 2 Blackbirds, which I don't think we've seen much ECM so far this tournament. But if you don't expect it, that's the most dangerous time to get hit by ECM.
Especially in ships that don't have a whole lot in the way of sensor strength. Things like this Stratios, things like this Ashimu maybe, and the Guardian. Does have quite a bit, but the jams, lots of yellow ships and not a whole lot of yellow jams. I would have to expect between the 2 Blackbirds. Might point out, Blackbirds don't really get a strength bonus. They just really get a range bonus for their jams. So even though they're not as effective as something like a Rook or something like a Falcon or a Kitsune, they still can be very disruptive towards this Guardian and also towards this Balgorn. It's worth pointing out, or towards this, Balgorn. The Armageddon is a full new Geddon. Meanwhile, the Balgorn from Horde is a 4-gun Balgorn. So a little bit of a difference in the neuting ships here. We're about to get underway. I'm excited for this match. Basil, what about you?
Yeah, I think this might be another slow burner here. We see both these comps not massive in DPS, and with the newt pressure that's going to be coming out from each side, the Balgorn and the Armageddon, of course, the DPS then is going to be even lower from guns getting neuted out, the Lashak, the Paladin looking to be the primary targets for those neuts. And as you said, no guns on the Armageddon, so that's a full newt Geddon. So their damage is really almost exclusively coming from that Lashak.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to pay it off. Those officer neuts, if they've got them, are very expensive, but better than even the Dead Space neuts. It's one of the modules in the game where the officer version at the top end is better than the X-type. That's not common, or that's not true with every single module. It depends on what exactly is going on. So we'll see how it's fit if it ends up falling. Either way, this Paladin Chosen One will be the primary from this Lashak at the moment, as the Confessor of Tic Tac 77 is getting some pot shots thrown at it from Pandemic Horde.
Yeah, I feel like both these teams are pretty low DPS here, and I think it's going to be both teams focusing on this top-end battleship, the Paladin on one side, the Lashak on the other, because if they can clear that DPS, what's left on the grid basically won't have the potential to kill very much of anything. Obviously, under Guardian reps on both sides, the Blackbirds being just a general pain in the arse jamming stuff, Skybreaker potentially killing off rep drones, but I don't think the DPS on either side is massive here. This is going to be a real slow burner.
Yeah, some tracking disruptors going the way of the Chosen One on the Paladin, but no neuts have come out from this flag Geddon quite yet. The Paladin trying to stay out of range as there are more shots going in onto Howitz in the Blackbird. I assume he's been taunted, or he has taunted someone at the moment. Doesn't have a whole lot in the way of armor tank. I think only 3 low slots, if I remember correctly. But still, he's got the backup of Guardian to help him out.
Yeah, I see tracking disruptors applied to the Leshak here, and I'm looking at Pandy's Leshak, and he actually just seems to be clearing these Republic Fleet Valkyries from the Confessor of Tic Tac here. So I wouldn't say that's a massive priority for them. So I'd imagine, therefore, his targeting range at the moment, his gun range is just not particularly great, and that's maybe all he can shoot at this moment in time.
Yeah, just playing it slow, playing it strong, and to maybe get the action going, we could talk about something else, and then the action will eventually pick up. So we could talk, I guess, a little bit about the Blackbird and ECM in this tournament. Not something that we've seen a lot, and definitely not something we've seen as much as we saw in Anger Games or even the previous Alliance Tournament or Alliance Open. Why is that?
I feel like with scripted damps, it's just sort of a much more reliable form of, obviously, with ECM, you've got to pick the right color. You've got 4 colors to choose from. Maybe you choose the wrong one, and all your blue jams are totally useless against a totally red comp. Obviously, referring colors to the ship races and their sensor strengths. And in a situation where you've got jams against damps, you can jam out the damping ship, but the damping ship then can still lock you, and he just damps you back, and now your ECM ship is totally useless. So I feel like damps have been sort of a little bit superseded in this tournament, but I mean, it's totally unexpected, as I said at the start, to see Darkside bring in these 2 Blackbirds in this comp here.
And ECM is best when you least expect it. Of course, meta EWAR modules as well, so you're not getting T2 jams, which is a little bit annoying from a Blackbird, because the extra sensor strength is really, really important to actually land these jams. Unfortunately, Fancy UI just tells us who they are trying to jam, not if they have actually landed any jams. We'll really only be able to tell if some DPS starts falling off the field. That said, neither team is really fully committed yet. Just a couple of drones. Actually, drones fighting drones in the middle of the arena right now. It's very non-committal from all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we've tried to get the action started here, but unfortunately there's no interdictors on the grid, and they seem to be the magic button to talk about to get the action going. So I don't know what we're going to do. We're just going to have to wait here and wait for one of these teams to make a mistake, wait for one of these teams to decide to push into the other. I think we see, well, Pandy was slowly moving in the Leshak, but now he's changed direction. He's heading back again. Very controlled approach from both of these teams so far. 4 minutes in the match and basically untouched.
And we see, we saw some Getanutes being used earlier on, but now Pandemic Horde has gotten out of the range of them, and they still aren't committing this Paladin because the long-range newts of the Geddon will get on top of it faster than the Paladin can get into range of this Leshak, or its gun range of this Leshak. Even though the Leshak is tracking disrupted, Paladin is also tracking disrupted at the moment.
I actually hope, I think there's potential here more than any other match we've seen so far for this to go to overtime and the fabled reverse tie-dye, because both comps are so heavy on control and so low on damage that I'm really not sure that much will die before time here. I mean, barring some sort of critical mistake, we're now nearly 5 minutes into this match, and basically nothing has been touched. This Blackbird of Howitz is now starting to be gently caressed by the guns of the Paladin, but
In air, in the Stratios, he's starting to move forward alongside this Balgon of Atticus. They're going to try to get something as the Vengeance tries to screen from Ava. He will be able to get a web onto this Balgorn, but the Balgorn, looking for the long-range web, hasn't been able to grab it on anything. No, just the Vengeance at the moment. So long-range webs have not landed. Finally, more webs onto this Balgorn. There's a grapple on top of the Stratios now, and Pandemic Horde, in their eagerness to commit, might just be punished for this. They don't have anyone backing up either of these ships at the moment.
I guess that's the other secret method. As soon as I whisper those words, reverse tie-dye, both teams suddenly just decide, oh shit, we got to do something. And of course the fight starts, and that's exactly what we were looking for.
Not a whole lot of damage, as you mentioned, from either of these teams, with Leshak, once fully spooled up, does do quite a bit on its own, and they will try to burn through Tenair in this Stratios, and that forces Horde to continue to commit. Committing the Stratios, getting grappled underneath that Leshak has to be a bit of a mistake. You need to lead with your Balgorn. You can't let one of your squishy ships get caught out like that, and Pandemic Horde are learning that the hard way. This Crucifier also on the side being taken down by these drones, as he, I believe, is webbed as well.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Leshak of Pandy is right on top of that Stratios, and he was absolutely chewing through him, but his gun has just stopped. He's still right on top of him, but this Leshak is not shooting. I don't think he has any ECM drones on him. I don't really know why this Leshak isn't shooting. He doesn't have any Newt effects on him. He is now switching back onto the Stratios, I believe, but I don't know why he stopped. Maybe he's reloading
Meanwhile,
ammo?
Dindil in the Crucifier, he's got drones upon drones on top of him. And that tracking disruptor that's currently being used on the Leshak, that bonus tracking disruptor on the Crucifier, if it goes down, the Leshak's going to be very thankful for it. Now the Crucifier has gone down, the Stratios is in the hull, and Pandy now is free to shoot whoever he wants.
Yeah, he's still going to try and break through the Stratios. He's just not, I don't know. He stopped his ship. He's doing 10 meters per second. He is now just starting to connect with the Stratios again, taking it down to low hull, and there he goes. That Stratios does go down. We are saved.
Paladin.
Well, ruined. No reverse tie-dye.
Paladin and Balgorn, though, now fully committed on top of the Leshak. They're going to try to take him out before he can take any other targets off the table, grant you this full Newt get-in. Other places on the map right now, completely and totally playing back at the max range of his Newts, trying to get the pressure on to this Balgorn at the moment, it looks like. Not even the Paladin, because the Balgorn can stop the Leshak's guns, but meanwhile, the low end of Pandemic Horde being taken down one by one.
Yeah, I still think this could go either way. This is similar to the Pandemic Legion match earlier. If they can kill this Leshak, there's really not that much damage left on the Darkside team, but they're just losing significant chunks of their ships here. Their comp is going down. Stratios, Shimu's going to go down in a second as well. And the Leshak is still holding. They need something to stop this Guardian repairing, but he is out in Narnia right now, and they've no way of dealing with him.
Yeah, he's just so scared of the range control that this nuding ship of the Flag Armageddon can bring to the table. He is so far back compared to the rest of his team, and he's not able to keep any of these cruisers alive at the moment. This Paladin and this Balgorn getting some split damage on top of them at the moment. Maybe the Leshak has decided to move completely onto the Balgorn. Newts and Nosses now on top of the Balgorn as Pandy tries to stay alive. He's being nuded once again. Not a full Newt Balgorn, has guns on it, so they should be able to deal with the Newts a little bit more effectively, and maybe he's got a cap battery even because he is now chewing through Atticus.
Yeah, I feel like at this point in the match, Darkside must have won the Newt war. Obviously, the flagship Armageddon so extremely powerful in that scenario. Full Newt fit, fully utilizing the flagship restrictions on Newts, and just, obliterating the cap of the Balgorn on the Paladin, and that just completely neuters any power that the Pandemic Horde comp had.
Little under a minute and a half left in the match, and I mean, Darkside doesn't need to kill anything. Horde needs to kill a battleship, but when they committed on to Pandy, they weren't able to kill him. Now there's some damage going on to maybe Howitz and the Blackbird, but it's just too little too late for Horde. This match is going to go the distance, but unfortunately for Pandemic Horde, they might not get a single ship.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sad way to go. I mean, they're going to spend the last couple minutes of this match just completely out of capacitor, unable to activate basically any modules at all, and they're just going to have to sit there for the next minute and slowly watch these armor and hull bars deplete. It is going to be Atticus going down. It's probably going to be Danar going down as well. I don't think they'll have any time to kill anything else, but it is going to be Darkside continuing in the lower bracket.
Yeah, he got caught by the Confessor, and now, local tank gun Guardian, maybe not as good as perhaps we see from the Aneros. Guardian really known for just having absurd amounts of remote tankiness to it. This Balgorn of Atticus should end up falling. He's getting some refs from Danar, but Danar not long for the world at the moment. 25 seconds left in the match.
Yeah. It was a slow burn to start with. We predicted it would be a sort of, a couple minutes until someone got out of position. And it did seem to be that Stratios of Tyane who got caught by Pandy in the Leshak, or maybe he tried to catch Pandy and then sort of realized that was a position he didn't want to be in. And that was what really kickstarted the match off. But that is going to be the end of Pandemic Horde in Alliance Tournament 18. Darkside, considered by many to be a very, very strong team, knocked down to the lower bracket. I think they had a bad... sort of a difficult draw in the bracket, but now in the lower bracket, obviously a very dangerous opponent to come up against, and they're going to continue on to next week.
And notably, this is the first match today of the tournament where Team of the Flagship lost, but they did not lose their flagship, so at least moral victory for Horde. We're going to send it back to the desk before bringing us into the last match of the day, BSOD versus Paper Numbers.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that Templis, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down. I've not been able to look at single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Darkside, they're turning the light off on Pandemic Horde as they are done. They are exiting the Alliance tournament. We will not see them anymore. However, they did retain their flagship in a very exciting match. That's one of those matches that is just all about control, control, control. They can be a little bit less exciting to watch because it's hard to see sometimes what's going on, but very, very intense to fly with lots of communication back and forward, all sorts of stuff. I'm sure both sides there, lots of shouting, I imagine. One of the pilots in Darkside there, Pandy, we can have a look at his profile. He's a very experienced pilot in the Alliance tournament, going back here, with us at least, until Alliance Tournament 10 when he flew with Darkside. He then moved into the Gorgon Empire and the Afterlife before joining Vidra Reloaded, where they won the Alliance tournament itself twice, and now he is back in Darkside. He's played a whole bunch of matches, 45 wins to 19 losses. So he's a very experienced pilot, winning a lot of matches, and tends to fly the large ships. You can see Leshak, Typhon Fleet Issue, Dominic's, Barghest, all battleships. Then that Harby Navy, that would be coming from the Octodad, which was the comp that was used to great effect to win, I believe, Alliance Tournament 15 or 16, one of those. So Jin Tan, tell me a little bit more about Pandy.
Yeah, so Pandy is one of the leading, as you said, one of the leading members of Vidra and one of their greater theory crafters. And you saw a comp there that was so, stereotypically Vidra, utilizing lots of ECM. They rode in, I think it was 8014, they rode the Chameleon comp to great effect, which used AT ships back when those were allowed to cross-jam all their opponents, basically lock them out of playing the game almost entirely, and just use their drones to just slowly pick away at their opponent's compositions. And here we saw all of that kind of expertise used to great effect. Pandy loves flying those battleships because that gives him the best position to understand what kind of damage his team is dealing and what position his main damage dealer, normally himself, is going to be in to apply to his opponents. It makes it so much easier to notice when your opponent's out of position, when that's what you need to look for anyway to do your job in the team. And then from that point, he normally is coordinating those jams getting sent back and forth. Obviously, with two Blackbirds, there's a lot of modules that need to be activated and a lot of communication that needs to go into activating all those modules.
Yeah, and a lot of planning to decide which ECM modules to bring. ECM, usually referred to as jamming. We can actually take a look at some of the mechanics behind that. Bart, if you could take us through the mechanics of ECM.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, the way that it works nowadays is that when you jam a target, it can only lock the target that jammed it back. So it used to be, several years ago, you could jam it and you couldn't lock anything. Now it can only lock the thing that locked it back. It is a actually flat percentage chase, which is probably the easiest thing to calculate in all of EVE Online, because you take your sensor strength and your jam strength, and you divide your jam strength by your sensor strength, or the other way around, and that's how you get it. It does have an optimal and fall-off range, so a lot of the positioning still matters, and it is still very... People say it's RNG-based. That's kind of to a degree, but there's ways to counter it. I think that when you know that you're going up against a team like Vidra, as Jin said, this is their bread and butter. I have lost to something similar to this 4 times in 3 different Alliance tournaments, which prevented us from getting second place. This is what they do. They're extremely good at it. I'm not surprised to see them pull it out when when things got serious, and they did a fantastic job with it. It's kind of confusing to watch because our fancy UI doesn't show jams particularly well. You can see if they're being attempted, but you don't know if it landed or not. But if you saw that control bar when it was maxed out, that was all the jams working. So you can kind of look at it and be like, oh, yes, they are not doing anything right now. It's very sad.
Yeah, we saw both those Blackbirds just stacked full of jams, 2 very girthy control bars on both sides there. But anyway, that was the end of Pandemic Horde. So let's move on to our next match, which is Brightside of Death versus Paper Numbers. This is going to be our last match of the day, in fact. So let's see if we can look at the bans here for this upcoming match. Okay, so Brightside of Death banning out the Eos, the Leshak, and the Orthrus. Oh, I can see myself. Hello. And Paper Numbers banning out the Gila, the Sleipnir, and the Oneros. Bart, take me through what you see here.
I kind of want to focus specifically. I think this is one of the first Oneros bans we've seen. We've been seeing a lot of Guardian bans, which is a little strange because generally people say that an Oneros is better than a Guardian, but by Paper Numbers banning the Oneros out, like one of the very heavy armor rep ships is gone. Interestingly enough, this is also a Leshak ban, which is one of the first ones we've seen here, and we've been seeing throughout the day these Leshak teams doing incredibly well. So I'm wondering if this might be sort of a response to just how today's games have been, where they're looking at it and like, oh, this ship still is very viable and very powerful, even though it is so many points.
Yeah, the Leshak, pretty much the most expensive ship in the arsenal that the teams can choose to field. If very rare we see more than one because of the points inflation. We did see one team earlier on fielding two for 52 points, which is a huge investment. Jintan, anything else jumping out at you here?
Yeah, what's jumping out to me is that both teams have left a lot of the Kite and a lot of the Ham Rush ships open. Obviously, we've got the Caracal Navies and the Navy Ospreys still open. And along with that, we've got the Nighthawk, which has been one of the most popular bands across today, completely open. So I think we might actually end up with a Shield Kite mirror here. I would be kind of surprised if we didn't, to be honest, given the preferences of both these teams.
You said mirror there. What is a mirror in this context?
So a mirror is, it depends on how strict you're being, but it's either when two teams are trying to do roughly the same thing with their comp, or when they bring entirely the same ships. That latter is very, very rare. It normally happens if you end up seeing two practice partners go up against each other. They've, played matches tons of times. They've kind of stolen comps off of each other, and then they end up going into a match and just thinking, you know what, I think we can do this better than you, and they just end up bringing the exact same thing. I don't believe that Brightside of Death and Paper Numbers have scrimmed each other regularly, though, so we will see each side's kind of different take on this, on a Kite setup, if that's what they do bring.
Bart, you think we're going to see some Kite setups as well, then?
I think somebody's going to bring a Kite setup. I do have to say that seeing two Kite setups play against each other is probably one of the best things in the Alliance tournament, just because of how much skill gets involved. But, I think we'll find out. I would love to see it. It'd be cool to see that as the final match.
Well, let's go to the arena and find out if it is going to be kiting versus kiting or if it's going to be something else entirely. Yep, let's go.
Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the Alliance Tournament Arena for our final match of the day, Brightside of Death versus Paper Numbers. My name is Fearvina. I'm joined by the Basilisk, and one of the teams did, in fact, bring what appears to be Shield Kite, that team being Paper Numbers, with Claymore, Double Drake Navy, and Scimitar on their high end.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of an unusual look from Paper Numbers. I've always associated Paper Numbers with I remember as literally triggered, they would really like those heavy armor comps. Parkbank, obviously, really renowned for his Guardian play, but he's now jumped into a Scimitar, a slightly different flavor of logistics here. So we're going to see how well he can slot into a kiting comp. Of course, I'm sure his positioning will, as ever, be exceptional. On the other side, Brightside of Death bringing this 3-arm battleship control comp. They are going to try and get on top of this kite comp with this Balgorn Webs, but obviously, as we saw earlier in, Hidden Leaf Village's disastrous performance, you may find some difficulty in getting on top of a kite comp when a Balgorn is your only way of catching them.
And on top of that, this is a flag get-in from Brightside of Death, bringing it in for this match versus Paper Numbers. They're going to try to use that as a force multiplier, perhaps, with those Officer Newts up against Shield Kite. If they can get on top of them, it will be very difficult to actually deal with. But we do see, much to everyone's expectations here, Paper Numbers are starting to kite back, but this Vigil is playing a bit further forward of the rest of this team, just trying to stay just out of range of the Brightside Death team that is burning in.
Yeah, and again, we see links of the Magus being focused here. They're trying to volley them off the grid. Obviously, the light missiles on the Osprey Navy, the heavy missiles on the Drake Navy, and the Claymore, they actually apply pretty well to him, but he does end up getting caught by the Heretic, the Deacon, just in time. I will just say, I noticed there at the start of the match, the Vigil of Atrignus didn't start moving for a while. I don't know if he was lagging or what, but when you land on grid, you basically should be double-clicking in space. You are locked in position until the match starts. You cannot move too early. You will not be penalized for double-clicking in space. So you just spam click in space. As soon as the match starts, you will be moving. So if you double-click once and then the match starts afterwards, you're going to sit there and look like a fool.
Something notable about paper numbers, this is something that they did earlier today with the same shield type setup, is that they have brought E-War mids on these shield ships. We see damps going out towards the bright side of death ships right now, especially that Balgorn and the Armageddon, and that's not something we typically associate with these shield ships, but paper numbers have decided to sacrifice the tank for the utility as they are burning and trying to delete this Tempest fleet issue right now.
Yeah, and I think in this sort of matchup, it's actually a very, very good option. I think if you can bring damps on the Balgon, it just makes it so much more difficult for him to get into that range that he needs to do. And he is the win con for Bright Side of Death. His webs are critical to get on top of something. So if he's stuck with like 15, 20 kilometer lock range, it becomes extremely difficult for him to do that. And we are now seeing Nikita in the Tempest being focused here, taking some chunks. I think the frigates are on top of him. They're managing to hold him here. He's got a drone swarm on him, DPS drones coming from paper numbers, but doesn't seem to be breaking him.
Yeah, this Balgorn, though, trying to burn in, maybe find this Caracal, maybe find the Stormbreaker on the backside, as the attention went towards this Deacon on Bright Side of Death side. That said, this Balgorn trying to catch somebody. He might find the CEO in this Caracal right now, but so far no webs have landed.
Yeah, I can, like you said, there's so much E-War probably in the mid slots of paper numbers. I had a look at some of their kill mails on Zkill yesterday. They had like 2 tracking disruptors and a damp on the Claymore. They had like one of each on the Drake navies. They liked them on the Osprey navies as well. And I kind of like the school of thought, because if you're flying a kite comp like this, you aren't relying on being tanky anyway. You are relying on your speed, your mobility, staying away from the opponent, and sort of, you know, keeping safe in that manner. So you don't really care too much about raw EHP. If you have to lose an extender to fit those kind of modules, if you can use them correctly, that can actually work out much more effectively for you.
Now, taking out one Logi frigate in the Inquisitor, now moving on to this Deacon, using those rapid lights to their advantage. Even though they are 10-man Logi frigs, they still can't outrun light missiles, unfortunately. So Stanley Ray will eventually go down. It's just going to take a little bit longer than it would if the low end was right on top of him. Either way, this Stormbringer playing up right now. Compared to the rest of his team, alongside that Caracal still trying to run away now from this Tempest fleet issue, who appears to be the front line for Bright Side of Death. This Deacon Stanley Ray, though, is in structure, and he should go down.
Yeah, he is, and I think with 6 minutes left, it is time for Bright Side of Death to try something else. They can't catch anything, and we see 1-2-1 in the Balgorn approaching that micro jump beacon. So he's going to try and line up a boosh here, see if he can jump himself into range. With the damps, he can't pre-lock anything, so even if he lands in range, he may not actually be able to get the webs in time before they can burn away, but it's their only hope, really, at this point. I think they can't catch anything by chasing after them. They need to try something unorthodox, and an MJD jump beacon could just be it.
But this is exactly the type of thing that Ryfuson made his name known for in the Anger games, jumping on top of people with Balgorns specifically. So Bright Side of Death trying to pull one out of Ryfuson's book and right back into his face. They are taking down this Magus as well as this Vedmak at the moment. Fox Pure goes down. Skirmish links off the table. Very good. Here comes the Balgorn jump.
It looks like he's lined up pretty well. I don't know how far the distance is going to be. I don't know how close he's going to land.
He got bumped by the beacon, though. No, nowhere near.
I think it's just not far enough, unfortunately. It was a good angle, but it's hard to judge distances as spectators in the middle of the arena. Of course, our distances are all measured from the center of the arena, so it's difficult to sort of assess how far the distances are between the ships. But it seems like he jumped 100 kilometers from the beacon, but all the paper numbers squad was like 150 kilometers. They were just that extra bit further, so he's still not in range and effectively actually in the same position as they were before. But that's good from paper numbers to notice that was happening and just sort of burn range from the beacon that he was going to, saying, well, you know, he can only go 100 kilometers in any direction. As long as we're outside of that range, there's no way he can touch us.
They've taken out the Heretic as well. Now the only links remaining are took out the Magus. Heretic as well. The only destroyer remaining is this Pontifex, as they are chewing into him, and maybe this Vedmak as well. Vigil of Atringus. Finally, some damage being put onto the paper number side. He goes down into structure. Scimitar reps should be able to keep him alive for the time being. Is he tackled though? No, this is just pot shots at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow bleed out here for Bright Side of Death, I think. That was their one ace card potentially of landing that Balgon on something and then just sort of collapsing in and making some key picks with the Balgon. Maybe it's got 2 webs, maybe it can hold down 2 things at the same time, and then you can break through the Navy Drakes, break through the Claymore, whatever you can get your hands on. But as it is, they've just been kited around here, and paper numbers just playing this comp perfectly, just as they should have. I would say slow comp, and I mean slow in terms of how you play the match out. It's very attritional. It doesn't have huge damage. It doesn't rush in. It burns around the arena and whittles away as we see the low end has been taken down. And yeah, they've played it very controlled and yeah, methodical.
Yeah, Pontifex and Midas tried bushing to get away, but it was not nearly enough. Now they're on this Tempest fleet issue. Doesn't have any Logi on top of them. Triple battleship, a flag Armageddon. Absolutely useless. They finally have some new pressure on top of this Claymore of Rifeson. Maybe they'll get one for the road, but I think it's too little too late. This attrition from paper numbers paying off dividends at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like maybe paper numbers might have missed the announcement in local here, because at this point in the match, they surely feel there isn't that much threat on them, but they're still choosing to kill that Fleet Tempest when that Armageddon may well be full of juicy loot.
They don't need it. They want to get the win. They don't care as much about the loot, perhaps, because looting would require them to go into the range of a Battlegorn and a Tempest fleet issue. Probably not what they want to do. There is some damage going the way of Krilico in this Armageddon at the moment, but still 3 minutes left in the match. Paper numbers still have only lost nothing at the moment.
Yeah, they've lost the armor on that Vigil. That'll cost a couple thousand ISK to repair, I'm sure, but you know, that's fine by him, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, when this match gets you prize ships, I'm sure a little bit of ISK to repair your Vigil isn't that bad. Nikita Shiro, excuse me, and the Tempest fleet issue finally into Hull. He will be whittled down. He will be taken out, and just like that, paper numbers will pull out a much more significant points lead.
Yeah, it's as I've said, it's a very methodical performance from paper numbers, and I was sort of surprised they got knocked down so early into the lower bracket by Odin's Call. Of course, that's a very difficult matchup to come into as well. I thought that was one of the strongest matchups on day one. Obviously, Odin's Call, a top 6 team last year, very, very strong always, came through the feeders, played 10 matches on those 2 weekends, and made it through into the bracket. Paper numbers, on the other hand, played in anger games. I think they got to the final. Very, very strong squad of guys that have stuck together for a while. Bunch of, you know, these guys have played a bunch of tournaments together. Parkbank, Rifeison, we know all these names. And yeah, I mean, they're a real threat to be reckoned with now in the lower bracket going forward.
Yeah, especially against a B-Sod team that placed top 8 last year in the Alliance tournament. This time going out as 1-2 Kings. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way of the draw. Some of the most stacked teams in the tournament just end up going up against each other a little bit earlier than perhaps we would like to as spectators. Some damage finally going on to Rifeson, but he's able to wrap it back up. He's got Parkbank at the Scimitar to help him out. Krilico and the Armageddon is currently primary for paper numbers. If they can kill both battleships, they can maybe go in and find some loot, maybe some officer newts from this Armageddon, because B-Sod are pretty loaded.
Yeah, I think they are going to kill this Armageddon in the end, and they are going to be able to go in and claim the loot. But while they do that, let's just run through the bracket of next week. As they said, this is the last match of the day, so there are still actually 2 teams left to play at this stage of the tournament. So there are, 2 matches. So we are going to have next week No Forks Given and Boundary Experts will be playing each other, as will Big Yikes against Deepwater Hooligans. Those 2 matches will be for top 16 placing, but after that, we start getting into the big stakes. You know, we start getting into top 12 in the lower bracket, top 8 after that, of course. And in the upper bracket, we've got Truth on Light coming up against Tuskers. That's going to be one to watch. Odin's Call versus Templis. That's going to be one to watch. We Form Volta against Platinum Sensitivity. That is, again, obviously going to be one to watch. And Lock Range Enjoys against Brave Collective. I think for you, Fear, that will be one to watch.
Definitely one to watch, and maybe I'll be commentating Brave again. We have not lost a game that I have commentated. Fun fact. Either way, 18 seconds left in the match. They're gonna try to get some of this loot, perhaps. I can't really see the wreck right now on my overview. Are they on the loot? Are they on the wreck right now? Maybe.
I don't actually know, to be honest. I have turned wrecks off of my overview, so I find it very, very difficult to actually locate where the wreck is in the mass. But I mean, there seems to be a fair few of them in the same place, so I imagine they're all just ramming into it to try and grab it. But time's up. They got to do it quick, or else they're going to get teleported.
Well, teleports are incoming, and that means it's over for the day. Tune in next week. We're going to get more Alliance Tournament action. Me and Basil will be commentating alongside Wignut and Zoo, and of course, Moderator and Alexib. And with that, we're going to send it to the desk for the final time today. Take it away, boys.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
There we are. Paper Numbers taking that victory, and that is the last match of the day. So they move forward, they survive another match, and we will see them again next weekend. We started yesterday with 32 teams. 14 of them have been sent home as losers. 18 remain, all competing for the grand prize of winning the Alliance tournament. How have you guys enjoyed the show today?
I've enjoyed it a ton. It's been really girthy.
Yes, it has been quite good. I have enjoyed every single moment of it, actually.
Fantastic. Right, well, it is time for us to say goodbye, and we will see you next week for weekend 2 of the Alliance tournament here all the way from the EVNT studios in sunny Nottingham, UK. Stick around, we're going to raid some channel, and yeah, look forward to more explosions next week.